You know, there's a unique level of pain that comes from seeing a hype train on Twitch, which is people donating and subbing and giving money when I'm not here. Like, part of me is thinking, oh wow, that's generous, that's lovely, and part of me is thinking, you know what's not needed here? Me. Apparently I'm the surplus to requirements bit. The stream is doing fine. If anything, I'm holding the stream back. Right now, it feels like the DVD logo's kind of got this. And me being here, surplus to requirements, kind of. Pretty sure I've been relegated to a position of cameraman. My entire job now is it's emotionally support streamer. That's where the streamer's optional here. But it's a Friday. You know what that means. Oh, the logo might be about to hit the corner. Oh, it was close. It was very close. It was, yeah, there was a tiny bump. There was a tiny bump. Okay? Right, let's see what's going on. Josh, I saw your highlight of you and Ben. I understand why WoW is going family friendly now. Oh no, so Ben was fun. Ben was interesting. Ben was a moment. We all collectively kind of hung out with Ben. Ben was great. I need some armory runs from the Scarlet Monastery because I need the Scarlet Leggings. However, I am level 36 now, which means I could probably do the Cathedral because I think Inquisitor Whitemane drops the... Actually, the Hand of Righteousness, that wouldn't work for me. What drops the Scarlet chest piece? Like the Scarlet body? If I was a Scarlet chest piece, where would I be? Just out of curiosity. I'm having a look for whomst dropf the chest piece. I don't know where the chest piece drops from. We don't need those. The leggings we do need. That's important. It's a trash... Honestly, it's a trash drop. Seriously. It's not the Archon chest piece. It's just the Scarlet Boots. We've got those. Does it scroll down slightly? Is it in the armory? It's probably in the armory as a trash drop. Let's have a quick chest. The Archon chest piece is there. The tabard is not the actual thing. Where's the Scarlet chest piece? It was on the Cathedral in the trash. Right, hang on. So, Cathedral, trash. No. It's not the Beguiler robes, is it? The Scarlet Boots, they are... Oh, there we go. Yeah, man, my bad. Scarlet chest piece. Okay, cool. So it's only in the Cathedral. God damn. Alright. That's a real problem. Okay, so I'm going to do some armory and possibly Cathedral runs. Let's see who wants to be coming with us to do armory / Cathedral. Because I need... I'll show you something cool as well, actually, in a second, guys. Something really cool. Anyone up for SM Armory or Cathedral? I'll show you something super cool that happened yesterday. You're going to like this. You're going to like this a lot. You're going to be really impressed with what we've got. Okay, Hope Grey, you're level 43. Is that... Can we still do Armory and Cathedral with you? Alright, so Scarlet Armory. You might be outdone for the Armory. MZ Goat, yes. You know what you're doing. I can heal. Huggy Beard, yeah, absolutely. Let's go. I could DPS Armory, but too low for Cathedral. You know what, Bren? In that case, let's just do the Armory and level you up a little bit. Let's do the Armory. Let's level you up. We've got a Paladin. We've got a Hunter. We've got a Priest. We've got a Shaman. We've got a Warrior. This is a good-looking team. This is a good-looking team right here. Looking like a good team. Josh, you should make a character who can only wear the same armor you're wearing in real life. I don't know if there is a character who can get away with just wearing a quarter-zip jumper and Speedos. Keeps my legs fast. You got to make sure that you're always ready. You know, you're always good to go. Now, let's see if we can summon some people here now. Need one more person to summon. One more person and we can get a summon going on. MZ, are you streaming currently? You might be. I don't think you are. No. Cowards. Cowardly. Cowardly work. Just doing your real job. Goodness me. You're at the Summonstone. On my way, Huggybeard. Josh, I won't let my cat cuddle me until you get a mount. It's making me sad. Spart, do not put your happiness on me. So many people do that, and it does not make me happy. It's too early for some of us. I'm sorry, I was awake at like 8 o'clock in the morning. Alright, I'm good to go. I'm ready. I'm not. I'm dying inside. I'm very tired. Hey Josh, thanks for all your content. Also, what is your favourite class so far? I always enjoyed drama. I think drama was definitely my favourite class. Right, come on, Huggybeard. Let's summon Hope Grey, and then summon Emsy, and then summon more people. I mean, yeah, the early bird does indeed catch the worm, but the second mouse gets the cheese. Remember this, guys. Sayings can fail. I mean, many hands make light work, but too many cooks spoil the broth. There is always a counter-example of a saying. Hey Josh, thoughts on private servers? Infrequent, to be honest. In general, my thoughts are infrequent, kind of consistently. I try not to think as much as possible. Sometimes when I think, what happens is I end up talking and I end up saying things, and those things get clipped and put onto YouTube, and then, get this is complete bullshit, I get held accountable for my words and my actions. I didn't sign up for that. Alright, if I wanted a responsible job, I would not have been a YouTuber / Twitch streamer. Absolutely did not choose this life. Oh, also, I want to show you guys something that was funny yesterday. I did some... let's try Armory first. I did some runs off stream in order to... Trash. Yeah, okay, it doesn't drop it there. I did some runs off stream in order to get some levels, because I wanted to grind some experience without necessarily needing to just do the same dungeon again and again and again and again and again. However, during those off-stream runs, as you'll see on stream now, we got the Raging Berserker helm drop from Herod, which is probably the best helmet that I can get for this level. We got the Herod shoulder drop, which is the best shoulder armor that I could get for this level. We got the Aegis of the Scarlet Commander shield drop, which is the best shield I can get for this level. And we got the Ravager axe, which is actually a better axe than the Whirlwind axe that we are doing this in order to get. So, I will probably be spending some time using the Ravager axe to get to the Whirlwind axe, which I will then not use because I've got the Ravager axe. That was interesting. How come you don't like combat scrolling text? What is combat scrolling text? What do you mean by this? Scarlet legs are also best in slot for a long time. That's what I'm trying to get from the armory right now. Ideally, we would do the Cathedral, but we'll see how well an armory run goes, and if an armory run goes well, we'll do the Cathedral. Because Bren said that you were too low for the Cathedral, but I don't think you are. I think at level 33 could do the Cathedral fine. We'll find out, though. We'll get you like one level or something. Right, let's drink some potions. I'll see what's going on. So, Ogre's Strength going down. Troll's Blood going down. Cathedral does drop pants, but it's lower drop chance. So we've got stuff. I'm also one level away from being able to wear the armor and the helmet and use the axe. So level 37 is going to be a big level for the account. Like a really big level. You heard about Requiem for the Dream yesterday on YouTube. I'll watch it before bed. Oh, Silent, how was that? Silent, was that the first time you ever watched Requiem for a Dream? Oh my goodness. Right, who's tanking? Am I tanking? I don't think I should be tanking. You watched... You're meaning to give it your first watch soon, waiting for a bit better moment. Visa, honestly, if you're going to watch Requiem for a Dream, don't wait for a better moment. Watch it when the day is going bad anyway. Because I guarantee what will happen is... it will ruin the day. Do I need to tank? Okay, Hope Grey's tanking. We're all good. Yeah, don't watch Requiem for a Dream when your day's going great. Because what'll happen is you'll take a great day and you'll just straight up ruin it. Like, if you're already having a really shit day, then watching Requiem for a Dream at the end of that day, that's kind of fine. You know? That's, if anything, that's encouraged. Combat scrolling text tells you how much damage you take. I don't need to know that. All I need to know is, am I dead? Like, if I'm dead, I'm taking too much. That's kind of it. Everything else is fine. Yeah, Requiem for a Dream is definitely one of the films ever. It is a beautiful... It's the best film that I never want to watch again. That's the best way I can describe it to someone. If you've never seen it, don't watch Requiem for a Dream with people that you love in the room, because you'll just be sad. Yeah, I will remember it forever, and I never want to experience it ever again. What is Requiem for a Dream about? Poverty, sadness, drugs, despair, addiction, and the futility of hope. Yeah, don't watch it with your partner. It is a brutally unforgiving film. It was one of the few films that finished and I just stared at the screen for like 5 minutes before I could finally move. Hey Josh, you can get the Whirlwind ability now at level 36. It is the feel-good button for warriors. I am looking forward to getting the Whirlwind ability because yesterday when I was doing this dungeon off-stream in order to get a couple of levels, we got the Ravager Axe drop. So I've got the Ravager Axe, and I've got the helm, and I've got the shoulders. So everything's kind of coming up Millhouse right now. I'd say we're doing pretty good. And you know what? Right now, Hope Grey is kicking ass with the tanking. My character looks like he came straight from Oktoberfest. What he does in his free time is up to him. He had to upgrade his trousers because the previous ones could not hold in the brilliance, the beauty of the legs. You stay here, Scarlet Soldier. Now, I still need... Oh, I've also got 2 items of the Scarlet thing so far. I've got the Scarlet Belt, and I've got the Scarlet Gloves. So we haven't got the legs, the shoes, or the... The legs, the shoes, and the chest plate. But the chest plate only comes from the Cathedral. Trash drops in the Cathedral, so it's going to take a while until we get any of those, to be fair. I'm not holding out hope for a trash drop from the Cathedral. Anno, hi, my first time on the stream, I think. Anno, that has a level of malice to it. That has a level of fear to it. It's your first time you think. I mean, Twitch agrees with you. That's the first chat message you've ever sent, but... Are you living through some weird Memento kind of lifestyle? Do I need to help you piece back together what's happened? Because I'll do that. If that's what I need to do. I'm here to help you. Internet Cowboy, first message you've ever sent. Welcome, Internet Cowboy. Finally, it's finally good to have the Internet Cowboys with us. We were wondering where you guys had gone. Whirlwind Axe looks cooler. Yeah, exactly. It's not even a thing to worry about. I'm going to get another level, get the Whirlwind Axe, and then we'll be happy. That's what's going on. Josh, I've put you on a TV that's slightly out of view, so you're more an obscured podcast than a second monitor. Yeah, that's... The way that I would describe the energy of this stream is... Have you guys ever been to like a doctor's or a dentist's waiting room and there's a tiny TV in the corner of the waiting room, but no matter where you sit within that waiting room, you just don't have a good view of the TV? Like it's at a slightly awkward angle, and you'll look up and it'll be playing some like action movie film from the late 90s. That vibe, that whole feeling, that whole energy is what this stream is. That's all it is. It's slightly awkward, a little bit out of whack. Do you guys watch Grand Designs? You know the episode of Grand Designs where the guy tried to build a lighthouse and everything just went completely wrong because, you know, he ran out of money and his wife left him? That vibe is what this stream, I think, gives people. Constantly. Josh, what do I think of the new MMORPG Monsters and Memories inspired by EverQuest? I haven't played it yet. I know what it is, but I haven't played it. There we go. As a man, you are legally obligated to not go to the doctors without a woman representing you. It's true, because otherwise you don't know what's wrong. You'll walk in, the doctor be like, so how you going? You'll be like, yeah, I'm fine, thanks, mate. And then I'll be like, okay, so what's wrong? You'll be like, everything hurts. You have to say you're fine, thanks, mate, even if you absolutely are not fine, thanks, mate. That's just the answer. People from other cultures don't understand that when English, or often American people, say, how you doing, that is not an invitation to actually explain how you are doing. How you doing, how's it going, what's up, how you been, they are just pleasantries. The answer to all of them is, yeah, fine, thanks. Or, if you want to be a little bit comic, oh, living the dream. You do not, under any circumstances, actually tell someone how you are doing. Some cultures take that as an invitation to actually talk about how you're doing, and they need to understand that this is not what it is, ever. That is stupid. It may be stupid, but it's the way we like it. The conversation goes, hey, how you been? You're like, yeah, good, thanks. How you been? Yeah, good, thanks. How you been? And then you get caught in an infinite loop of asking how they've been forever. And then when that is finally broken, you go, right, so, you know, how are things? How actually are things? How you doing, really? That's when you can go, oh, it's all gone wrong. Everything's awful, terrible. Life is constant pain. That's when you can share. But you have to start positively. You don't not do that. Do Brits just hold it in forever until we die? Pretty much. Pretty much. It's kind of a case of we must consistently just kind of hope that other people will pay attention and pick up on what's going on with us. Because if they don't, you know, we're in trouble. Exactly. I hate it. If I ask someone how they're doing and they tell me how they're doing, I'm like, what is wrong with you? What are you doing? I didn't ask that. I asked how you're doing. Not tell me about yourself. These are completely different things. Exactly. You can also reply with not dead yet. That is a... There are a... What are the appropriate... Let's crowdsource this. What are the appropriate replies to how are you or how you doing? One of them is fine, thanks. One of them is living the dream. And one of them is not dead yet. The other one is someone says, how's it going? You can go, yeah, it's going. That's a comedy way. That shows that you understand comedy quite well. Could be worse. Yeah. Still alive, that works too. Hanging in there. Hanging in there's a good one. I'm alright, thanks, mate. You just say it's going. Another day, another dollar. Okay, Spart. You are being vastly underpaid. I don't think that people have earned $1 a day for a while, at least not in a lot of Western countries. I think you need to have a word with the union board or the Labour board, wherever you are. Italia says shit's not on fire yet. That is even more appropriate to say if you're a fireman. If you start your day where people go, how you doing? You're like, nothing's burning yet. Because it's kind of hopeful. It's hopeful that maybe nothing will burn at all. But I think we all know, collectively, something will eventually start burning. Right, so Hope Grey is tanking incredibly well, by the way. Hope Grey right now is doing such a damn good job at tanking. Question. How many people, how many enemies can Whirlwind actually hit? Can Whirlwind, if I were to use the Whirlwind ability, just hit everything? I mean, that is how I tank. Four. The ability is capped at hitting 4 people. That's a shame. I was kind of hoping it would hit more. I'll tell you what, though, that was an exceptional tank. That was a beautiful job of tanking right there. Is this a place for socially inept people to meet people who don't get a clue, even if they're smacked over the head with it? Yes, this is World of Warcraft. Deadly Chris of the Tiger. Well, thankfully I'm not called Chris. The Ravager isn't capped, though, which I'm super excited to finally use when I hit level 37. The next level's a big level for this account. I'm going to be able to equip the shoulder pads, and the Ravager, and the helmet. That is what we're going to look like in 1 level's time. I've even got the Aegis of the Scarlet Commander going on just in case. The problem is the shield that I was currently using looks so much cooler. This shield, the Golden Lion, looks incredible. I want to use that instead of the Aegis. This is true gaming, guys. This is true gaming hours. What happened to the Rogue? They stealthed and then drowned. Yeah, next level, guys, it's going to be such a major moment for the build. The build, dare I say it, may actually come online. Yeah, the next level might be the moment the build works. But I'm going to try and reduce the health and the damage of everything, slowly but surely. And then even get Get my multi-hits going on. The Ravager's going to be a big, big day for everything. Too much whelming. Maybe I'm doing too much damage right now. I like how Hopegrade, the tank, is like, I'm going to run around everywhere. I'm going to tank over here. No, I'm going to tank over there. I'm going to tank over here. We don't know where they're tanking. They're going crazy with it. We have no idea where they're going with it. There we go. Let's kill the Evoker first. The Evokers are super annoying. How are we doing today? I've got so much stuff in my inventory. I am ready to level up next level and do a really good job with it. The best thing that the boss could drop would be the legs. If the boss drops his legs for me, I will be very happy. Don't clip that. Oh good, more people are involved. Fantastic. The healer's mana is purely a suggestion. I've not got the Whirlwind Axe, I've got the Ravager, which is the drop from Herod, the boss here. Do I want him to drop his trousers? Only once I've successfully beaten him up. That's all part of the mating dance. It's all part of the ritual. Sometimes you've just got to, you know, run into a man's room, spin him right round, baby. Round, round. Like a record, baby. Round, round, round. Then he drops his trousers for you. Wait, aren't you streaming earlier today? I was streaming yesterday. But no, not earlier today. I am streaming earlier today, as in I would normally start streaming in an hour. But I'm just very consistent. This went from Meta Strife to Meat Strife real quick. Well, we can switch it up occasionally. Stripping someone down after you defeat them is the only true way to mate. Ah, Kyra, a fellow Klingon. I'm just very keen to discover the plot of the game. Like, I know that the Dead Mines is actually inhabited by the downtrodden underclass of pirates and the Defias Brotherhood who were betrayed by Stormwind when they were not paid fairly for their work in creating Stormwind and therefore went to make a Doomsday ship. So I can kind of get and completely understand why those guys are not necessarily the bad guys. These guys, however, in the Scarlet Monastery are zealot religious fundamentalists, and that's much more fun to fight. You know, I feel much better about this. Is stealing pants part of the WoW lore? Yes. Absolutely. They didn't make a Doomsday ship, though. Like, they tried. It does exist. It is kind of there. Like, you can see it. You fight on the ship. Congrats to whoever just leveled up. That is a massive cat. Hey, the Scarlet Belt! Fantastic. That is excellent for someone. That is probably a hunter item right there. Who is going to get the Scarlet Belt? Oh, it's Hopegrey. Fantastic. I'm glad it's... That's good. God damn, our tank has no chill. You find it interesting I managed to piss off the Alliance and the Horde. Yeah, it's a good thing. The fact they were able to... It makes them complicated as characters, you know? I don't need the Scarlet Belt because I've already got it. Right. Let's go and beat this man up and see if he drops his trousers for us. If only it were that easy. Ladies, it is. Just so you know. If you beat a man in a fight, he has to do that. You have the power over him then. Men operate on Klingon rules. Demon, you are ready to get whelmed. Well, you know what? If this guy drops the leggings we need, it's going to be overwhelming. This has been a very good run so far. Like, this has been super quick. Like a 15-minute armory run. This is amazing. Well, I was going to say ready, but the tank is already ready, so... Straight into it, no messing. Let's go. Let's see how we're doing all of this. Time to get punching. Nope. Cat, get pulled away, otherwise you're going to get wrecked. There we go. That's a lot of totems. Could it have something to do with the decked out level 43 paladin? It might have something to do with the decked out level 43 paladin. Yeah, Hope Grey is definitely carrying this, without a doubt. There is a level of carry going on here. I think we can do the Cathedral pretty well. You give me your legs, I'll be well happy. Oh, it's only the helmet. I've already got the Raging Berserker's helmet. Oh, I don't need that. I'll take the copper, though. Right, now we go and kill all these guys and see if they drop a robe. You've been loving the WoW streams. Well, thank you very much, Major Chubbs. I'm glad that I can provide high-quality content to people such as yourself. When I wake up in the morning, I think, ooh, I hope I can please a Major Chubbs. And lo and behold, I do. You've been loving the stick. Look, don't laugh at the stick weapon that I've got. It is kind of stupid that the special, amazing, fantastic axe that I got for helping all of Darkshire and solving so many dark and evil mysteries is just not as powerful as this random stick that I found on the floor. Like, the axe is cool and everything, and it looks good, and it's got some decent stats to it, but this stick just does more damage and increases my attack power. Also, the best combination I found so far for DPS is this stick and also some knuckle dusters. So, we bonk them with the stick, and then we slap them with the knuckle dusters. It's the old bonk and slap. That's the true... Well, there's no rogue, so we can't open it. That's the true metagame, the old bonk and slap. The old stick and tickle. That's what it is. Real men do know the value of the good stick. I found this stick as a warrior. I'm not even kidding you. Like, look at the stats. Giant Club of Power. 20 damage a second, plus 14 attack power. That's just... I'm not even kidding. That's just straight up a good stick. That's a stick that does an amount of damage. I'm gonna kill this guy. That's a good stick. I think we could try the Cathedral, to be fair. Sentinel Buckler of the Bear, don't need that. To be fair, strength and stamina. Stamina and strength. Oh no, stamina and strength on the Aegis of the Scarlet Commander is way better. Yeah, I think we can do Cath. We got this. Let's go, because I just need the body. Now, Bren, you've leveled up. You're level 34. You can take on the Cathedral now, mate. You'll be fine with this. I'm up early? Yeah, I'm very consistent. Remarkably consistent. Right, where's Emzy? Emzy? This way. There we go, don't get lost. There we go, we found you. Hit them with the stick and then slap them. Is that dating advice? That's what Herod was hoping would happen before he dropped his trousers for me. That's what he needed and wanted. He was like, oh my goodness gracious me, I hope this works. Also, I can probably put the coarse whetstone onto the Giant Club of Power, which means that's now doing weighted. 3 damage. That's weighted. Oh, this is beautiful. We're all good now. You dreamt last night that you were playing WoW without streaming. I was. That's why I was grinding this dungeon again and again and again, and why that I've now got Herod's Shoulders and the Aegis of the Scarlet Commander Shield and the Raging Berserker Axe and the Ravager and the Raging Berserker Helm. So, yeah, I was kind of... Unfortunately... I was being a little bit of a cheeky chap. Alright, Hope. You're tanking, let's go. Josh, you don't get Wind Fury Totem on your main hand since you put Whetstone on it. Well, then we'll take it away. There we go. Wind Fury. Whetstone's been taken away. Wind Fury is active and ready. Wind Fury, for those of you who are unaware, is the totem that the Shaman can drop, which vastly increases the speed of attacking with your main hand weapon. However, only one external effect can apply to your main hand weapon at once, which means if you put either poison or the Whetstone boost onto your weapon, which increases its flat damage, the Wind Fury totem will not override that, will not trigger. So it turns out that it's just straight up the best idea to put nothing on your main hand weapon if you are using the Wind Fury totem. It gives you a chance of an extra swing, which is more powerful than flat damage. Does anyone know if the stick is also in retail? Because if I can run around in high-level retail bashing monsters with a big bonk stick, and you can do, even if it isn't in retail, I'm pretty sure you can just use transmutes, can't you? Josh, can you give a deep lore fact about why men like sticks? You don't understand why. I think it's to do with Sir Jonathan Stickington from the Middle Ages, when he wrote the book Men and Sticks. And we all just collectively agreed that there is something primal, there is something deep about holding something in your hand made of wood. Metal sticks just don't hit the same way. You know, it's got to be that, it's that connection to nature. The stick is best in slot from a mental point of view. Okay. Right, we're bringing... Right, wizard first if we can. Wizard first. The stick is definitely best in slot from a mental point of view. It really is. It just straight up is. There's no denying that. But why? Because it activates the deep primal part of the brain that just wants to be... that wants to unga the bunga. There is a deep primal part of our brain. The human body is interesting. You can eat an absolute load of food and not be hungry, but when someone brings a dessert over to you, you are hungry again, because human beings have what's called the dessert stomach, which is a small section of the stomach which kind of opens up in preparation specifically of dessert food. Now, that's something that scientists can't prove and will deny, but you guys know it to be true. So the stick activates a similar idea, as in science can't prove it, but it does just activate the ungary-bungary part of the brain, which feels good. There's a level of feel good to it. And that's the important thing. It's the feel good that matters most. And that's why we do like just picking up a stick. No lies were told. I'm trying to teach you science here. I'm teaching you science. Although in all seriousness, the science is human beings do genuinely get mental boosts from many natural things. Seeing large bodies of water, like the ocean or a lake, that's a mental boost. Seeing a forest, a chasm, a dam, huge mountain, really big rock. All of these natural things actually do make human beings genuinely feel better. And there is something about the tactile connection to the earth, the tactile connection to the planet we all call home, of just picking up a part of it, playing in the sand on the beach, picking up a big stick, climbing a tree. All that kind of stuff. It's nourishing for the soul. It truly is. I'm only partly, I mean, obviously I'm making comedy out of this, but I'm not actually joking. It genuinely is nourishing for the soul. And it's something that people should be doing more, without a doubt. You should make time to go into nature. You should make time to be outside if possible. You should make time to tactilely interact with the world in a haptic feedback kind of way. Because it does matter. It really does. And picking up a stick is one of those cool things that you can just do. You can walk through the nature. If I ever walk through nature with another man and we see a cool stick and one of us doesn't pick it up, something is wrong. That's a cry for help right there. Yeah, just like grab a shovel and just like dig a hole. Jim, you've got to make time to touch stick. You've got to do it. If you and another man are hanging out in a natural way and you're not touching sticks, what are you doing? That sounded wrong, but some of you will be okay with that, and that's fine as well. Right, we're going this way now. Oh, okay, apparently we're pulling to the middle. Genuinely though, like, in a non-insulting way, do go and touch grass. We are reaching within society what I would refer to as critical levels of whimsy. As in, we need more of it. We're running out of it. But society needs an injection of Alistair Beckett King every now and again, where we are just forced to reconnect with our whimsical roots. And thank God that he's doing that, because somebody had to. Truly is critical levels of whimsy. And we need to bring it back. Unless you're allergic to whimsy, in which case, you know, obviously take care of yourself. Take care of yourself first. Just got done watching some of your videos, and I'm glad I've clicked the Twitch link, because it's already been amazingly entertaining to listen to. It's going to get worse, but thank you for being here. I try to kind of front-load all of the entertaining stuff within the first, like, 45 minutes, which is coming up now. The rest of this stream is just 7 hours of me sat in silence playing the Armory and the Cathedral. That's it. We are reaching critical levels of whimsy, and we do need to return to it. You thought this was a Dead Mind stream, and we can try and make it, just imagine together. What are my thoughts on frolicking? Honestly, it should be regulated. I know that I say we're reaching critical levels of whimsy, we need to be whimsical, we need to, you know, bring back the level of magic and wonder in our lives, but there is a limit, okay? There is a limit. If you allow, or even encourage, frolicking, give it a couple of weeks, I guarantee, you know what you've got? You've got joviality. Joviality will evolve into shenanigans, and shenanigans might even evolve into possibly the worst of all of those things, as we all know, which will be festivities. What do I consider an acceptable frolicking level? I think that each man should be allowed approximately 7 seconds of frolic per day, normally done by skipping. Skipping, I think, is the easiest access that the public have to frolicking. You have to understand, though, that skipping itself is not frolicking. You can skip in a non-frolic way. You can, however, frolic in a non-skipping way, but it is difficult. Skipping as a method of transportation or as a warm-up for running the 100 meters, completely understandable. What you don't want to be doing is skipping and just assuming that you're frolicking as well. That's not how it works. I'm baked out of my mind, so joining into this has been fantastic. You might even be frolicking without being aware of it. Every year, men do suffer from unintended frolicking. And that's where the whimsy is slowly restored. We need a guidebook, please. You don't need a guidebook, this goes purely off vibes. It's a very vibe-based idea. What about hopscotch? Is that acceptable? Kyra, this is exactly what I was saying. I said that frolicking needs to be regulated, and you're coming in here saying, what about hopscotch? I'm sorry, why don't we all just do heroin? You can't just say, why don't we do... What about... You don't understand what you're suggesting, Kyra. Right? The downfall of society doesn't start with hopscotch. It starts with asking, why not hopscotch? And if we don't clamp down on this, it is a slippery slope. And the most dangerous thing about slippery slopes? Themselves, remarkably whimsical. This stream is becoming far too political. Josh, you've spoken about whimsy too much. Could you get back to something more, you know, more grounded? I kind of want to play WoW with you, but I also want to play Classic Plus when it releases. I don't want to do both. What are the chances you'll play this all over again if Classic Plus comes out? Pretty much guaranteed. Like, if Classic Plus comes out, yeah, I'll probably jump on that, without a doubt. And I'm pretty sure lots of the clan will as well. Would I frolic in the fish fountains? You cannot frolic in the fish fountains, okay? This is a serious and somber place, immortalizing all of the fish that at some point died for our sins. MZ, do not dance in the fish memorial. Can't believe I have to say this. Disrespectful. Straight up disrespectful. Classic Plus cope in 2026. Look, it might happen, it might not, but let's just have some whimsy. Let's pretend it's going to. Let's just assume that everything's going to be fine. It's the best way to do it. Disrespectful and childish. This is the danger. This is what happens when you start talking about whimsy. People get way too comfortable with it. We will get Classic Plus. Just when? Look at the question. The answer to when is whenever it's most profitable for them. That's what it's going to be. Good fireball. Well done. Also, keep checking all the trash mobs, because one of these guys is going to drop the Scarlet Body at some point. Do I do wrestling? No, that is actually me wearing the bee costume that the Twitch streamer Preach Gaming wore in one of his videos. I went to PreachCon, and turns out that Preach had brought the bee costume with him, so I just put it on. As you do. Yeah, Classic Plus will do a thing. It'll be, eventually. Maybe the version we're playing right now will go to Wrath of the Lich King. Maybe it will go to Cataclysm after that, we don't know. Josh, what is my take on hitting sticks on big rocks or trees? Or hitting rocks on rocks? Hitting sticks on other sticks is fine, but don't kill a tree if the tree is still living. You can pick a stick off the floor. Don't break a stick off the living branch. That tree's using that. You want to hit a stick on a big rock, that's fine. As long as you aren't damaging kind of anything living on it. That's fine. Yeah, don't break sticks and twigs off living trees. Pick them off the floor. That's when basically when a tree has decided that it's done with the stick and you can have it, that's when it drops onto the floor. What about the big rocks feelings? Big rocks actually like being hit with sticks quite a lot. It's kind of their thing. So they're kind of into that. That's what they want. Why does the tree get the stick first? Because Heroth, the tree, made the stick. The tree made the stick, therefore it gets first dibs on using it. It's allowed to use it first and most. Start smacking all these guys. We have done a lot of damage here. This is going really well. Fen, Ring of the Monkey. 5 agility, 5 stamina. Neither of those give me strength, and so no. However, that's a pretty good hunter ring right there. Like, you could... Yeah, Emsy Goat receives it. Of course they do. Why wouldn't they? Just start using our own battle cry. They have a Progression Classic server. They do. This is not the Progression Classic server. This is the Anniversary server on the Burning Crusade. The Progression Classic server is currently up to, I believe, Mists of Pandaria. I liked the look of Mists of Pandaria. I just disliked the fact that it came after... Was it after Cataclysm, Mists of Pandaria? These dungeon runs are pretty damn fast. Hey, Scarlet Gauntlets! I've already got them, but it's good to see them again. It's always not 8. Strength and agility. That's a nice rare drop right there for somebody who needs it. Progression's about to hit the last Mists of Pandaria patch. What is after that? Mists of Pandaria, is it Warlords of Draenor? I think it's Warlords of Draenor. Warlords of Draenor, and then after Warlords of Draenor, Legion? And then after Legion... oh, goodness. Battle for Azeroth? Legion, Battle for Azeroth. After Battle for Azeroth was... Shadowlands? And then it was Dragonflight. It was Shadowlands, then Dragonflight, and now it's Midnight. Okay, gotcha. I am learning. With the Jailer. Oh, the War Within. For some reason, I always thought the War Within was just like a really big patch. So, the War Within was actually a full expansion. I thought it went... Yeah, Shadowlands, Dragonflight, Midnight, but the War Within came after Dragonflight? Was the War Within an actual expansion? I just thought it was a really big patch. The War Within was pretty big. Okay, gotcha. I thought it was just like the War Within was the name of the final patch for Dragonflight or something. This is a really good dungeon run so far. I would say we're doing great. This is going very well. And I'm halfway to the next level, which is going to be big when I can finally use the Ravager and the helmet and the shoulders. That's going to be big for the build. Big day. It's going to be a big day for the unemployed as soon as I hit the level I need. Night Sky trousers and whatever you've got on you. Am I the only one who enjoyed Battle for Azeroth? Horde vs. Alliance, the 7th Legionnaire Epic Gear. I mean, if you enjoyed it, great. I just didn't personally... I don't think it was what I wanted it to be. That's what it was. And it did come out a long time ago. I think I was expecting Horde vs. Alliance, and what I got was like Aztec dinosaurs. Hey, Kyrie started playing Lord of the Rings Online. Lord of the Rings Online I will still maintain is one of the best MMORPGs. It's brilliant. It's really good. It's a legitimately good game. Let's start to get you guys weak, if we can. Full-on weaken everyone. After this, we start doing big slashes. Start doing big hits, that's what we need. I did play Battle for Azeroth, and I had a Demon Hunter. A Vengeance Demon Hunter. I enjoy the Demon Hunter gameplay, to be fair. I think that's why I'm struggling now with jumps that don't double, triple, or glide. I am saddened that we haven't seen the body yet. But it is, of course, a drop from a trash mob, which is irritating. Sweeping Strikes plus Cleave. So Sweeping Strikes is that one. Your next 10 opponents strike an additional opponent, and Cleave... Okay. Does 18 plus to the nearest ally. Right, so Sweeping Strikes, and then just keep cleaving. I always thought that even if you had Sweeping Strikes, Cleave would still only hit 2 things. If you combine Sweeping Strikes and Cleave, do you hit 3 things instead? Wait, so you play retail? No, I played it for a bit back when Battle for Azeroth very first launched. Wouldn't say that I was good at it. Okay, so what I want to do is, I want to build this up, then use Sweeping Strikes, then just start cleaving. Okay, and that'll hit 3 things. I see what's going on there. Right, got it. I'm learning. If they release Wrath of the Lich King, I think I will make a Death Knight. Because the Death Knight does look fun. Can't believe how much... Can't believe how much experience we've gained already. This is amazing. God damn. Melee Cleave is going hard. It is, isn't it? We're doing really well. Cleave is going great. Isn't this classic? I suppose so. This is Classic Anniversary with the Burning Crusade currently added to it. All the Death Knight specs are so much stronger than their intended rivals for their roles. Oh, okay, hang on. So, does that mean that, like, the Death Knight DPS is just a better DPS than the other DPSs that are meant to be using two-handed swords, and the Death Knight tank is just better than the other tanks? And was it a healer as well? Was the Death Knight meant to be a healer? Oh, okay, they're a hero class. They can do everything they need to really well. Gotcha. So, in theory, could you just take a dungeon party made up of Death Knights and mages? Alright. Hang on, a Death Knight tank is a better DPS than a DPS. God damn. Alright. I see what's happening. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Okay. Right, time to just start cleaving. No. Stay here, you. I need Whirlwind so I can hit more things. That's what I need. Alright, so Death Knight was just like a straight-up hero class again. That's a shame. It's always a shame when one class can just do things just objectively better. Hope Grey, don't die. Do you need me to pull stuff onto me? I can if you need me to. Alright, cool, we're good. We're good. So Mages and Death Knights are going to be what we see if Wrath of the Lich King does come to fruition. I see. Mages and Death Knights. They don't do things better. Where did you get that from, Josh? Var, I think I got it from someone in the chat saying, and they do things better than the actual classes that were meant to do those things. I don't know. That's why I'm repeating the question to chat. When they first got released as a Blood DPS Death Knight, you could solo instances. Right, okay, gotcha. That was 30 seconds ago. Old news, unreliable source. I like that chat say something. I repeat the thing that they'd said as a question, asking them to clarify, and then other people jump in with like, Josh, what are you saying? That's wrong. I'm like, that's why I'm asking for clarification. That's why I want to know. I'm learning. Alright. Shall we clear the side rooms first? I think we should. Hi Josh, big fan. Mum is still missing. Have you seen her? No. At this point, we have to just accept that maybe she's just left you. I understand that you were like, oh, she's been kidnapped. At this point, we do have to at least entertain the fact that she doesn't want to be found. So I'm sorry. But we need to at least consider this as a possibility. Brenlin, don't die. Where's the wizard? Take the wizard out first, guys, if we can. Good job, Hunter. Alright, where's the wizard? Wizard has to go first. Chat is 50% good advice and 50% people who have no idea what they're talking about. The problem is, it's the same 50%. Like, they can have no idea what they're talking about and give good advice. That is the danger. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Beautiful. Death Knight is the hero class, but that doesn't mean it's better. They can tank and DPS, but they can tank and DPS with any of their 3 specs. They were intended for different purposes. Unholy could be magic tank, Blood self-heal tank, Frost the dual-wielding tank. Blood could also solo stuff in Wrath, but you need a godly good gear for that. I see. One day I'm going to take chat advice from just random people. And I'm going to ignore everyone else's advice and just hope it's right. Are you whacking enemies with a stick? It's a good stick. It's a very good stick, so yes. Alright, this is the other room of lots of enemies. So let's just get shouts going on. After doing all of this, we then get the sweeping strikes. The cleave. The cleave happens. Okay, so the cleave was about to happen, so I was about to say get ready for some cleavage, but I didn't think through that word before I said it. So, like, I mean, I stand by it, but it didn't mean what I thought it was going to mean. Is this JoshStrifeHayes from YouTube? It is indeed. Hello there. Welcome to the stream. How you doing today? You having a good day? Join us as we play some World of Warcraft. Smack around some undead inquisitors. And now I've said it anyway, show chest hair. I will show chest hair if you earn it. If you deserve it. Alright, we have to see if you're all allowed that. You don't just get it. You don't just get given chest hair, alright? There's a process to go through. Dusty mail boots. And they're pretty good. 221 armor. 9 stamina. Currently I've got the Chief Brigadier boots, which I think are better. So I'll pass those. Right. You, my friend, give me your legs. Now, I'm not going to say that I need Inquisitor Whitemane to drop the trousers, but I wouldn't be unhappy if that happened.
Infidels. They must be purified.
So time to run up and do a big slap. Let's go. She's wearing none, that is true. She takes her job as holder of the Holy Thibault very seriously. And goddamn, this is some DPS right here. Look at the DPS we just did. Look at the DPS we just dud PS. Alright, tank. You go where you need. Let's go. That's it. Do a line of sight pull over here if we can. Yeah, that gets us some cleave stuff going on. Now it's time to slap her around before she gets too cheeky. That was very, very fast. Good lord.
Arise, my champion.
I love that the totem is still just firing because you can't put a totem to sleep. Love it. Alright, guys. Let's weaken you two. Let's get shouting at you. Let's hit both of you. Now let's do some big deeps. Full DPS mode, let's go. Am I the guy that killed Terra? I am, and I'll do it again. I will do it again. The Hand of Righteousness. A 30 damage per second mace. That's pretty... It's pretty good. Let's be fair. And do you drop anything? Oh, okay, you drop the Aegis of the Scarlet Commander. God tier for the priest. Right, I've already got the Aegis. I don't need the lockbox. I've already got the Aegis up there as the shield, so I'm fine with that. Question is the Hand of Righteousness. Increase healing spells and damage done. It does, however, do more damage than my current weapon. But does the priest... Do we have a... Yeah, we do. The dwarf priest needs it. Yeah, I don't need that, do I? I mean, as tempted as I am to need, that would be wrong for me, so I will greed. And it goes to the priest, as it should have done. Right, again? You guys want to go again? That was amazing. That was an incredibly fast run. Sure, let's do this, guys. Let's do another run. That was one of the fastest Cathedral runs. Tad different from the first time MG did a run, and we were all like being super cautious with it. Oh yeah, I don't need the mace, do I? Because one more level and I get the Ravager. If you want a hearth and train skills, we can summon you back. That's your way of telling me to hearth and train skills, isn't it? He will get it because he only has one need, yes. Right, I am level 36 currently. Let me go and train some skills up. Let me sell some stuff. And then after selling some stuff, what I will do is... Menethil Harbour. Me old home. Me home of Menethil. With no class trainers anywhere. But we can probably quite quickly go to Ironforge. Right, off to Ironforge. Grab myself some skills. They'll summon me back. 2 more runs of that, I think, for a level. Then we get the Ravager, the helmet, the shoulder armor. Then we continue our journey for the Whirlwind Axe. You just started playing Age of Divinity 2 after you saw the new upcoming Divinity trailer. Oh, nice. The game is so good. Why do older games still stand the test of time? It's often because older games didn't necessarily focus on putting as much as they can into graphics. I do mean that. I'm not saying that older games didn't do the best graphics they could. I meant that doing the best graphics that they could in older games simply didn't take as long. Will I ever attempt hardcore? This is an emotionally hardcore run. Can I please invite you to the guild? Yeah, drop me a message. I'll sort it out. I will see what I can do for you. I will drop you an invite. There you go. You could learn gun or throwing weapon proficiency in Ironforge. Oh yeah, good point, because then what I can do is I can actually equip this with +2 strength, which is going to help out. They made the best style they could with the graphics they had. Yes, yes, they did. I'm not embracing the druid yet. We're not playing a druid. I'll play a death knight in the future, don't worry. Also, yeah, I tend to find that older games were often made by game studios, as opposed to being made by executive committees. Military ward trains over here. Cool. A lot of modern games now are built by committee. They're built by executive decision. They're built by what will be the most profitable thing to do, as opposed to what is the most fun thing to do. What is going to make our game profitable and what is going to make our game good and memorable aren't necessarily always the same things. Can't you afford a mount? No. Profitable, memorable, good. When all those things combine, you get a good game. Josh, do you give professional advice during WoW streams? I can. Depends what kind of professional advice you would like, Zach. Because I cannot promise it's going to be good advice. I can promise it will be advice. Alright, where's the class trainer? Who does teaching? Warrior trainer, you.
How are you?
Teach me. Right, mocking blow. Don't use it, but I'll know it anyway. Whirlwind. In a whirlwind of steel, you attack up to 4 enemies, causing weapon damage from both melee weapons to each enemy. Lovely. Right, whirlwind we've got, and I'll train everything else up just because I can. But I've got whirlwind now. Whirlwind goes from fury. It requires berserker stance. Right. I've never used berserker stance. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick berserker stance on in a minute. You guys can summon me back. I'm going to invite 2 people to the guild because they want to be invited. Then I'm going to get the old berserker stance going on. Right. Berserk. Holy, you are poor. Yes, I am solid because I'm not grinding the money and I'm level 36. So, but thanks for coming in and reminding me about that. I appreciate that. Let's stick on berserker stance. Let's put whirlwind on. It's got a 10-second cooldown. Well, that's going on number 3 then. I also want my cleave on number 2. I probably want the... All right, what else we got? Thunderclap goes on 6, as it always does. 4 is charge, but it requires battle stance. Alright, so whirlwind, and that's kind of it, really. Excellent. Right, I think I'm good. I think I've pretty much got what I need to be a berserker warrior. Whirlwind and... Oh, sweeping strikes, of course, on 7. That always goes on the same one. Because that way, even if I switch, I know where the abilities are. Like, I know that... What else is here? Oh, Battle Shout should probably... In fact, what I'll do is I'll put Battle Shout on 3. Whirlwind can go on 4. Because that way it's always the same. I also have... Ooh, Berserker Rage, a 30-second cooldown. Execute can go on 5, because that is potentially quite useful. What do I enjoy more? Seeing big numbers pop up when you do damage, or heal in a dungeon, or knowing the only thing between the mobs and them standing in your party is... I enjoy being given all of the loot. That's what I think I enjoy the most. I think yeah, that's... To me, the most important part of the game is... I think it's just being loved and adored. That's what it is. No, I like the big numbers. I like seeing the deeps numbers. I don't care about my team. As long as the deeps numbers are all good, and I'm happy. Right, I need you to sell me something. You, first of all, fix all my equipment. And now let me sell some stuff to you. What don't I need? I probably don't need these gloves anymore. because I'm currently wearing better gloves. I don't need bread. I can sell you this cheese I found in a dungeon. This bag is also useless. Have the... have this bow. Oh, I need to go and get training for the special things. I'm not using the cruel barb. It needs to be sold. It's time. The cruel barbara has been sold. 88 to 132. 100... Yeah, that's just way better up there. Okay, thrown weapons. Who teaches thrown weapons? If I were a thrown weapon teacher, where would I be? Probably this guy. You were right there. Excellent, cool. Hey, can you teach me how to throw things? I'm just bad at stuff. Weapon training. Guns. Guns isn't thrown. I need thrown, not guns. I mean, I'll learn anyway. Oh, you.
Hi.
How do I throw stuff? You're so small. How do you do anything? Thrown. Daggers. Crossbows. Right, I know all the things now. This is like the Matrix. I know Kung Fu. Josh, have I considered going for Might of Morgraine? The two-handed mace looks wicked. I have not. What is that? What is the Might of Morgraine? Is it in the Scarlet Monastery? Is it in... Morgraine's Might, 19%. Two-handed improves hit rating by 16. What does it look like? It looks pretty cool. That looks pretty badass. However, that gives plus 17 stamina. My Ravager Axe gives plus... Well, it just does more damage, to be fair. 104 to 157. Morgraine's Might. That's a tanky weapon right there. 2.8, and that's 3.5. Yeah, it's just too good. Alright, let's go again, shall we? Let me just reset all the instances. Cool. Morgraine's Might, it's very fast for a two-hander. Is it too fast? That's 38.9 damage a second, whereas that is 30... to be fair, the Ravager does more damage per hit, but it's lower DPS in general. Morgraine's might be a good idea. Especially improving the hit rating, because I'm going to be able to do more damage. If I get it, I get it. We'll see what happens. I'm in no rush. What is the difference between a good and a bad game? It cannot only be the amount of people who like it. Laration, the difference would be, is the game giving you the experience that you want to get from it? And if the experience of a game is you want to play it with a lot of people, then even a bad game could actually give you a good experience. Because if what is most important to you is the community of people playing, you could take a bad game and just play it with a lot of people. If a game is really good but it requires a community to function and the community isn't there, then even a good game is going to feel bad. It's also relative. You can take a game that has fantastic new innovative ideas and actually people don't want that. They want the same thing all the time. I often say that whenever you're designing something, and game designers ask me these questions all the time, I try and explain that the audience wants familiar novelty. They want something that they immediately understand, that they have never seen or experienced before. They want something that they can look at and go, this is brand new, and I immediately get what you want from me. Because when you give the audience something that is literally brand new, that's never been done before ever, people don't actually want to learn it. And when you give something that has been done 100 times already, people aren't actually particularly bothered. Oh, thank you. People aren't actually particularly bothered about playing that over the thing that they're already doing themselves. So you have to work out what you can do that is blunt weapon, sharp weapon. Okay, I'm going to go blunt on the fists. Yeah, you need to work out what you can do that is immediately familiar and yet at the same time remarkably novel. Now you might think, how the hell do you do that? How the hell do you create a game that is familiar and yet novel? I'll give you an idea. You guys ever played Trackmania? I don't particularly, have any love for Trackmania. However, I understand that it is absolutely, without a doubt, a game about familiar novelty. Familiar is you just kind of going really fast. Okay, cool. And then the novelty is, but you have to get around this incredibly complicated track as quickly as possible. World of Warcraft took the familiar of EverQuest and then added in the novelty of, but actually you're connected to a game that already exists that you've played, and it's going to be 5-person instance dungeons, and you've got the flight paths to and from the buildings and whatnot. There was a level there immediately of familiar novelty. Okay, so how long does Whirlwind last? Okay, so it just hits like once. The novelty of quests as well. Renegade Gauntlets, stamina and strength. Not as good as those. Where was my ability? What's it called? That one. No, that one. Blood Rage. Right, where's Blood Rage? Where is Blood Rage? There it is. You go there, I think. Nope, you don't. You go there. Right, sorry, I am paying attention. I'm just learning Berserker stance still. Add it to Sweeping Strikes, big burst of damage. Okay. So number 7, Sweeping Strikes. Number 4, Whirlwind. Gotcha. It hits 4 things. Okie dokie. You will say Classic feels like you need to have friends to play it. It definitely benefits from having a pre-created kind of community. Without a doubt. That's just true. Intercept is your charge in Berserker stance. Okay, got it. So I'm going to go for that, and then hit these guys with that. Then do Sweeping Strikes to hit everything. Alright, so Berserker stance is seeming quite good. I'm enjoying that. You can, see lots of numbers when you press 4. That's great. I do want to have Hamstring. Where's Hamstring? Hamstring and Fury? Or Arms? Hamstring goes on 9. I want to have the majority of my stances set up with the same kind of things per button. So I kind of know what's going on. 8 is Heroic Strike. 6 is Thunderclap. 6 is Thunderclap. We've got Whirlwind, Cleave, Shout. What was... that one was Demoralizing Shout. Okay, cool. Demoralizing Shout then goes... there. Okay, cool. Because I'm remembering where all the buttons are on my mouse. You dropped by to say thank you for the amazing YouTube content. Thank you very much. You have a fantastic voice for background entertainment while working. Keep producing it. I will do that. Thank you very much. One of the best experiences you've had with playing WoW for the first time. Never played an MMO before, so it was novel to you. But was it familiar in the case of you understood WASD movement? Give us a demoralizing shout. Not yet. We'll do that later. Now, the way I try and explain any of these things to people is you need to have familiar novelty, which is horrible. If you can find it, then great. Like, here's an idea. If you look at almost any super successful weird business, it has succeeded because of familiar novelty. In the 1980s, there was one of the most successful toys. It was called the Pet Rock. I've watched so much information about the Pet Rock because it fascinates me. It's just a rock in a little cardboard box that was designed to, replace needing a pet. The Pet Rock. Don't feed it, will never run away, you'll have it for forever, no mess, all that jazz. That is a perfect example of familiar novelty. The concept of a pet, familiar. The idea of just an inanimate object being the pet, novel. There you go. So, Pet Rock, familiar novelty. So whenever, and this links back to the question earlier of, you know, what do people want with the MMORPG? They want familiar novelty. Josh, you don't thunderclap in Berserker. Requires battle stance and defensive stance. Yeah, good point. What I'll do is I'll leave it on my bar anyway then, and then I'll just occasionally use it as and when I need to. It does seem that Berserker is mostly about just cleaving constantly. A, B, C. Always be clapping. If that's not available, always be cleaving. One more level until we get that beautiful, beautiful axe. But you can intercept instead of charge. Okay, right. Let's just see what intercept is all about, shall we? What was intercept called? And don't say intercept. Where is intercept? I'm not seeing it. Oh, it's there. Hang on. Charge an enemy causing 25 damage. Okay, cool. So, actually, we stick that there. Can you always intercept, even if you're in combat? What's the range?
Not enough rage.
Okay, you need rage. What? You need rage to be able to intercept? Right, so it requires 10 rage to be able to do. I see what's going on here. Now let's bring you back over here. Now let's attack you. You can intercept to avoid fall damage. Oh, clever! Love it when stuff like that happens. I'm still learning the Berserker stance. Still learning it slowly. Whew. Tank says wait, we wait. Josh mastering the ability of reducing every class to 1 or 2 keys at most so he can pay attention to chat. That's my plan. Basically, I don't want to have to think about what I'm doing in the game. Like, if I can press 1, 2, possibly if I'm feeling really spicy, 3. If it's an extra naughty night, then 4 keys. And still be at least semi-competent. Then I'll be happy. So right now I'm just waiting for my waiting for Whirlwind to come back up. Might also need to drink a potion, seeing as I went really low on health just then. You should play Destruction Warlock. That was my first character. The old Destro Warlock was the first guy I tried to play. Warrior wrong class for this. I know. I disagree. Warrior correct class. Big bonk slap class. Hit enemy, do good damage, yes. Priest is the best class in Classic, and you know it's true when the username is Moist Flap. Thanks. Thanks, I always like being given advice by Moist Flaps. Definitely the advice I pay attention to the most. When will you download a DPS meter? My DPS meter is the enemy's health. The faster it goes down, the more DPS I'm doing. Yeah, hold big weapon, wear big plate, smack enemy, enemy dead. Warrior do good, praise warrior. There was a Shadow Priest in Fairlina melting the whole alliance in Ungoro Crater. I have heard the legends of the Shadow Priests. I have heard that they are powerful. At least I am doing some damage, which makes me happy. I do love seeing the big burst of numbers whenever you hit the Whirlwind. Don't forget to use the Dragon Warhammer spec on bosses. No, I tend to save that spec for the Saradomin Godsword in case I need to heal. And people underestimate the power of the Zamorak Godsword, they really do. That Pinky, good day sir. I've been a long time YouTube watcher of yours and wanted to say thank you for being an inspiring personality and motivating people to not only do better, but to do something in general. Thank you very much. That is very kind of you. Where have all the kind people been? You've all crawled out of the woodwork today. Where were you yesterday? But it's all very kind. So many people are coming in here and saying good things. As long as one person has had a good day because of something I've been able to do, I'm happy. They were all kidnapped. That's what it was. They were all that guy's mum. It's easy to be mean behind a screen. Very true. Give a man a mask and he will show you who he truly is. Wise man said that. Do you know who that wise man was? Me, just now. Yesterday wasn't bad. It was just a traditional Thursday. And for some reason people were very... People seemed unhappy yesterday. Hope, what are you doing? Are you... Oh my god. Oh my god, they're pulling everything. Oh, good lord. Okay. Right, let's go. Let's do this. They're pulling everything. Good lord. Let's reduce the damage there. Oh my goodness, Randron, thank you very much for all the gifted subs. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so, so much. I will be able to continue doing this for another few days at least because of your support. I'm kidding. There's a couple of weeks here. Don't you worry about that. Don't you worry about that. We are doing fine. I want to... There we go. There's the lovely burst of Whirlwind numbers. The tank running around makes it harder for the enemies to hit them, which is just... That's just tactics. The Sentinel Trousers of Agility. 16 agility leather trousers. They are hunter weapons right there. Not weapons, sorry. Hunter trousers. Go on, hunters. Get your trousers, my friends. Pick them up. Do the trouser pickup. I think your DPS meter is more than the tank's health. If it's going down, you aren't DPSing fast enough. Yeah, there we go. That's how it should work. Stay still. The tank... This tank is an absolute masochist. Hope Grey is like, if I am not taking damage at all time, what are you guys even doing? Hope Grey must always be taking damage. Always. That's just what tanking is. It's just getting hit in the face professionally all the time. Would I ever have a talk with Jeff Kaplan? Or rather, would you try? I mean, I've got no particular reason to speak to the dude anytime soon, but, I mean, sure. If he wants to have a chat, fine. I'll have a chat with anyone. I've put out a new video, by the way, in collaboration with a guy called Nathan. It's on the JoshStrifePlays channel, and Nathan does incredible work diving into the tech behind old games. And he worked out what was making Dragon Age Origins crash whenever you got to Denerim. So that is a collaboration video on the JoshStrifePlays channel that I believe is out now. Nathan's lovely. Nathan's super cool. Nathan Biggs, I think his name is. Lovely, lovely dude. You watched it this morning, you understood some of it. Thanks, I was in it and I understood some of it. The entire 5 hour with Kaplan is so insightful into the industry as a whole. Obviously, he's got way more insight into the industry than I have. He works in it. He lived there for a long time. That was his life. Anyone that is, deeply involved in the industry is going to have just so much more information. Oh yeah, hang on. The Bone Biter Axe. That is something that I need to look into getting. People do say that the Bone Biter Axe is a really good weapon. And it's powerful, it's big, it's damaging. 20 strength, 10 stamina. The Bone Biter Axe is done through the quest line that actually involves the Scarlet Monastery, isn't it? You get the quest, then you do all the Scarlet Monastery quests, then you get the Bone Biter Axe. The Whirlwind Axe, however, is still being prepared. So worry not about that. Can I? There we go. Okay, have we finally bitten off more than we can chew? Have we finally lost the deeps? Has the tank finally begun rolling in the deeps? Because I am trying to kill one monk. There we go. Alright, Hope Grey is dying. Hope Grey. Oh, that was so bloody close. My lord. I'm dead. Okay, that was maybe too big a pull. Unless the guys can do it. I can reincarnate. I can't. Yeah, that was maybe too much. We are still dealing with level 34s and 36s. So we'll see what happens. I think those guys are leaving now. Yeah, that was a tad too many. Had me worried. If I had the Whirlwind axe, that would have worked really well. But I did not. MZ could solo this. Yeah, she probably could. She's not going to. Yeah, need to lower it to a more whelming level. Intercepting the heals can help when they do a big pull. Yeah, that sounds like a rogue job. That sounds like we are not going to be ungering and or bungering too well. So now we just wait for the guys to go back and we carry on. The Bone Biter is from that quest you went all the way to Desolace to kill 30 undead for. Oh, I remember that one. And then they speak to you about the fact that the Scarlet Monastery has got the Scarlet Crusade. Then you go to learn what the Crusade is, and you learn that it's become an overzealous religious fanaticism thing. Gotcha. Yeah, we don't need to do that again. We might do in the future, but we don't need to do that again. Is Josh short for Joshifer? It's Joshithy, actually. Joshithan. Jekyll. That's what it should be short for. WoW apparently does have a story. Joshuarathy. It's the full name. Will this be in the test? It's all in the test, Jim. It's all a test all the time. Have I considered they're angry all the time because their uniform is red? Oh, it's so simple. They should have just taken their uniform off and then they wouldn't have been angry. That's what Whitemane was in the process of doing. That's why she's slightly less angry. I see what's going on here. Warcraft is a game about doing 10 things a lot of times. Their uniform makes them faster. They're not orcs. Is the World of Warcraft Bonebiter related to the Bonebiter bow on Morrowind? Yes, they are married. When a Bonebiter bow and a Bonebiter axe love each other very much, they bite the bones together. I like that MZ didn't even check we were okay and just immediately starts looting. What a hunter. What an actual hunter thing to do. Huggy Beer, do you want some mana potions, mate? I believe... Ah, no, I sold them. I was going to say you can have some of mine, but I've just sold them. Elixir of Strength. And then Troll's Blood Potion. And I think everything else is good. Alright, cool. I think we're okay. Let me just double check everything. Don't think MZ's streaming right now. No, she's not. Cowardly behaviour. Why does no one ask how is Whitemane? Because everyone knows that they are absolutely fine. Just double checking the emails. Oh my god, born to game, forced to read emails. Just double check. God, I will read that later. I cannot pretend to care. We need to go and kill Whitemane. So much. Why do I come out of an ad in here? Cowardly behaviour. I was just discussing you. It's fascinating that you don't like retail because the story doesn't feel impactful. I feel that way about Classic. It almost feels like there's no cohesive or overarching story, but a lore of a collection of chores. I sometimes don't necessarily need to feel there's a major overarching story as long as I feel the small things I'm doing are impactful. Randran, thank you very, very much. Sometimes it's not about saving the entire world as it is about saving someone's world. It's possible to, instead of thinking this is a a worry that affects everyone we ever know, to simply think this is a worry that affects this person quite deeply, and I want to get involved and save that. A world is simply a collection of smaller communities, and as long as I can see that I'm having an impact on those smaller communities, then I will feel that the world is, as a collective, worth saving. It's hard to care about the world as a faceless, nameless collective, but it's very possible to care about an individual or a family or a community that you have met and can see the impact on. Saving the world is not always as impactful as saving someone's world. So, whenever I see... I mean, take the Duskmourn. Not Duskmourn, sorry. Duskwood. Duskmourn's the Magic the Gathering expansion. Take the Duskwood and the Darkshire expansion, the area. The whole Necromancer plotline, the families being haunted by that kind of stuff. The Stalvan, the old perv school teacher that you end up bringing to justice. That, to me, ended up feeling like I'd had more of an impact on the world than stopping some massive ancient elder titan destroying it. Aren't you the guy famous having said all the world's a stage? No, I think that was Brian Shakespeare. I guess your interest in stories tend to centralize around lore rather than individual impactful tales. Yeah, I mean, they're both valid. Also, when I say that I don't necessarily enjoy retail, it's because I do enjoy classic. And there's a limited amount of time in the day to play things. And if I can't find the time to play those things, then I'm going to focus on the things that I do have the time to play, which happens to be classic. Different people like different types of things and games and the way it's all set up and the way it works. You are watching a clip of me playing my rogue. Should use slice and dice. It drastically increases your base DPS. Yeah, thanks, Sock Puppet. That's great. I'll add that advice. I'll put that advice right on the fridge. And every time I see it, I'll think of you. And that will inspire me to buy a new fridge. No one's died yet, apart from me and somebody else. It's not worth using until rank 2. I'm level 37. I don't care about the meta enough yet to change literally anything I'm doing. I will occasionally put a skull onto an enemy. I mean, that's going to be lucky if I do even that, to be honest. Occasionally I'll use Demoralizing Shout. Sometimes I'll use Cleave. But apart from that, nope. When you sell the old fridge, will you remove the notes? No, because I believe the advice is so good that somebody else might need it. It might be very important that somebody else knows that. We've still not seen the Scarlet Monastery body. And it's from a trash mob somewhere. Chance of it dropping? Pretty low. But I want to see if I can get it. First time lurking on the live side. Morrow, welcome to the stream. Having your voice showing that chilling and talking to people is the main gameplay. Oh, yeah. Just chatting is the main game of WoW. WoW is honestly, from what I can tell, just a really, really pretty chat room. Like, it is very pretty, don't get me wrong, but it is a really pretty chat room. With, if you pay attention, a game attached to it. I love the fact that my best weapon combination right now is just some brass knuckles that I took from a torturer and a stick I found on the floor. That's straight up my best dual weapon combination. A stick and then just slapping them. A little bonk and tickle. That's what it needs to be. You like your weapon, will be sad to replace. What you're using currently, Hope Grey. Inspect. Oh, cool. Oh, nice. The Ardent Custodian. 48 to 90 damage, 32, 100 armor, fiery weapon, wizard oil. God damn. That is a gorgeous mace right there. Where do you get... That's the oiled up Ardent Custodian and the Black Skull Shield. Where do you get this from? God, goodness me. Oh, that is a dripped out paladin. The auction house, probably. That is a... Hey, as long as they're on our side, I'm happy. I'll stick to my stick. I showed you my oily stick. Please respond. How oily of that? It's too oily. It's too slippy. That's the problem. Right, kill the wizard first. There is no wizard. So, I suppose the abbot can go down first this time. Alright, come here, abbot. Abbot boy. Right, get demoralized, nerds. Now it's time. Time for the old Whirlwind. Your sweat detector went off. I'm pressing more than 3 buttons in a fight. I don't like it, you don't like it. Let's all pretend we're a bit scared. I'm pressing a lot of buttons, doing a lot of whirlwind damage. But hey, as long as the paladin's on our side, I don't care what equipment they've got. Is this a pass run? If I knew what that meant, I would be able to answer your question. But I do not. So, I'm just going to kill this abbot. Now, come here, abbot. Let me slap you around, my friend. Get bonked, nerd. Does anything more than... Yeah, anything more than 2 buttons is honestly just a little bit scary for me. I feel that I'm pushing myself too far if I do more than 2 buttons. Found some jade. I will return to the warlock at some point, by the way, because the great thing about the warlock is that you get to just stand far away and throw damage in. Which British soap opera theme song do I dislike the least? Barry, they're all just so good. You know, they're all... They've all got so much love and heart to them. Stand behind them, you're getting parried. Yeah, I wouldn't want them to feel too bad about not being able to do that. I want to make the enemy feel like they've got a bit of a chance with me, you know? But I do like the idea of just standing back as a warlock and just using Shadow Bolt repeatedly. Does the UK have neighbours? We try not to think about France too much. I mean, they're there, but like... I think we've all collectively agreed to just not discuss the elephant in the room. The UK... Do you mean the Neighbours TV show? Right, Neighbours is from Australia, correct? The UK's first exposure to Australian culture was a TV show called Round the Twist. And after being exposed to that, I think we're all collectively asking, are you guys okay? Because after being exposed to Round the Twist, there is no way that a comfortable, sane society produced that. Like, what you guys have got going on, that's your own thing. I'm sure there was a couple of Australian shows. I remember watching, there were 2 Australian shows that I remember specifically. One of them took place in an underwater scientific research facility. It was like a kid's show that was on in the morning. And one of them was about a time-traveling spaceship that looked like a giant egg that I think was called Aquila. So, Round the Twist, whatever that scientific underwater kids TV show, drama, research, underwater dolphin. Was it called H2O? Let me just see if it's called H2O. Hang on. H2O TV show, was that it? No, that was not it. That was the one with weird mermaids. What else was it called? Was it C-Lab? It might be C-Lab. Hang on. No, it wasn't animated. It was a real, actual one. Ship to shore. Hang on, guys. And there's a boss. Hang on. It was an Australian TV show. It was like... No, it was scientific. It was almost like a scientific future-y thing. Aquila was the spaceship one. It was a scientific, underwater TV show based for kids. Was it Ocean Odyssey? Look, guys, I know that you guys need my DPS right now, but I'm researching old Australian TV shows. It was either Sequest TV show. Ocean Odyssey. I don't think it was Ocean Odyssey. Was it Sequest? I don't think it was Sequest. Sequest seems too grown up. This was a real kids show. This was like a straight up... It was a cheap Saturday morning kids show with very obvious sci-fi style settings underwater. I seem to remember, I have this vivid memory of a kids' TV show in the morning of a guy, like a teenage guy and a teenage girl who had access to this time-traveling, flying, purple egg-shaped ship. I don't think it was Aquila, though. And one of the episodes sees the guy being sentenced to prison on a futuristic planet, and his sentence is to fix power transformers on a roof. That was like a core memory of mine. And I cannot for the life of me remember exactly what show that was from. Like, it's super weird. You think it's Ocean Odyssey? Hang on. Ocean Odyssey TV show. It had a lab, though. It had an actual underwater scientific style lab. I forget that's what it was from. You think that's the girl from tomorrow? Are you being serious? Hang on. Girl from Tomorrow TV show. It straight up might be that. That was so weird. God, Australia, what? Hang on, Orca. Orca is familiar. No, Orca TV show... kids TV show? No, it wasn't animated. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find what this weird underwater Australian morning TV show was. I'm Mandela affecting you in real life. Kids... What the hell was it called? Science Lab. Live, Australian... God, it was a weird thing. I don't think it was Sequest. Sequest is too adult. That's too grown up. Okay, hang on. We're fighting Morgraine now. My bad. You guys are just bringing the... Well, Josh is taking too long. Just bring the boss to him. Hang on, let me do some demoralizing shouts to help you guys out. I'll do some stuff. Right. Ask ChatGPT. We are incapable of finding it. The lab was called Orca. Okay. No, it doesn't look the same. This is weird. This is so weird. I'm going to find it at some point. I'm going to die in-game now because I'm searching for this weird TV show. It was the underwater world in a show called Parallax. Hang on. Oh, that is familiar. Okay, that is looking weirdly familiar. Okay. It could be that. That is definitely looking oddly familiar with the whole thing. I'll Google it later and work this out. Do you guys have some weird TV shows? I'm so focused, I'm ignoring the thighs. That's how focused I am on finding this weird-ass TV show right now. Did you guys ever have that weird thing from like your childhood where you vividly remember either a TV show or a movie or a video game and you just cannot for the life of you ever find it again? I remember when I was a kid watching... We've got the Aegis of the Scarlet Commander again and the Triune Amulet. Stamina, Intellect and Spirit, a neck item. I suppose it's possibly good for me. Aegis I've already got. So don't need that again. The Triune Amulet, I've not got any amulet, so that could work. Like, only for the stamina. I'll greed it, but I don't need it. I have a vivid memory of when I was a kid. There was a film on TV, and I forget the name of the film, but it was one of those weird 90s films that had a strange, nonsensical plot. And all that was happening was... Have we killed this guy already? Yeah, okay, cool. It was about a guy jumping into TVs to hop through various... Oh good, Emsy's dancing on the table again. To hop through various, like, TV-style channels to escape. It was a very 90s film. The main hero looked a little bit like Kurt Russell. And I remember there was this one scene where he finds a TV screen on the floor, clears away some dirt and debris from on top of it, and then just jumps down it. Yeah, the inspiration for, like, Gex Enter the Gecko kind of thing. It wasn't Quantum Leap. It may have been Quantum Leap. I haven't watched all of Quantum Leap. I don't know. You ended up finding the game you couldn't remember, a really old RPG called Farland Odyssey. We had Ace Lightning. Yeah, we had Ace Lightning in England. It wasn't big, but we did have him. Sam and Dean were trapped in TV land during an excellent episode of Supernatural, without a doubt. Would it be a film called Stay Tuned? I'll have a look. We'll do this one more time. I should level up one more time. It could be Time Bandits as well. Stay Tuned film. Oh, it could be that. It could be Stay Tuned. When did that come out? 1992. Yeah, that would fit. That would fit. Oh, that was such a weird-ass film. The 90s was crazy for weird films. Right, we've reset the Scarlet Monastery. Important question. Would I rather be Dean or Sam Winchester? Based on what Dean goes through, I think I'd rather be Sam. To be fair, neither of them have had an easy life. Right, do you guys want to go and sort some stuff out so we can resummon you? We will resummon as and when needed. Let me just attack this Scarlet Sentry first of all. You can't whine enough to be Sam. Look, Sam has struggled. Alright? Sam is objectively a better person. You say that. The true story of Supernatural is two brothers constantly sacrificing themselves for each other until eventually the devil gets up and just kills himself. That's ultimately what happens. It's literally, no, I'll save you, no, I'll save you, but I'll save you, but I'll save you. And then he's like, you know what, lads, fuck it, I'm out. Deal with some Leviathans. Deal with anything that isn't me. You know, there's far older things. Just go sort some stuff out. Would I be Crowley or Castiel? No. I have embraced my role. I have embraced my role as second monitor content, so if I had to be one of the characters from Supernatural, I would be the other Winchester brother that nobody remembers exists. I would be Adam. There you go. Just straight up, no one even remembers. Adam, the one who turned into a ghoul randomly. You guys are fighting, that's fine. There's a third brother? Exactly. There you go. I think the third brother was a thing that they brought in briefly because they completely forgot that they needed to, you know, do that. The actor who played Adam had a mildly successful career after that. Perfect. That's all I can ask for. You're 6 episodes into Supernatural, your girlfriend's favourite show. I'm so glad. I have no idea what this means. Okay, QWERTYCAT, let me explain something to you. I could literally explain to you the entire plot of Supernatural and it would still make absolutely no sense. Like, I could say, I'm going to describe 2 episodes to you right now, alright? One of them sees Castiel, the angel, losing his angelic powers and becoming the leader of a sex cult. And the other one sees Sam and Dean having to do the entire episode in Japanese because it's a parody of anime. Alright? You have no idea if one, both, or neither of those episodes is actually real. Because the crazy thing is that they could both be real. I think that if you stop watching Supernatural after season 5 and then just watch like the best episodes of seasons after that, it's amazing. Right, who else do we need? MZ, Huggy Beard, Brenlin, Hope's here. Cool. The Scooby-Doo episode is great. Yep. Don't forget the one where Dean talks to animals. Don't forget the one where Dean becomes scared of everything and screams as soon as the closet opens. And don't forget the one of them where their dad turns out to be God. One of those is a lie. I think that Supernatural is a perfect series of 5 seasons. And I think it was always designed to be 5 seasons. And after the 5th season, I think they kind of just carry on writing, not because they've got a story to tell, but because they just kind of want to keep going. I think that the 5-season arc was always designed because it was basically the pentagram. That was meant to be season 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then they trap the devil. That's the point. And then as soon as season 5 ends, I think the last episode of season 5 should have ended 10 seconds earlier. Those of you who know what I'm on about know exactly what happens in those 10 seconds. Cut those 10 seconds from the end of the episode. It is a perfect 5-season arc. But they were like, nope, it's making too much money. Keep going, guys. The first 2 seasons are still trying to work out what the hell's going on. Seasons 3 to 5, brilliant. Now, there are some good episodes after season 5. But there are some amazing episodes after season 5, without a doubt. I'm not saying that nothing good happens in Supernatural after season 5. The French Connection is an incredible episode. I'm on 19 gold, by the way. So, yeah. Oh, hang on. I've done all the changes and stuff now, haven't I? I'm all ready to go. Cool. You enjoy my content? Keep it up. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, the Monster of the Week episodes I really enjoy. I think that there is a value to a TV show having characters that act as archetypes that simply experience an event and then move on. Sometimes a character is a symbol of a specific archetype, and something that I enjoy in TV is not necessarily when characters grow and change, but when you get to watch those archetypes deal with a problem. I think one of the best seasons of TV is Star Trek The Next Generation. Any chance I get to wax poetical about Star Trek The Next Generation, I will. And while the characters definitely, mature through Star Trek The Next Generation, I don't think they necessarily ever change the archetypical point that they have in the cast. Picard is meant to be the thinking leader. Riker is meant to be the slightly more boisterous, slightly more arrogant, a guy who's willing to do the cheekier jobs but is still respectful to his leader. Data is still the one who's struggling with his humanity, who is always mathematically but not necessarily socially correct. You've got all of that. The Forge is the one who is super bloody good with systems but doesn't always think through the plans that he's going for. I love that kind of stuff. And I don't hate the fact that season 3 and season 6 of The Next Generation the characters are still kind of the same. Like, have they gone through stories? Yeah, they've gone through stories, but we're still watching the same archetypes. Kind of just watch what happens. I love that stuff. So when we're talking about Supernatural, the archetypes of Sam Dean and Castiel are just dealing with problems and monsters of the week. There was literally an episode that mocks this with the monster of the week where they take on a vampire that's done in black and white, and it's hilarious. What reality TV have I consumed? I'm not really a big fan of reality TV because the amount of studying that I did at uni on reality TV has very much jaded me to how it is. Because I know that what you see is very much curated and edited to create drama that may not necessarily have ever been there. Like, I've got friends who have done extra work. Do you guys ever remember a TV show called Banged Up Abroad? Or Locked Up Abroad? It was one of those Channel 5 style documentaries of, we're following these travellers as they go through the airport and they've brought some contraband with them and they're locked up. Okay? It's a performance. Most people on that show aren't actually in jail or locked up. They are actors. They get paid to do that show. Isn't that a given? I thought everyone knew that's what reality TV is. No, Meat Soup, they don't. It's not. People don't know that at all. Meat Soup, you have to remember the classic George Carlin line. Think about how dumb the average person is and then realize half of them are dumber than that. I know, unfortunately, a lot of people who watch reality TV shows who think that's actually what it is. What reality TV shows are is cameras following around a group of people who are all trying to be the most interesting person for 8 hours a day, and then they effectively take all of those people and say, right, let's edit this to make you the good guy, you the bad guy, you are the kind one, you are the dumb one. They create a story from it. They straight up do create a story. The idea that, you know, Big Brother always used to have a bad guy, one that the public hates, the one that the public loves, that's just created. That's fully curated. It is just theatre created from hours and effectively hundreds of hours of footage. It's just WWE, but the acting isn't as good, and the action isn't as fun to watch. So when people go, you know, oh, I thought everyone knew that reality TV was fake. No, they don't. Not everyone knows it's fake at all. Most people think that they are actually watching something that is in some way real. What you're watching is an exploitative formula for TV, where some producer has realized that instead of hiring actors who are good at what they do, it's much cheaper to get a load of fame-hungry people who just want to be on telly, hope that they act like a douchebag for a week, and then edit that together into something that makes for compelling TV for people that don't want to think too hard. I mean, you guys think that people don't get into TV? In the UK, we had people write in to the TV Commission to complain about actors on TV being douchebags too much. People used to genuinely complain that Grant Mitchell was a bit too much of an arsehole. We've got an entire, you know, remember that people in real life met Jack Gleason, the actor that played Joffrey, and legitimately hated him. Like, the dude's an actor, he's performing. Never underestimate the level of parasocial connection that people will form with people they see on telly. So to link this back to which reality TV have I consumed, I really don't particularly care about any of it. There was an old reality TV show that lasted for about one season that followed a drama school around. And the whole thing was like, these kids are in drama school. They're all going to be really bitchy and horrible to each other because only one of them can land the big role in the big film. That's not how it is at all. Everyone at the school was remarkably supportive to each other. And when the TV show came out and they had framed them as being this, you know, very self-centered, very self-focused bunch of narcissistic pricks, that was as far from the truth as you could be. They were a really supportive bunch of people. The Traitors is pretty good, though. So A friend of mine was on a TV show similar to The Traitors called The Inheritance. I don't know if any of you guys watched the show The Inheritance. I caught a few episodes of it because my friend was on it. But she even contacted me afterwards and said, hey, just so you know, the vast majority of what actually happened was cut off. You didn't actually see how people ended up interacting with each other. Is this a reality TV show? It's real. I mean, chatting to you, there's a level of performance, there's a veneer of stage lights and camera to it, but there's no script. Your girlfriend loves The Traitors. So one of my favorite board games ever is called Resistance, which is a sci-fi reskin of a game called Avalon. And it is basically a social deduction game. People that are into board games or card games have known that social deduction games have been a thing for a while. There is no script. Say the loop right now. That's not a script, Matt. That's just something that I've memorized. So anyone that knows, absolutely anyone who has played lots of board games or lots of card games has probably played a social deduction game. One Night Ultimate Werewolf, Werewolf, Mafia, all that kind of stuff. Social deduction games have been a thing for a while. I just think TV executives realized that you could make a compelling show of TV by taking people and making them play a social deduction game out loud. That's what it is. The Town of Salem, Werewolf, Blood on the Clock Tower, even Among Us. Among Us is a social deduction game. That's pretty much all it is. And then you take a load of people that want to be famous or people that are entertaining, and you make them play a social deduction game where they're like, oh, I don't trust you. Oh, but I don't trust you. Oh, well, I don't trust any of you. Okay? I'm like, we have no information to go off. My favorite element of any social deduction game is when always someone goes, okay, so this is a new game now, but you were the bad guy last time, so I'm going to look at you again this time. I'm like that. You have taken information from a previous game that does not continue into this game, and you have made it matter in this game. You have been completely mechanically hoodwinked by this, and yet that weirdly does make it better, because I'm now going to know if I can use this information that you wrongfully or rightfully have against you. You're metagaming through emotion, not mechanics, and I love that. You used to be in school for law, so you're pretty good at it. What people tend to forget so much is that so much of human interaction is based on whether the other person likes you or not. That's pretty much it. You can be in the right, and if someone doesn't like you, that won't matter. The vast amount of human interaction is based on whether someone does or does not want to be your friend, or does not want to use your power. And I love that. I absolutely love that. If I ever get a chance to follow a process through an in-person meeting instead of an email, I'm doing the in-person meeting. Because I know that my strengths lie in that meeting, not in writing the email. Can you ask for some Warhammer advice? You can, but I can't promise it's going to give you good advice. But you can absolutely ask. It's a vibe check. You are too extroverted. You're too dangerous to be left a nerd. People say extroverted or introverted based on how people act. I think that's how people recover their energy. Like, I love when I have energy spending it on, extroverted stuff, but it's also very important for me to be able to just chill out and relax, because I think that I regain my energy through being alone, but I spend it through being with people, and that's what I love. And I'm not going to be like, oh, I'm an introverted extrovert, because everyone is at that point. At that point, you're just describing literally everyone. It's a Barnum statement, which are fascinating, by the way. We'll look into those soon. But I like, when my social battery is charged, I like spending it by being with people. But I guarantee that being with people and doing stuff like this is not recharging my social battery. This is spending the energy that's in it. I will recharge it by sitting and painting Warhammer and listening to podcasts and YouTube videos, and then I will spend it by being with others. Like, if someone said you had to be with others for the last, 3 or 4 months, that would be incredibly draining. It was like when I was doing the film project, and thank God that everyone on that film project was a nice person. Because spending a month, nearly a month and a half, in the middle of the countryside in a tiny cottage with like 20 people, that's testing for anyone. Thankfully, everyone there was like a really, really well-adjusted professional. Is streaming video games spending or recharging for you? Spending. This is how I use my energy up. If I didn't want to be using the energy up, I would just be playing the game on its own. But just because it costs me energy doesn't mean that it's not worth doing. It's like the fact that anyone that goes to work is going to spend a level of mental and physical energy at what they do. What YouTubers do I watch regularly? I mean, I can get the list up and see what I've watched through recently. I mean, if normally it's longer form essays about stuff that I do know about, stuff that I don't know about. Recently, I've been absolutely fully invested in the saga of Audrey Winter and the book The Age of Scorpius. Like, I am so invested in that whole thing. I have no interest in book talk whatsoever, but I will watch every single video about that whole thing. Like, I am fascinated by that. I will watch like a 10 or 11 hour retrospective on a game I've never played and never will play. I mean, when Ross releases a video and he's like, hey, welcome to the Game Dungeon, here's an old 90s game you'll never play. Done. Happily watch it. One Short Eye and all of his videos about any of the old Dungeons and Dragons stuff, love all that. Big fan of all that. I think One Short Eye is one of the most underrated YouTubers. Henry Lewis. Happily watch Henry Lewis's videos on... I helped him out with a video recently. I say helped, I was just very brief cameo in it. But yeah, anyone that's making a video about something that they care about and watch. Mandalore Gaming, that's some good stuff as well. Kamikaze Short Bus and all of her essays on the American healthcare system. Very entertaining YouTuber. Who else would go with stuff? Obviously Kadikarus, because you just kind of have to at that point. Right, I cannot be made invulnerable. Blessings of protection. I've got... Okay, there we go. I thought I was unable to take damage there. What about podcasts? I tend to treat YouTube videos as podcasts. That's the best way I can put it. Never Knows Best is good. Yeah, Jacob Geller's there. Patrician TV, watch that as well. Lots of Warhammer stuff. Salt Factory, Summoning Salt, Carl Jobst. Defunct Land is always interesting. Yep, all these good ones. I bop you when you are in danger zone, so don't die. Thank you. I'm glad that my entire party here have realized that I am basically a liability at this point. Medulla, good stuff there as well. Yeah, I would definitely say that One Short Eye is... One Short Eye covers old point-and-click adventure games. Like, if he'll put a video out and I'm like, you know what, I'm probably never going to play Laura Bow, the Dagger of Amun-Ra, but I will absolutely watch a 3-hour video where you explain how the speedrun has progressed. That's what I'll do. This stream is just a podcast. That's what this is. This stream, it's a background live podcast where I don't research what I'm talking about. That's how it should be. How do I find this stuff? I just browse YouTube quite a lot. I mean, what was the last stuff that I've been watching on YouTube? I can just go back to, like, see what the stuff would recommend me in general. I mean, yeah, Carl put a video out recently. I'll watch some shorts if they interest me. I've got some... I mean, I listen to a lot of music from the Aviators. Big fan of those guys. Super RS is making some good stuff recently. Colonello, if it's going to be kind of RuneScape videos explaining about something that I don't understand. I watched a video by Frank recently called How Fast Can You Die in World of Warcraft, which I thought was fascinating. It's fascinating stuff. Just show you with Nathan Briggs. Oh, he's amazing. Nathan was lovely to talk to, an absolute gent. So I'm glad you guys enjoyed the Nathan Briggs video. He was very kind, very generous with his time. Lovely dude. The things you don't understand must be a very long list. Absolutely. I'm fully willing to admit that I have very little knowledge in, the specifics of anything. I just like to think that I have an interesting amount of general knowledge. I think I'm probably a specialist in general knowledge. And then, of course, I will watch Chris Broad from abroad in Japan. I'll watch the Trash Taste podcast as and when I can. Those guys were great. Yeah, a generalist. But we were talking about this yesterday, about reaction content, and I came to a bit of a conclusion. I came to what I think is a bit of an easy way to put this. Content creating, the process of actually taking an idea from not existing to existing, is not as rewarded online as content curating. Finding stuff that already exists and bringing it to the masses. Creating is risky. Creating brings the potential of failure and the potential of the time, the money, and the emotional investment that you put into crafting any piece of artwork could potentially fail. But curating, the idea that you simply seek out what already exists, decide whether it is good or not, and then use your platform to expose that thing that you have found to a larger audience, that removes the risk of the creation process and increases the amount of content that you are able to, in the time you've got, physically put out. So content creators ultimately have to decide whether they want to continue creating or whether they want to start curating. Because curating will always put out a ton more content than creating can. And curating will also allow you to reach a greater audience because you can then simply put out videos on more subjects because you're taking videos from experts in those subjects and saying, hey, you should watch this. Bro, seeing shorts with some random person describing what's happening drives you up a wall. Yeah, I think what I really dislike is when you see a short and all someone has done to make it better is stuck themselves in the corner over it, just looking at it. One guy that irritates me, I don't know the guy personally, I'm sure he's a lovely person, but I don't know him, is there is a content reactor who wears like OSHA-style safety gear. He wears like a hard hat and he wears a yellow high-vis vest, and then he just edits himself over clips of people being dangerous on work sites. But all he'll do is he'll be like, have your clipboard, he'll be like, he'll look to one side and then they'll play the clip of someone being, dangerous on a work site, and then he'll shake his head and look to another side and then they'll play another clip. And I'm like, you've done nothing. You've not found these clips, you've not specifically filmed these clips, you've not edited these clips. You've just reacted to it in a way that gives you a level of moral superiority over the people that are in the clips. And so people are going to watch those clips and think, oh my god, I agree with this guy because everyone else is being such an idiot, I'm smart. And Xavier says, I watched that guy, it's funny. Cool. Cool, I'm glad that is the content that appeals to you. That makes me sad every day that I'm bothering scripting or editing anything. But one thing that we also need to remember is the vast amount of people do not care. As long as you show them a funny video with a silly thing, they don't actually think that deeply about it. And you know what? Why should they? Why should they? It's literally just, hey, here is a funny video that's happening. I'm new here, what am I supposed to care about? Whatever the hell you want. Whatever the hell you want, I can't tell you what you can or can't care about. I can just tell you that ultimately, creating is not as lucrative as curating. Because creating takes a risk, curating takes risks that have already been taken and then redeems the rewards for themselves. I really liked your MMO healer vid. Have you considered more of them? I considered more of them and then thought that it wouldn't be a long-term viable thing to keep going. I did that for fun, though. I mean, the algorithm will reward people for consistency. Familiar novelty. That's what we need. Seeing a well-made funny video, then seeing 20 other people make the same video frame by frame, but just with them in it. Yes, and the great thing is, once people see that well-made funny video and they copy it, they are reducing, to effectively zero, the risk on themselves, because they already know it's something that works. I don't mind watching experts on certain topics, or entertainers talk about topics they know quite a bit about. That's always fun. I think to me it's about the intention of the artwork. But creating is risky. Curating is lucrative. Are quarter zips the greatest invention in fashion? No, I think that would be the cape. Why is it so hard to make YouTube, for YouTube to split the reaction statistics gained from views to the original creator? Because you don't know where they did or didn't come from. Is it because they would have to do something? It would be twofold. One, they would have to do something. Two, YouTube benefit from reaction content existing, at least in the short term. And three, if you watch someone's reaction to a video, you may not necessarily click the link from their original video. You might in the future think, oh, I saw this person being reacted to. I'll simply go and search that person up. Do I have any low effort or low effort content I enjoy? Guilty pleasure-esque content. Soul Crystal. The words guilty pleasure, I've discussed this before. It's really weird because it makes it sound like you are, wrong for enjoying it, or you don't want somebody to find out. It's Xavier. I had a feeling you might have done, Xavier. So, I mean, not particularly. I'm kind of okay with the stuff that I enjoy, but as far as low effort content goes, no, I tend to turn low effort content off quite quickly because it just doesn't hit the same centers that the higher effort content does. But again, I'm not telling you that you can't like these things. They are popular for a reason. People want them. If I'm wanting to start a YouTube channel, what would be the content I would recommend a beginner start with as a gamer? The content that you actually like. The audience can tell. If you make a video about stuff you don't care about, the audience will be able to know straight away you are just trying to make it for the views. Make content that you actually feel that you have something to say on. Because if you've not got something to say on it, why the hell are you doing it? Do you think you have a bit of a bias because you're a content creator and know the effort it takes doesn't take? Of course, absolutely. Yeah, 100%. It will be the same bias as... I mean, if you know any job and then you see somebody do that job in a way that you can then judge or be critical of course you're going to have a level of judgment to it. It would be how the fact that every builder thinks every other builder is an absolute cowboy and not doing the job correctly. Once you understand, how the thing is made and how the thing is done, that's when you need to start understanding the in-depth aspects of it. If you've been training in martial arts for many, many years and then you watch someone talk about martial arts, but you're suddenly aware, actually, hang on, this person has no idea what they're talking about. You only know that they're full of shit because you know what the answer should be. So, yeah, of course, I've got a different perspective on these things from when I, used to work as other stuff. Oh, Sawman UK. Oh, Sawman's great. Yeah. Sawman's fantastic. Met him, I spoke to him a couple of times. Enjoying making videos can fail over making stuff for views. Yeah, you can make stuff for views and you can make stuff for the audience, make stuff for yourself. I can wear, oh yeah, one more pip and I'll be able to wear the shoulder armor, the helm, and the axe. It's going to be a big day for the build. Really big day for the build. But the content creation game is you have to ask yourself, are you doing this because you love content creating? Or are you doing this because you want to make money off it? Or are you doing it because of, and believe it or not, this is an answer, both. Some people think that you need to do stuff for the love of it, which means you need to do it at the cost of all financial gain. And other people think you need to do stuff purely for the money and you cannot think of anything else in between. There is a balance. There is a middle ground where you are doing stuff because you like doing it and because you want to get paid to do it. You can find that ground. That's totally allowed. It's when people think that you have to do one at the expense of the other that we run into we run into the problems. Phalanx shield of the tiger. I've already got a good shield. So what I really hate is when I say to someone, you know, hey, I can't make this video, it's going to take me too long, I know it's not going to get enough views, and people go, oh, just do it for the love of it. Why aren't you doing it for the love of it anymore? Because my mortgage and my bills don't take for the love of it at the end of every month. We've got to sort that out, you know? People tend... You know what, that's the perfect way to put it. The ultimate goal is that human beings think with their emotions more than they think logically. And I guarantee that when you meet someone that says, I just think logically, they are some of the most emotional people you will meet. Because people who actually genuinely do think logically understand that emotions play a huge part in the human condition. People that want to focus on logic over everything else are ignoring the most logical thing, which is not every human thinks like them. That's just one of my... You know, okay, people ask me what my pet peeves are all the time. People that pride themselves on being logical get remarkably emotional when you don't agree with them. Human beings are emotional by nature. We want to be liked. We want to be part of a tribe. We want people to feel that, you know, we are special and important. And as soon as you go against that, I guarantee it's the people that pride themselves on logic that get the most annoyed. People that tell you that they're just brutally honest care more about the brutality than about the honesty. And people that say that they're just telling it like it is very rarely like to hear it like it is. Am I logical? Only until I get emotional. I will be remarkably logical up until the emotions kick in. And then suddenly human beings are not about being logical, they're about being emotional. You pride yourself on being rational above all else and you're very much aware of your emotions and other people. You just try not to get overpowered by them. That's fine. You're probably just not the person that always just goes, I'm just being logical. It's just logical, it's just important. Just do this, just do that, just do the other. People that want to pride themselves on critical thinking very rarely actually do. They normally are about critical feeling. It just happens that their feels are also what they think. Maybe this is just a personal thing, but I've often discovered that the people that like to insult other people for having feelings are the ones that then have the biggest and strongest feelings. You cannot separate emotion from who you are as a person. The people that mock other people for being snowflakes, the people that mock other people for being, oh, so weak and emotionally driven, get remarkably upset whenever you point out flaws with them. It's projecting. That's what it is. My issue is when people feel entitled to your money because they made something rather than what this person made is awesome, I'll support them to make more. Yep, Sergeant Kavik, that's absolutely correct. I completely agree with that. I will make the art that I can make. I hope that people are able to pay what they're able to pay to enjoy the art and to allow me to continue making it. What I would like is for a couple of remarkably rich people to be able to fund it for everyone else so they can enjoy it for free, because money's tight for everyone. That's great. What I sometimes dislike is when the art that I made for people, often paid for and supported by for the fans, is then taken by people, reacted to, and used to make them money that the people that allowed me to make it didn't necessarily want to give it to that person. Does that make sense? I want to be able to continue creating the entertainment that distracts you from, you know, everyday life. We all need entertainment. Entertainment does have a value. It's not as important as, you know, food, shelter, that kind of stuff. But once you've got that sorted and you want to have a bit of fun with something else, that's what I'm going to be here for. I would love for the stuff that I make, whether it's videos, Twitch streams, collaborations with other people, plays, art, shows that I'm hosting, all of that kind of stuff. I would like it to be able to be lucrative for me and sustainable, that it becomes a thing that I can keep doing to the best of my ability. It irritates me when other people benefit from that more than I do, because that's just a human reaction. I'm doing the work, why are you getting the reward, kind of thing. JSH has become a pompous clickbait rage baiter. Right, do you believe that? Or is that like a little joke you were telling? I can't tell. Tone doesn't carry well on the internet, so you have to tell if that's like a genuine thing. I would hope that I haven't. But I mean, I'm sure at some point I definitely will. But yeah, being aware of... I mean, we're talking now about the human condition. Soccer, I agree. They'll never do it, but I would agree. Right. Is that the only drop we got? Oh, we got the gauntlets. Okay, cool. Already got the... hang on, gauntlets of divinity. They are level 39, but they also do not have the special set bonus. I wonder if the gauntlets would help, and the Triune Amulet, Stamina, Intellect, and Spirit. I'm going to need the Amulet because I have no neck item currently. And the gauntlets... no, my current ones have got Strength. I don't need those. The gauntlets might be better if I don't have the full set, but I'm kind of hoping I'm going to get the full set pretty soon. That's my kind of whole vibe. Level 39. I'm not going to be able to wear that for a while, but I've got it. Right, I am so close to a level up. Do you guys want to do one more? 32 AP equals 16 strength. One more level, and I'm going to get the Ravager, the helmet, and the shoulders. It's hard not to be called the Rage Baiter, because some people don't realise that it's on them for getting angry. There's a difference between rage baiting, emotional titling, and clickbaiting. Clickbaiting is getting the click at the expense of everything else. Even if you don't answer the question, all that matters is the original click. Emotional titling is getting the click because you want someone to feel something, and you want that click to be effectively validating a feeling or following a feeling. And then the content itself is meant to answer the question that it sets up, or it's meant to explain why that feeling exists. Rage bait is often, I'm going to say or do something that is going to make you angry simply because I know that anger is the most shared and most followed emotion. You can have a different opinion. Sebi, thank you for saying that. You can have a different opinion to someone and not think that it's rage bait. What's up, brother? But people always go, oh my god, your video is called worst MMO ever. They're rage baiting. No, I would call that emotional titling. Because I'm saying, is this the worst MMO ever? Then I'm giving you an answer in the video where I say either no, it isn't, or it might be because of this. Hey, you're from Australia, and I missed a lot of your streams. Want to say that your WoW journey has been entertaining. Oh, thank you very much. That's very, very kind of you. Right, let's take a 5-min break for tea, then another cath, and we will get those legs and the main body. And I'm going to level up and get to use my axe and my helmet and my shoulders. Oh, it's going to be a good day. It's going to be a beautiful day. But people don't understand the difference now between rage baiting and emotional titling and just angry stuff. People online, it's very important that people tell you that they're angry. I don't know if you've noticed this. If someone is annoyed or someone has a negative opinion or someone needs you to know that you're wrong, they must tell you. Because telling you validates them. Everyone online needs people to know when that person is wrong, or incorrect, or stupid, or sad. And unfortunately, there was a great video by the content creator CGP Grey where they worked out that anger, annoyance, negativity is more shared than anything positive. So when people message me and they're like, Josh, why do you only share negativity on Twitter and Instagram? I'm like, because you guys share it. Because mathematically and statistically, that is just the most shared type of content. And those platforms are just marketing.
So we just need the numbers above all else, which sucks. But unfortunately, people remember negative more than they remember positive. They share negative more than positive. And that's part of the human condition, and it sucks. And everyone that has tried to build on being purely positive will never achieve the numbers of purely negative. That's a great Wobberjack, perfect. Elvis's manager sold pin badges that said both I love Elvis and I hate Elvis. If you guys want to see an exact example of this, 2 channels that I follow put out 2 very similar videos. The Tolarian Community College for Magic the Gathering put out the video called, like, the 5 best things in Magic this year, and then they put out the 5 worst things in Magic this year, and the worst video did way better. And then there was a Warhammer channel that put out the best things about Warhammer, and then the worst things about Warhammer, and the worst thing got about twice as many views as the best thing. Now, Knight, good question. What about Co-Carnage? I'm not saying there is no one online that tries to spread positivity. I've never at any point said that. If you want to infer that, you can, but you're wrong. I have never said no one online wants to spread positivity. I have said negativity has greater reach and spreads more. And that, unfortunately, is just a fact. It sucks, but it's a fact. Spreading positivity online is a good thing to do, and it is, from a marketing point of view, the weakest thing that you could do. Right, guys, go and enjoy 5 minutes. Here's a DVD logo, and here's a timer. If you're not subbed, get advertised at. I'll see you guys in 5. It's going to stick on the old countdown timer just there. Beautiful. Right, see you in 5. Alright, I'm back. There best not be a harem of people dancing around me. Oh my goodness. You can't get away from it. You literally can't. She just won't not dance. God damn. Reset. Let's go. Oh, right, what we're talking about. What's going on? Are people like, yeah... Oh, that was nearly a corner on the DVD logo. As soon as I left, someone said, yeah, but toxic positivity is just as bad. And I completely agree. It is so difficult to have a discussion about anything online, because as soon as you say, hey, this is maybe not the best thing in the world, it is straight away met with, yeah, but the opposite's just as bad. I'm like, yes. Mostly, extremes of either thing aren't great. Like, you can... I understand that toxic positivity does also suck. No one is denying that. It's funny, the last time I talked about positive psychology, someone jumps in with, but this is also bad. Yes. Yes, it is. I get that. I understand. I'm on board. I think people just want to be heard. That's what it is. People wish to be heard, and whenever there is a thing to be spoken about, and you're talking about it, people feel like they have to defend their side of the argument. When... Maybe it's a human condition thing. You guys can let me know what you think. Have you ever met people that whenever you're having a discussion, and I'm going to be real with you, I find these people insufferable. They do this thing where they say, I'm just playing devil's advocate, you know, I'm just arguing for the sake of arguing. I just love debates. It's possible to love debates without just being a contrarian. It's possible to enjoy the cut and thrust of a good argument without literally having to find every small victory against somebody and declare it as the right thing to talk about and do. Especially when people start to get down to technicalities. You know, oh, well, technically this happened. Oh, well, technically you did this and did that. I'm like, are you bothered about discussing and finding an answer to the solution, or are you bothered about winning? Has this become you and me against a situation, or has this become you trying to score points against me? Because as soon as that happens, that's the problem. You know what, that's a good point. A debate is a conversation. Wanting to win at all costs, that makes it an argument. A debate is when both sides are willing to change their minds. If you are willing to change your mind based on evidence and ideas, you know, presented from somebody else, That's when we have a fun, fair, honest, genuine debate. But the internet has narrowed that down to W's and L's. That's what it is. Either your take is a W or your take is an L. There is nothing else. And when you have any take that is not a W or an L, it's too complicated for the internet, because the internet needs you to know whether you are Wing or Lling. Right, I have just hit level 37, which means I can put one more point into Enrage, and I can also gear myself up. Right, let's see how we're going to change. You guys ready? Let's go. First of all, Herod's Shoulder. Way more armor, more strength, more stamina. Then, Raging Berserker Helm. Way more armor, more strength, more critical strike. Then, the Ravager Axe. Just straight up more damage. Lovely. Lovely stuff. Beautiful. Let's see how this goes. Okay, let's go. How's your 200 axe skill, though? 200 axe skill is... let's find out. Not maxed, but it's about to be. It's like we took him to the mall and gave him a makeover, and now you're one of the cool kids. Yes. Yes, I am one of the cool kids. Let's spin to win. Get ready for the spinning and also the winning. The only time people look for grey areas are when people are trying to get an ideological win rather than a reasonable discussion. I mean, not... that depends. You can understand a situation. And I think the internet has very much reduced the understanding of a situation down into, are you on the right side of this or not? Now, it could take me a while to actually hit anything. Okay, that's cool. I didn't realize that if you have a double weapon, you just channel Whirlwind. I thought that... oh, that was the Ravager thing, was it? That was the Ravager spec. That was the Ravager proc. Gotcha. Learning. You've got to talk about grey areas. Yeah, absolutely. You've got to evaluate positions on stuff. You've got to think about ideas. Sometimes one of the most important things to try and do is to debate in favour of a point that you don't agree with. Knight, I agree with that, though. The polarization of especially mainstream and political news has turned everything into a we win or you win debate. It's a we win or you win position. And if you win, we can't win. And if we win, you must lose. There is no longer the discussion of what do we do for the betterment of a society as a whole, and instead we look into how do I make my team win and your team lose. And I hate that. I hate that so much. I mean, yeah, playing devil's advocate with the idea of bettering yourself and understanding the situations, that's a fascinating thing to do. But it very much irritates me when it's, oh yeah, okay, I've got to work out what's the winning and losing for my team and your team. When the betterment of society is treated as a sports game, without people realizing it has actual effects on actual people. Politics has become personality. One of my favorite bands, a band called In Living Color, has their most famous song, The Cult of Personality. I would absolutely look into understanding the lyrics of that song, guys. Because you don't convince people by actually giving them valid arguments. You convince people by telling them they are right. And all of their wrongs and all of their problems and all of their issues are caused by other people. And if they vote for you, you will get rid of those people.
That's what it is. I hate to say it, guys. I don't like saying it, but unfortunately, that just seems to be a bit of reality. My character is almost Herod. Almost. I am also leveling up my two-handed axe. By the time we get to the boss, it might even be doing some damage. And this stream is too dark for me on a Friday. That's understandable. That's completely understandable. The Mind Breaker loop. I don't need that. You, give me your body. You used to think you missed out on playing WoW, but the game's not for you. That's fine. I mean, different strokes for different folks. You work out. How about understanding the lyrics to Orion's Experience? I don't know that song. Changing someone's mind is extremely difficult because it takes several steps, and forcing it is easy because the conditions are already met. That is a very good way of looking at it. It is very easy to trick someone. It is very hard to convince them they have been tricked. Tricking someone just involves using a thing called the anchoring fallacy. The anchoring fallacy is humans have a kind of a predisposed notion to believe the first thing we hear. If we have absolutely no information about a topic and someone tells us some information about a topic, we will just naturally believe them, because most people don't think that other people are going around lying to them. If someone else then comes over to you and says something different, or tells you a different story, or gives you a different kind of input, you're actually less likely to believe that second person, because that would have to mean acknowledging that you'd been lied to by the first person, which you don't want to do. Nobody wants to do that. They want to acknowledge, if they're being lied to at all, it's by the second person. Which is why it's so important that so many... Can you move while you're doing that? Oh, you can't. That's why it's so important that so many kind of ideological ideas... Oh, we immediately went straight into a second channel. Fantastic. Get ingrained in kids when they're younger. The earlier you can get someone, and the earlier you can convince them of an idea, the harder it's ever going to be to unprogram that idea. What if you don't trust the first person? I mean, spooky conundrum, of course you could not trust the first person. I'm not talking... When I talk about these concepts, I'm not talking about you as an individual. I'm talking about the general human experience. Most people are more reasonable than they seem if you treat them with respect. That's true. But we don't hear from those reasonable people. Indoctrination into anything is powerful. And indoctrination can often start early. And the first thing you hear, the first experience you have of something, that is the beginning of any level of indoctrination. So it's very, very vital. This is why it's so easy to trick someone. You just tell them something when they have no reason to not believe you. I do know a good example. It's childhood indoctrination in history. Yeah, absolutely. But we're also not going to touch that with a barge pole, because that is not going to be discussed with the level of nuance and respect it deserves on Twitch. Which is why, in general, I'm sure you guys all know. I'm sure you've all known someone, or you've met someone, maybe you've been that person, maybe you know someone in your family that's like this, where they absolutely believe something. And even if they are shown that the thing they believe is incorrect, they will not acknowledge that they were incorrect. They will either continue to believe it, or they will just say, you know, let's not talk about that anymore. They will do anything to not acknowledge that they have been tricked. Because acknowledging that they've been tricked is acknowledging that they are fallible. People don't like acknowledging that. It hurts your ego. And people don't like having their ego hurt. Understandably. Most people don't think about, you don't have evidence, you're raised in religion, which makes me skeptical about everything people say with evidence. Yeah, potentially. Is this AI Josh Strife? No. Unfortunately, you have to deal with the real me. I have not watched Colossus, no.
talking with human beings, and this is all comes back to emotion. People like to believe that they are logical, whereas most people are emotional. Being wrong is the opportunity to learn. It's rare. Acknowledging your faults, your flaws. I'm sure I'm going to be wrong about a hell of a lot of stuff in my life. But as long as someone comes along and tells me why I'm wrong and what I'm wrong at specifically, cool. Chance to learn. It's going to hurt. It's going to hurt the ego, no doubt at all. But it's a chance to learn, at least. Emotions drive us. Yes. Emotions absolutely drive us. What if you're right, but people think you're wrong? Legit, what matters more to you then? Proving other people wrong or just being right? If you know that you are right, and that even if other people did or don't believe you, nothing will change, why would you put effort into changing their mind? Because it's important that you're right, or because it's important that they know you're right? That's where the ego comes from. There are many people in my life who I will never meet who think I'm wrong about stuff. And as a human, I have the ego drive to want to point out that, you know, I'm right, they're wrong. But then you also have to occasionally stop yourself, pull yourself back and be like, look, it doesn't, they're not going to change. Even if you provided all the proof ever, they are not going to apologize. They are going to begrudgingly agree or just insult you and walk off. So at some point you have to say, right, what are you doing this for? People who are wrong still make decisions that impact us. Yes, absolutely, they do. And that's why you have to then ask yourself, at what level of effort are you willing to go to prove somebody right or wrong? How much effort are you willing to put in to change someone's mind if you know that it either won't change, or even if it does, it won't actually matter? You know, I am gaining fury really slowly. I'll give you that. That's the only problem right now with this two-handed weapon. I am super slow at gaining fury. Remember, guys, you cannot reason someone out of a position they didn't reason themselves into. Sometimes people hold ideals and beliefs because they make them feel better. That's it. What is my weapon skill? Low. Two-handed axe is 150 out of 185. So it's not yet maxed out. Also, I have entirely built into the dual-wielding weapon spec. I do not have any points in two-handed weapons. So this is like the worst spec that I could possibly be in. Time to visit the trainer and respec. Potentially. It's a cool axe, that's the thing. I want to keep it because it is a cool-ass axe. I mean, hitting 28 with a normal hit, and then 31. It's not exactly what I want to be doing, is it? Like, unless I'm hitting at least 100 with every hit, this axe is not going to be worth it. I am glad that I'm starting to look slightly cooler, though, as a warrior. Full-on Herod cosplay. In fact, how much strength does that give me? 14 strength. I need the armor that Herod drops now as well. The legs and the body, and I'll be happy. Hits low because of low weapon skill. Yeah. You got the belly out. Yeah. The reason I'm wearing that is because it's a tank top. And I want to be a tank. This whole conversation makes you want Wump back. We all miss Wump. You're getting glance because of lower skill. It will change soon.
spamming hamstring. Already am, my friend. It's on 9 down there still. Necklace? Oh yeah, didn't equip it, did I? Needs 39. Have nothing. Necklace needs level 39. I don't have that. There's the spin to win. At least we are doing some hitting, which is nice. Yeah, we occasionally hit like 400 stuff. Okay. We're getting slightly more experience now. Does the spinning raise weapon skill? Yes, it does. Mara says, wait, I only just figured out the word necklace is just a lace for your neck. You are gonna be... You have got a lot of wonder ahead of you. Big discoveries in the chat today, guys. Big discoveries in the chat. It's always nice to catch a stream. Fan of the YouTube. Oh, thank you very much. 135 DPS. There we go. 135. I am, and Hope Grey did the most, but Hope Grey is level 44, and I'm level 37. Right, you know, if we can get these guys together, as long as I can stay... There we go. Keep them around me, and I can hit some hundreds at least, which is nice. This is definitely nicer than it was before, which is great. They're parrying me, which is not good. Hate that. I am... This procs quite often, doesn't it? The spin happens quite a lot. I didn't realize the spin would proc quite as often as it does. Axe do big numbers. Especially with Wind Fury. Oh god, yeah, that's true. We're going to get loads of stuff going on. Can I use a sharpening stone as well, or will that prevent Wind Fury? Oh my goodness, the first hit we do, we get the spin. You can click the buff from the proc to cancel it to move away if you need to. That will be that one up there, or that one there. What's the chance of it actually happening? Oh, it's Blade Storm, okay. It's not a 50%, it either does or doesn't. Oh yeah, nameplates are on, thank you. Now, quick question. Can I put the flaming enchantment on the Ravager? And if I do, will that... Oh, that shouldn't override Wind Fury, should it? Because the only thing that overrides Wind Fury seems to be temporary buffs. So I can put the flaming enchantment on the Ravager, and then as long as I don't put the sharpening stone on, enchantments are separate from sharpening stones, which means that I can get the Wind Fury and the fire effect. Cool. Now, my plan originally was to get the Whirlwind axe and then put the flaming enchantment onto it because it looks cool. But I think I could just put the flaming enchantment straight onto this. The flaming Ravager. Yeah, there we go. Pretty sure that was a gate club. God damn. If... Attack all nearby enemies for 9 seconds, causing weapon damage plus an additional 5. Alright. This is just a lot of spinning.
I think the Flaming Ravager is a good choice. I am a Beyblade now. I am going to let it rip. You can also put sharpening stones on the weapons. You can, but doing that would prevent Wind Fury. So we don't want to prevent the Wind Fury proc from happening. And the Wind Fury proc takes up the same spot, it seems, as a temporary enchantment. You don't know if Flaming Enchantment can proc on the AoE, but it's a decent enchantment by itself. Yeah, that seems fair. I'm okay with that. Maybe it is a case of the Wind Fury enchantment doesn't proc on the spinning hits, but it's still going to do an amount of damage. As a streamer, do you worry that your farts are audible? No, depending on the job that I'm doing, I have to hope they are. You know, if I'm going for my very special, secretive, certain OnlyFans, you know, no kink shaming here, then they kind of gotta be. You know, that's where letting it rip comes from. Twilight Robe of the Owl. Ah, that looks so cool. Okay, like, purely from a fashion point of view, that looks brilliant. I don't need it, because it's nowhere near as much strength and stamina. But that is a good choice. I'm very much excited about the fashion endgame of this. God damn it, is it Saturday again? That robe had a drip. It really did. Returning Kobold here, welcome back to the stream. There is no transmog in this version of the game. You cannot make one thing look like another, which is a shame. Do you ever worry that you have the OnlyFan fart mic settings on when you go live on Twitch? No, it's a different room. It's a totally different room. And it's always obvious when I'm logging into JoshStrifeHayes or JoshStrifeSays. I need to know exactly which ones I'm going for. So I'm really not too worried, to be honest. There we go with the spin to win. Well, we are doing a lot of damage, which is making me very happy. We still don't have the body, though, which is annoying. Too many people are asking about the fart ASMR. I think that... I don't know what kind of audience I've got, but I've got a protein bar here, so don't worry, alright? Real Chad just use fashion sets. Exactly, you know? Who cares about DPS? It's about the drip. The drip matters more. Am I still wearing the same purple cloak from Duskwood? My cloak is currently not being shown, but... I'm wearing the Fenris hide still. So I've still got the Fenris hide going on. I need to respec to like two-handed axes because I am so slow. What is the arms respec? Do you like do faster damage? Two-handed specialization increases the damage you deal. Maybe you can do like faster hits or something. Is there an axe specialization somewhere? Improved Thunderclap, Iron Will. Alright, yeah, maybe we just do like straight up axe damage. Maybe it's time to axe you a question. Literally the axe icon on the left. Oh yeah. No, that's polearm specialization. Oh, axes and polearms. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Axes and polearms are both there. Sit down, you. Oh, the Inquisitor's Shawl. Unique intellect increases damage and healing done by mage spells. How does it look? It looks okay, but not as cool as mine. Hello, Polo. We are joined by a dog. What's my favorite expansion cinematic? I wanted to make a joke there about porn, but it doesn't... I can't think of one that's good. I don't know. I like the classic original one. You said expansion cinematic, and I thought, okay, where can my brain go to there? How's the dog doing? He's fine. He's just hanging out around the back. I mean, the StarCraft Brood War was quite good. Which one is Meta Strife? Is it the character that only equips something that boosts damage? That's what it used to be. Now it's about drip. I've discovered that the true meta is just about looking cool. Damn it. Bring them into the damage. Beautiful. Let's see if we can stand here, get more damage going on. Oh, even more. This is lovely. Just keep the enemies around here while we channel it. And we just see all the damage popping off. And we go straight into another spec. Oh my goodness. Alright, this is just... That was immediate specs following. Wow. That was some damage right there. This axe is pretty good. I didn't realize that. Like, this axe is from what I've been told, the Whirlwind axe is good if you are soloing, and the Ravager is good if you're in a team. Because if you're in a team, you're normally doing dungeons, and all the enemies get brought to you, and then you just keep going. Will I stop at 60 or go as far as Wrath of the Lich King and Northrend and stuff? I mean, yeah, I'll play whatever I can. I will happily play whatever I can. Go as far as we possibly can get. That was some damage right there. Ravager for packs, Whirlwind for bosses. Got it. So we want to be whirlwinding these girls. God damn, that was fast. Josh, that axe is still using some try-hard speedrun mechanics. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's the drip's looking good so far. The drip's looking very good. We just need to hope that we get a spec proc from this. There we go. And then we should hopefully hit some decent damage. I am living my true life as a Beyblade. If this guy gives me his trousers, I'll be super happy. Stop being immune. Give me your trousers. Ah, your hat. Hang on. Hang on. That could be drip right there. That's a possible good choice. That's... yeah, I'm liking that hat. That hat's a good choice. We don't need that, though. Aegis of the Scarlet Commander I have already got. What's the drop chance on those pants? More if you take them to dinner first, but I think normally about 14%. Well... I've got some stuff to sell now. And possibly a respec to go for. Question. Can anyone online do the flaming enchantment? What's the best flaming enchantment you can put onto the Ravager? I want to make this axe fire. The hot one. That's good. That is good. I think the one you want is called Fire. There is only one, and it's called Fiery Weapon. I'm not putting Crusader onto it because that's not as cool as a flaming axe. Enchant Weapon, Fiery Weapon. Teaches you how to permanently enchant a weapon to regularly blast its target with fire. Enchant Weapon, Fiery Weapon. permanently enchants a melee weapon to often strike for 40 additional fire damage. So, do we want that one? Or is it that one? Or, correct me if I'm wrong, is it that using the formula teaches you the spell, the enchantment? It's the same thing. So the formula is just what teaches you to do fiery weapon, and then the fiery weapon is that thing just there that is orange that you hit for 40 fire damage. Can you put that onto the Ravager? Check out the Mongoose enchant. What's the Mongoose enchant? Alright, let's head out. What does Mongoose do? You need the materials from the auction house. I would pay an enchanter to do it. There's an enchant from high-level quests in Badlands that causes an AoE fire damage proc which can activate from the Blade Storm. Oh, cool. Right, what does Mongoose do? Permanently enchant a melee weapon to occasionally increase agility by 120 and attack speed slightly. Requires 35 or higher item. This is level 37. Okay, cool. So Mongoose would be good for like really fast attacks, whereas fiery weapon is a flaming axe, which is what I'm going to go for. Especially because, yes, is anyone around that can make a fire axe? Can anyone cast fiery weapon? I will pay. Mongoose looks cooler though. Yeah, but I don't have 360 gold. Fiery cheaper than Crusader? Can't remember. Flaming axe sounds hot. Yeah, I want a big fiery axe. That's what I want. It's going to last for a while. People keep saying Crusader as well. Pay with feet picks and I'll do it. No deal. Right, let's see. Is anyone able to do the enchant weapon fiery weapon? Let's ask. Because if they are... Omo just said no. Crusader is a good enchant, but it's out the budget for the level. At the minute, all I care about is fire looks cool. Is anyone online now who is able to do fiery enchant? We'll pay however much it costs. Costs about 5 gold for the mats. I'll pay 10. I will happily pay 10 gold. I'm at least one person on the whole server can. Yes, that's probably true, Jack. Somebody probably can. If you're in a town like Stormwind and type looking for enchanter fiery weapon, you'll find one very quickly. Well, let's sell some stuff and then go and see if we can find one somewhere. And hopefully it won't be a scam. I would rather keep it within the guild as well. Like, if someone can't do it now, that's fine. We'll keep it within the guild. Just getting rid of your last bits, ignore you. I will not ignore you, Kyle. I will read your exact message right now. How dare you think that I would ignore you? Right, sell that. Sell the giant club of power. Sell both the axes. Okay, cool. 8G19S for mats. Union price. Whisper back. 9G. Yeah. Didn't think about that, did you? 9 gold. Or no deal. Coffee cult. Yeah, you see what I'm doing. I'm negotiating. I'm driving a hard bargain here, guys. Watch the art of the deal. Watch the art of the... Meet you with the wetlands. Guys, he's coming to the wetlands. I'm going to scam him when he gets here. I feel something knowing Josh and his sexy eyes are fixed on this message, even if for a brief second. Soulspeak not only fixed, but also read out. Read out loud. A damage of a sharp weapon. Let's sell some more silk cloth. Let's sell whatever this mage weave is. Let's sell... What don't I need? Belt of the Stars. Not as good as my Scarlet Belt. Dog training gloves are not as good as my Scarlet Gauntlets. Get rid of all these boots. 4 stamina, 4 strength. You know what? I actually think the weapon I've got now is better than Blanchard's Stout with its 20 strength and 15 stamina. Especially if I'm going to go... Because how does that look? That looks like that. That's a big hammer, but it's level 45. I'll keep that around just in case I need it later. I would be wrong. Is Blanchard's Stout better? 200, 20 strength is huge. Alright, that'll go in the... Put that in the old bank then, shall we? And we'll put these all up here because I can't use them yet. Oh, humans do get better at maces. Yeah, axes go with the horde, don't they? Yeah, axes are horde things. Human and mace people. Hey Josh, I'd love to follow these streams, but I have TikTok baby brain. Hope you're enjoying WoW so far. I am Sadistic Femboy. Thank you for allowing me to read your name out loud on Twitch. Mace skill, better DPS, higher end damage. Okay. We will, at some point, go with Big Bonk Mace. Yeah, more DPS, more strength, more stamina. Level 45, that's happening. Right. Guys, I mean, do you want to go again? Hang on. Does anyone want to go again? We can try and get the trousers. I'm just waiting for that guy's trousers to drop. So I can, you know, sweep in there. Is Arcanite Reaper? I have no idea what that is. You'll have to ask somebody else in the guild. Who knows? Buy him a few drinks. Shift-click his name to see where he is. Does that work? Let me... Hang on. That didn't work. I'll just wait here. We're in no rush. Right-click. And then... No. Go to general chat. Oh, I see. Hang on. Coffee Cult. Ah, I see. Dunmorow. 1 player total. Gotcha. What's up, Jopaz? Level 6 warrior. How's it going? Jopaz kneels before you. Oh, it's happening again. As he kneels, I must assert dominance. Anything you need, King? No. I'm all good, bro. Just a slave to the rhythm. Doing good ATM, bro. Just occasionally wiggling the old hips. Do not cry. Simply for the dominance has been asserted. The teal pants I've got, thank you. They're painted on. Would I recommend OSRS or RuneScape 3 to a new player? Both. Try both. Josh, if you're dungeoning later and need a goat, I shall be around. That's fine. In that case, I shall leave the party and invite you if a goat is needed. Do I have any horde characters? No. Why would I do that? Why would I make mistakes? Is that a zipper? Yeah. For easy access. Oh. Okay. Coffee Cult should be around here. So what I'll do is I'll invite you to a party. And then we will join in a party. And then I will look forward to the flaming enchant that will be placed onto this axe. Very excited. It might not be the best enchant, but I'm gonna use it. Yeah, just do both. Just do both. Obviously, I'm kidding. There's no right or wrong answer. But Coffee Cult, I think, is on his way. How far are we in the Whirlwind Axe quest? We're about to be further along. I'm about to return and actually do some stuff. You will get better weapons. Better to save your gold for the better weapons. I hear you. However, consider this. What if I put the Ravager there? It gets modified to fiery weapon. Okay, that's very cool. And I stick in 10 gold. What about that, see? Yeah. Didn't expect that, did you?
Scammed. Full on scammed. Boom. Absolutely scammed. Scam maxing. Straight up scam maxing. Coffee Kills level 70 mage, by the way. And those shoulder pads look very cool. What are they? Spell Strike Hood. Okay. The Mantle of 3 Terrors. God damn, this is a cool looking... Alright. You've got some really cool looking stuff, to be fair. I don't know if that's good or bad, but now what I can do is this. And now we get the Flaming Axe going on. Long gone are the days from the 2.2% Warlock times. I'm now at least a 3% man. There we go. I'm happy with a Flaming Axe. That's going to do some damage. Thank you a lot. Right, let's go. The Spell Strike Hood is like 3,000 golden mats. Okay, that's a lot of stuff. What I need now is... I think I need to return. Pala, enjoy. Your axe looks awesome. Oh, thank you, Pala. Thank you, babe. Awesome axe. Yes, there we go. We have combined axes. What are you currently using? Let me inspect. You're using Kang the Decapitator. Fiery weapon, wounds the target for 560 damage, and it's the same model. That is incredible. I like the amount of models that are the same. We are axe buddied. In the future, we shall cross axes together. I did not get my Whirlwind axe, not yet. That is what I'm going to return to do right now. So, what was the Whirlwind axe quest? I think we need to return to the...
What can I do for you?
We need to go back to Stranglethorn Bay, back to Stranglethorn Vale, and continue to grind.
Farewell.
Right. Let us return to Stranglethorn. Let us grind the trolls, because I've currently only got 15 Bloodscalp Tusks, and I need more. That's what I need. I'm just catching up with the chat. Whenever I'm quiet, I'm reading you guys and seeing what's going on. Could you both for a blessing? A rare spawn you're camping has up to an hour to spawn. The one I'm looking for is one of 2 mobs in a 2 to 8 hour timer window. Might I ask you to will it into existence? I can try, Fitz. I can't promise anything. I can give it a little go. Right. So Arcanite Reaper is the best enchantment. Every other enchantment is entirely pointless. Arcanite Reaper. Right. Oh, it's an axe. Okay. It's a 2-handed axe. It requires a lot of stuff. Binds when equipped. Lots of damage. 53 damage per second, plus 13 stamina. Is that like a good axe? Is the Arcanite Reaper a good axe? It's good because it's slow, which means each time you use an ability with it, it's going to roll off a higher damage range. Okay. The question is, does it look cool? Because that's the real kicker here. Because I can't... That's the blacksmithing formula for it. It's not the actual axe itself. Best in slot looks. I'll have to have a look at it in the future. But for now, I think we go and continue with the Whirlwind axe. Control click it. Yeah, Una, that doesn't work because I'm actually control clicking the... That's the recipe, not the axe. You can also check on Atlas Loot. Oh, cool, okay. So Atlas Loot, and then we go to Professions Crafting. Then we go to Blacksmithing. And then we just go to Axes. That's cool. Okay. Is it 200 axes? Where would it be? Arcanite Reaper. Okay. And you can... Oh, cool. Okay. I see what I'm looking at there. That's pretty badass. That reminds me of the Axe of Doom from Adventure Quest. That's a very Adventure Quest doomy axe. What's Nightfall? Oh, that's amazing. That's so edgelordy. Okay, 300, 320, 330, 340, and it takes a huge amount of stuff to make. It's a bit faster, 67 damage per second. That's a bit slower. Spell damage taken by target increases. Oh, so that's good if you're supporting mages. Okay. What's the one-handed axes? The Dark Iron Destroyer or the Annihilator? What about the maces? Okay, Sulfuron Hammer is the biggest two-handed mace. High damage, 3.7. Hurls a fiery ball that causes even more damage and additional. So what's the Ebon Hand? That's such a... The single-hand maces look so small. It's kind of... It's almost a shame. I want like a massive mace. Okay, what about two-handed swords? The Arcanite Champion. Oh, it glows. Okay. It's incredible that even like some of the best weapons in the game aren't hugely over the top aesthetically. I quite like that. Because you'd expect like the best things in the game to be crazy over the top. I mean, this is still in regular Warcraft. What about in... Okay, now we go into the Burning Crusade. What are the maces like within the Burning Crusade? Okay, that's where they get a bit bigger. Oh, okay, I take it back. Yeah, so a single-handed Dragon Strike or Dragon Maw. Yeah, okay. These are substantially cooler. Thunder and Deep Thunder. What about axes? Oh god, okay. This is definitely where it starts to get a bit weird. This... I'm picking up what you're putting down. Okay, this is just the same axe, but with more stuff added to it. What about swords? Oh my god. What the hell? That's insane. These are exceptionally cool. Good lord. Oh, is that just a bigger version of it? So the Lionheart Blade is that. And then you go with the Lionheart Champion, which is that. And then you go with the Lionheart Executioner, which is that. It's just the same sword, but bigger. Alright. Oh my god. What the hell? Okay, so that is Dark Steel or Swift Steel. Oh, the Rage Steel is just the thing that I'm wearing now, but twice. Oh, so you can find out what the best kind of set is. And you can see what you're going to look like. Okay. I can see that you work out the vibes. Yeah, I get it. I'm kind of picking up what you're putting down there. I see what's going on. These are the things that you make with your profession. Okie dokie. The weapons in TBC are progressive, so you have to craft Thunder, Deep Thunder, Storm Herald in order to get... Okay, gotcha. Might of Menethil. Oh, that's just silly. I want it, but it's a bit silly. I'm assuming that's what we need to go and get from the other places. Josh, use Cabal in another sentence. If there are 6 of us going out on a night out, we need to make sure to order an Uber XL to make sure that it is a cabal of us will fit into.
Those weapons are unique. You can't trade them. Gotcha. What is the Ashbringer? Hang on, Grand Marshal's Claymore. Oh my god, that's just Guts sword, isn't it? Josh, if there was no MMO genre, what would I do? Probably be a lot more successful. Right, I am going to go and pop to the bathroom quickly, and then we are going to go and hunt down trolls to slowly get the Whirlwind Axe. That is my plan. Right, Whirlwind Axe, guys. I will see you soon. Do not go anywhere. Or do. I'm not your dad. Here's a DVD logo. Here's a countdown timer for 5 minutes. And I will see all of you in 5 minutes' time. 10 seconds, goddamn. Cutting that one pretty fine. I didn't think I was going to make that one, and yet we did. Here I am. Here we are together. Right, now, I think finally we have an actual thing that's going on soon. Right, give me a second to work out when this is going to be. There is going to be a pretty big Gamer Supps promo on today. And I'm trying to work out when. They told me about it a few days ago. They said, Josh, you got to promote this. I'm like, yep, that's fine. That's actually a pretty good promo. So as soon as that's live, you get some stuff. It's actually quite good. If you guys want to buy some Gamer Supps, which is a powdered drink that tastes quite nice, you can simply go to Gamer Supps and use code Josh to get 10% off. There you go. There's me doing my job. Okay, let's go and kill these trolls. Let's see what happens. Do you drink it? Yeah, you do. So, I've got myself some bread and butter, because I am but a simple man. The Corrupted Ashbringer. Cool! Is it butter or margarine? It is margarine. You're doing cardinal sin of leveling in retail while having Josh on the mini screen, so it was all silent. Then you hear the voice out of nowhere. That's how I operate. You never know. You never know when I'm going to be there. It can be like, boom, there I am. You've got until Wrath of the Lich King to get that sword. Easy. Easy peasy. Don't you worry about that. We'll get it twice. But for now, it's time to go and continue the journey to get the Whirlwind Axe. Maidlon, you've invited me to a group. Why? 3 major final warning, what's up? Did somebody say Thunder Fury, Blessed Blade of the Windseeker? Oh my god, is that a one-handed sword? It's a one-handed sword, that's insane! Oh good, a dwarf is here. Right, my job is going to be... Hey lad, hello Madelon, or Maidlon, however you wish to pronounce it. Is this your 3rd day in a row trying to get the Wind Axe? Yeah, so, like, basically what happened was, I discovered that I need the Whirlwind Axe, but in order to do that I've got to kill trolls. The problem is that killing trolls takes ages because I was underleveled, so what I did was I went to go and do the Scarlet Monastery to gain some levels, so I can be killing the trolls quicker. And during the leveling process at the Scarlet Monastery, I ended up getting the Ravager Axe as a drop, which I think is actually a better axe than the Whirlwind Axe. So now I'm just going to slowly level this axe up while effectively waiting for the Whirlwind Axe to drop. So that's the... cancel that. So the question is, how many of these tusks am I going to be able to get? Now, my snack of choice is bread with chili crisp spread on it. So I don't know if you guys know about bread, but I kind of like it. So I've got some bread with... You guys use chili crisp? Chinese cooking? That is bread with chili crisp spread directly onto it. Hell yeah. It's got the flavor of chili crisp with the texture of bread. I know, right? Is it Lauganma? It might be. I'm not sure. Right, where are we? We're going this way. I think I need, like, the ruins. I think the ruins are this way. Hot toast with peanut butter and chili flakes. Oh, choice. I will agree with you. That is a choice right there. Right, you know what? Hitting the 350 is quite nice. I'll take that. And I'm still not hitting the maximum that I could. Hey, Josh. Who is that behind you? That's just my sleep paralysis demon. Don't worry about him, he's cool. And me and him get on fine. What should I be using with this axe? Should I be using, like, Heroic Strike? I suppose you can Heroic Strike with an axe, can't you? Yeah, let's just put Heroic Strike on, like, somewhere else. Heroic Strike can go... Yeah, there's fine. It's annoying for my thumb to get to, but that works. Level 37 indeed, man. Indeed. Also, thank you. Rend is a good one. Meant to be using Rend, am I? Where's Rend? Oh, thank you for healing potions. Very kind of you. I don't think I've got Rend. Oh, there it is. Oh, it requires battle stance. That's a good point. When I'm leveling, should I be in Berserker stance or battle stance? I feel that when I'm leveling, I should probably be in a regular battle stance, not Berserker stance. I'm going to go with regular battle stance. Because I don't want to be... Oh, no, hang on. Maid says go Berserkin. I'm not dancing between the two. That is way too much effort. You, come here. Let me slap you around a bit. How much does Heroic Strike do? Alright, 215 ain't bad. I want to be able to hit higher, though, with this axe. In theory, this axe should be able to hit way higher. I am definitely enjoying the spinning. Oh, great! Oh my god, the spinning, however, is annoying. Right, can I just attack all of you at the same time? There we go. Go on, give me a spin. Give me a little spin to win. Heroic Strike Cleave will replace your normal auto attack. Whirlwind is the extra attack. Okay. Well, one more Blood Scalp Tusk. We are going to be here a while. Spinning is great in dungeons. Okay, gotcha. And Madelon says, I will heal your sorry ass. Well, thank you very much. See, this is better. I feel that I'm actually useful now. Like, I'm not good, but I'm slightly more useful than I was before. It makes me feel better about myself. Heroic Strike at least does some damage. Oh, that's on them. You hide away from them. To be fair, mate, you're level 40. You should be fine. How are you parrying? You fool. It's dodging so often. I'm standing behind you and you're still not dying. Alright. Let's keep going. Parry haste is a thing. Okay. As long as they both stand still. Why does it run away, you stupid hunter? Scout can stay here because that's taking damage. That's way better.
My weapon skill with two-handed axes is probably lower. 170 out of 185. So I've got 15 left to go. So it's definitely proving a tad challenging. I will help you, worry not. You may be my enemy, but you can be my friend. What do you do in this game? Mostly kill trolls. That's pretty much it. Why has Imp in a Ball just said indeed in the party, when Imp in a Ball is not in the party? Whomst is Imp in a Ball? Oh, did someone join the party and then leave? Alright, let's kill this Mystic if I can. That was some damage. That was... Oh, that'd be me. Can you change your name to Imp in a Ball? You. Come hither. Oh, okay. Lines when picked up. Ask a question, then right-click to receive your answer. Oh, okay. So it's like a Magic 8-Ball kind of thing. I see. Right, 9 more tusks to go. 9 more tusks. So it's a Magic 8-Ball with a bit of WoW flavour. DPS is indeed the damage dealing thing that I normally do. Now, normally I do physical distance DPS, like archers, or what I thought would be a rifleman in this case. But it seems that there actually aren't that many physical distance DPS focused classes in WoW. And even though the hunter exists with the guns and the bows, the hunter is mostly, it seems, about macroing the pet. And honestly, I'm really not that bothered about trying to macro the pet. Yeah, I think that was the main problem that I had with the hunter class. I don't like the idea of moving a pet around. The marksman actually did kind of stand out to me. Macroing the pet is just not getting everyone killed. Yeah, that's what I struggled with. That's the reason you never played Hunter? Lone Wolf is not... Yeah, I would have liked the... just like a distance-based rifleman or a distance-based archer kind of thing. That would have been cool to me. You can create a macro and escape macro new. Cancel Aura Bladestorm to cancel the Ravager effect whenever you like. That would actually be a good idea, probably. Because the problem with the Bladestorm is I've got to keep clicking it every time. We are nearly done in Stranglethorn. We have collected 24 of these teeth, and we only need 30. When British people say they're not bothered, do they mean they're not annoyed or have no interest? Depends on context. Like, if someone does something annoying and you say, hey, does that bother you? You're like, nah, it doesn't bother me at all. Then you'll be like, okay, yeah, I'm not particularly bothered about the thing that you are doing. And if someone says, do you have any interest in this? And you say, nah, I'm not really bothered about doing that. That means that you don't have any interest in the thing itself. So, yeah, both can work based on context. Oh no. I lost a peanut. The peanuts are the best part of the chili crisp. One just fell on the floor. Oh, disaster. What is a wicket? And what happens when it gets sticky? Right, listen. Do you want to start a war? Because that's how you start a war. Dogs will find the peanuts. No, they won't. Tidy up after myself. Right. What else have we got going around here? Come on, show me where you are. There you are, you little troll. You cheeky little troll. So, a wicket is the grounded stick in cricket.
I need to get closer.
And a bit of a sticky wicket means that you would be in a bit of trouble because you are finding it difficult to knock the peg off the top of the 3 wickets. Because the peg is sticking to the wickets, as it shouldn't do. So saying we're finding ourselves in a bit of a sticky wicket here, lads, might mean, effectively does mean, that you are still trying your best to do what you need to do, and in many ways, for all intents and purposes, you've probably even done it, and yet it is still not enough. It's one of the best ways to look at it. Let's try and get this guy to us. Come on, Bloodscalp Hunter. Get drawn. Oh, you're saying go. Okay, you'll heal me. All right. Well, I believe you. Hang on, I've been trapped. And I'm going to be untrapped in a second. There we go. Oh, excellent. That was annoying. So I just did the... God damn it. You first. Okay, I'll be leaving now. Bye. Can you... What? Why would you do this to me? I have a health potion. Why would you say I'll be leaving and then you would run away? You are the worst. You made me have a health potion just then. You made me eat a health potion.
It's too far away.
Okay, this... You have to die next. Just get killed. Just get killed! That was top 10 anime betrayals if I ever did see it. I can't believe I was betrayed. It's kind of irritating how the hunter actually runs away from the damage. Right, you next. I'm needing that deadly crisp of strength. You're not getting it. He runs every time I spin. It's like he's aware of what I'm doing. Hate this. Right, take some damage, my friend. Seems that trolls are also somewhat immune to fire as well, which is interesting. Because they aren't taking the fire damage when they really should be, which I think is cheeky of them. You know, there's a bit of cheeky chap energy going on here. Unrelated, and a suggestion. Recommend anyone who in chat read the manga. I'll have a look into that. I can't promise I'll read any manga anytime soon. You, come hither. I definitely need more health. Oh, no way! Okay, so I thought people were just memeing, but no, Chuck Norris has actually just died.
I can't attack that target.
That is a shame. Chuck Norris, actor and famous martial artist, has in fact passed away. 86 years old. Walker, Texas Ranger, and creator of all of those internet memes. Yeah, you can Google it. 25 minutes ago. It was revealed that he had passed away. That's a shame. 86, man. He's about to go roundhouse kick God, as he always wanted to. One more blood tusk thingy. We're all good. We weren't joking. Look, Kill, you have to understand that if someone on the internet, especially playing World of Warcraft, makes a Chuck Norris joke, I just assume that you're stuck in the mid-2000s. And if this... not the final one, god damn it. You might be. I mean, the Grim Reaper had to wait until he was extremely old and probably asleep. But he finally got him.
It's too far away. Not ready yet. I can't do that yet.
Chuck Norris told Death that it's time. Come back here, Bloodscalp Hunter.
I'm out of range.
You're imagining a scene like the end of Castlevania. Oi, Death. I want a word with you. What a great line. Are you narrating your fucking obituary to me, Belmont? Is such a lovely moment. Death in that show was so fun. That series was great. Do you think you'll kill me with your little sword and mace? And what's the line? Nope, but let's just give this one last try. That series went so much harder than it had any right to. One more stupid tooth. What series is this? Castlevania, the animated series on Netflix. Phenomenally good. I've only seen the first 3 seasons and then bits of the second bit that they did. Nocturne, or whatever it was. I haven't seen too much of that one. But I can tell you the first season went... Season 1, 2, and 3, excellent telly. Just straight up good telly. Right, one more thing and we're good to go. First season's only like 6 episodes long. It's not long. Second season is the one where they kind of build up the vampire battle, and third season... That's it. Yeah, that was it. Did I finally get the axe? Nope, got the Ravager axe. The better axe from... Maybe one more. I got the Ravager axe from the Scarlet Monastery, and then I enchanted that with the Flaming Enchantment, and then I also got the Scarlet Monastery helmet, the Scarlet Monastery shoulder pads, the Scarlet Monastery belt, and gloves. So, we've done well with everything else, but we've not got the Whirlwind axe. Right, still not got it. We're still fighting. Oh, short seasons for a show can work, without a doubt. You, come here, my friend. Time to get shouting and screaming and slapping. Nope. We need... Oh, there we go. Bloodscalp tusks. We've got all 30. We have got all 30 tusks. So that was the very first part of the Whirlwind quest. We have 30 tusks. Now, what was the next part? Let us leave. Was that the easy part or the hard part? Let me work out where I'm going next. I'm going to reread the book. Because I got given a book. I'm going to reread the book, work out what I need to do, go from there.
because I'm trying to get myself immersed in this. Wish to be immersed. I'm sure, I'm not reading the chat for a second, because while I'm sure people are going to just tell me what I need to do, I want to feel connected to the game. And the way that I feel connected to the game is by reading the books and the stuff they actually give me to go and do it. I think it was Bathrar's parchment. Yes, the Wind Watcher. Let me get out of here first. We'll return to the place. And I'll see what I can get. Right. I'm going to go this way. Yeah, a panther. Why not? We'll kill it while we're here. Why not? Let's just go this way. The time between the damage swings is one of the only reasons that I don't like the axe. Because if you miss a swing, you miss a huge amount of DPS. I love the rain. Let's retreat to a safe area. Then let us reread the instructions from Bathrar. Because they had all the places I had to go to get the stuff. Yeah, I just don't like this. Necroman1, hi Josh, you got fat while playing WoW. Necroman, that's massively insulting. Not appreciated at all. Thanks for coming in and saying that. Also, not true. Also doing remarkably well with the fitness stuff. I'm happy with that. I'm definitely not looking super, fit right now because I'm wearing a relatively loose jumper. But everyone in chat, imagine waking up to messages like that roughly every hour. Imagine opening your phone and either reading YouTube comments or Twitch comments or Instagram messages or Twitch messages, and roughly every hour is someone going, hey, why'd you get fat? And having been fat in life before, don't particularly like it. And that is just an incredibly insulting thing to turn the computer on and say to someone. The only thing that kind of gives me any kind of, I suppose, patience or understanding is that in order to turn your PC on, type that and press enter, you have to be mentally ill. There is no way that a well-adjusted, decent person just does that. The people that say that are remarkably socially inept and mentally unwell. Now, that means that if I'm not going to be bothered by their insults, I don't really need to accept their praise either. Now, of course, it has a psychological effect to be able to read those kind of messages all the time, every day. And while I'm definitely not the fittest I've ever been, I am, thankfully, far from the fattest I've ever been. Ugh. You could just say you're on a bulk, it's not that deep. Geo, all due respect, shut up. Okay? Geo, I hope that you don't have to deal with the amount of people coming in and saying randomly insulting stuff to you as often as I have to. And if it's not that deep for you, that's great. Don't comment. But no, people are a bit weird. I think, unfortunately, people tend to have this idea that the people on the other side of the internet are just not real. But actually, you are talking to, a regular person. Necroman then said, XD, sorry. No, get out of here. I don't want to ever interact with you again. Now, I don't want people calling them mentally unwell as a disservice to the mentally unwell. No, Zuik, it's not. Because someone that wants to do that does not mean that they have the worst possible mental illnesses. It just means they are socially inept. Right, let's reread this again. Bathra. Below you will find that which is needed for my spell to summon the great Cyclonian.
Life root. This may be gathered from the wilderness, or gained from the withervine beasts of Dustwallow Marsh. Its power will be necessary to draw the life essence of Cyclonian to this world. Now, gathered from the wilderness means that you probably have to be a herbalist to get it. Gained from the withervine beasts of Dustwallow Marsh might mean that you can get it through combat, which I think is what I'm going to do. Where is Dustwallow Marsh? The withervine beasts of Dustwallow Marsh. You can also get them from the auction house. That's way easier. Myth. Myth, why am I doing any of this? Why am I literally doing any of this? Where is your sense of adventure, for God's sake, Myth? Right, where's Dustwallow Marsh? If I was a marsh would be near... Ah, there it is, Dustwallow Marsh. Okay. What level is it, roughly? Ooh, 37, 40. Okay, it's going to be difficult. But I think we're going to have to be off to... What's the name of the place? Where's the... That's okay. Baldrock the Griffin Master in Kalimdor. Which means south to Stranglethorn Vale, Booty Bay, and then boat to Kalimdor. Let's go. I was going to ask, ironically, what's the quickest way to prove you're mentally unwell in hopes of avoiding a possible draft with the US? Yes, there you go. Just go and tell a Twitch streamer that they're doing it wrong. Buy the boost, buy the mount, buy the gold, buy a carrot, buy achievements, be done with the game. Why even play? What are we even here for? What's the challenge? Why are we even playing at all? Half the people that watch you hear what you're saying and then say the exact opposite. Hearing without listening. Absolutely. What's my thoughts on the whole NVIDIA DLSS 5 using Gen AI to change a game's art style? The same thing I said yesterday, the same thing I said the day before, and the day before that. I think it's a bad idea because it's trying to appeal to executives who think that better looking graphics are an objective thing that you can measure when they aren't, and they're forgetting that style and substance matters more than just fidelity. Ooh, there's more polygons. Ooh, there's more pixels. Ooh, it looks more like a real person. Great, cool. Realism is one art style. If you're going for pure realism in every single game, what's the point in having different games? You don't just want to have one art style for every game. That's a silly thing to do. Why would you want that? You're suddenly losing all of the possible variation that you could have. That's a good bit of bread. Astora, I read your message. Congratulations, man, with that. That is incredible. If you are making progress, that is absolutely insane. Well done. Well done. The only people that DLSS 5 is impressing are executives that don't play video games. Or people that don't understand that video games don't need to have a realistic art style to be good. Which normally is people that lack imagination. I'm sorry to sound horrible with that, but it really is. People that go, this game is better than that game because this game looks more like real life. This is better than that because this sword is shinier, because this has a better texture, because this has more polygons, because this has more pixels, because this has a different color palette. You are completely missing the point. You are focusing entirely on one aesthetic and saying, hey, this is close to this aesthetic, therefore this is a better game. No, you're wrong. You are judging the wrong thing.
Don't worry, we'll find the boat again in a second. You're completely judging the wrong thing. That's like saying that a restaurant meal is better just because it looks better on the plate. Just because the table that you're on looks nicer. Just because the knife and fork you get given look better. Some of the best meals you will ever eat will be in the dingiest cafes you will ever find, down a back street that you won't remember where it is. Some of the most amazing and important and impactful meals you will ever eat will not be eaten in the most luxury. And I'm trying to explain to people that graphics are not the be-all and end-all of a game, and the fact that you are focusing so much on graphics, do you know why? Because if you're an executive and you're one of the bigger higher-ups at the company, you're the big C-suite execs, you've only got graphics to focus on because you don't actually understand what makes a game good. Hey, should we write a better story? Should we get better, characters for it? Should we make sure the voice acting matches? Should we talk about art style? Should we talk about player choice? No, because we can't put those on a nice PowerPoint presentation and show them to the investors. The graphics they're the tangible improvement. That's what they are. They are the visual improvement of tech. You can take an investor that knows nothing about it and say, look, this is how it looked now, this is how it looks then, therefore better game. And the investor will go, oh yeah, cool, okay, great. All the gamers are going to buy the better game because it looks better. No. Most gamers don't actually care that much about what the graphics of a game are, provided that the graphics are just representing the art style of the game. There reaches a point where adding more graphics does not make a game better. You don't need to have photorealistic DLSS5 vampire survivors to make it fun. It already is. You don't need to change Warcraft's graphics from this. You know why? Because this is Warcraft. This is recognizable. This is chunky. This is stylized. This has endured. We don't want everything to look like reality, because reality sometimes itself looks a little bit shit. Hey, we've used our artificial intelligence to add stuff that the artist didn't. Isn't this better? Well, why didn't the artist add it? Because they didn't want to. Okay, cool. In that case, I will trust the artist and engage with their vision. Yeah, but you don't understand. It wasn't the vision of the executives. Okay, why didn't the executives just hire artists to make it look the way they wanted to make it look in the first place? Ah, because we wanted slightly cheaper artists that can use AI to upscale it, to say it's better. What? What do you want about? Just trust the artist the way they did it. You're struggling to sit down and get it. You're scared of failing, even though you know it's part of learning. That's fine, fail. You end up feeling behind everyone at work and like, I don't like giving up on that. What advice would you give to overcoming the fear of failure? Failure, if you want to get cheesy with it, FAIL is the first attempt in learning. That's what we used to say. Failing does not mean that you have not achieved the thing you want to. It means you've found a way to not do it. And I would rather talk to someone who has failed more times than the average person has succeeded, because they will know so much about what not to do. They will know, hey, don't do this because of that. Don't do this because of that. All right, cool. Where's your knowledge coming from? I did it. I failed. Great. Cool. I will happily speak to someone who can teach me by telling me what they have done. If you have been made to feel, and this normally comes from childhood stuff, that failure is the worst thing you can possibly experience, you may only ever experience success once or twice, and it will be purely by fluke. We have an old saying, those who can't, teach. Meat, I actually disagree with that saying entirely because it's remarkably insulting. It tends to approach from the fact that it casts the person who is teaching as a lower skill level than the person they are teaching to do. It's often those who understand the way to get information across to somebody else teaches. Now, there are lots of people that can't do stuff. You can go to anyone and find someone that can't do something. Okay, you have no flight locations connected to this one. Right, we've got to go down there. So, I guess we might be taking the boat back and then possibly going somewhere else. If we take the boat back, does the boat always go to Ratchet? Can we get the boat from Menethil Harbour down there? If not, we are following the coast and just kind of swimming. Right, you can go to Menethil Harbour. All right, we'll go to Menethil Harbour, and then we'll take the boat back. That's what we'll do. In fact, what I can do then is just Hearthstone to Menethil Harbour. Teaching is separate from talent, skill, or knowledge, not an extension of it. It's important to understand the theory and the practice of why you are teaching and what you are doing. However, you don't always need to be an expert in what you're doing. The reason that I dislike the phrase "those who can't teach" is because it casts the people who are teaching as incapable of doing something, which I think comes across as slightly insulting, and in my experience, I've mostly heard it used in reference to you are therefore a failure at the thing you are teaching. Which personally just seems a bit crappy. Left boat, thank you. I've had a load of parents come up thinking, well, those who can't teach. I'm like, okay, no, because you can't do this and you can't teach it. So those who understand the theory, the practice, the reality, and generally the idea behind it, and are able to get information across in a way somebody else can absorb and use, they tend to teach. It's just a saying that gets to me personally, because it has that energy of, if you were better at this, you'd be doing it, instead of teaching people to do it. Which to me just comes across as a bit shitty. One of the best ways to get good at something is to try and learn to teach it to somebody else. In teaching you will learn, and in learning you will teach. Zank, a dirty trog cloth. I'm good, thanks, but I appreciate that. It's demoralizing. It is. It really is demoralizing. Morale is incredibly important. People forget this. People forget how massively important motivation and morale is. If you don't have the gold for a mount by 40, don't eschew being given the gold. I was gifted the gold I needed by a friend, so it's a valid, authentic WoW experience. Yeah, that was your experience. Cool. It's not my experience. The authentic WoW experience is the way that I want to experience it. That's what it's going to be. And the way I want to experience it is this way. How much gold do I have? 16. It's not Marmite. It is spicy chili crisp crunch, which is nice. Yeah, you don't need a mount. Just need some legs. The authentic experience is doing whatever the hell you want without someone telling you how to do it. You don't get why so many people want me to be super efficient. Where's the journey and the adventure is fun? Because Hentai Watcher, great name, People don't want me to make the same mistakes they made when they were playing, because they don't realize that it is the making of the mistakes which actually lead to interesting and fun memories. People think that by preventing me from doing anything wrong, then they are saving me time and helping me have a better experience. Despite the fact... Well, there you are, Killy. Or Kiri. Despite the fact that it is the going wrong that matters. It is the mistakes that you want someone to experience. Oh, you're streaming. Just watched a video of you battling with Ben. How's it going? It's good today. We're having a good time in general. Welcome. Right, where is... There you are. Flight path unlocked. We can only go up to Ratchet, but we've now got both the flight paths. So, let me double check something. You can get life fruit from the Withervine beasts of Dustwallow Marsh. Where are the Withervine beasts? Okay, so Dustwallow Marsh is north of where I currently am. But I need the Withervine beasts. What made you decide on using Questy? I like having a rough idea of where to go without being told exactly what to do. Day one of asking, please don't. The amount of people that I have of day number of asking for this specific game, it ends up just filling up YouTube comments with loads of random games that I will get round to eventually. I'm definitely going to make a video on Dragon Fable though eventually. You don't need to do a day one or a day two or a day 3 thing. I will get to it. It's on the list. Right. Withervine beasts. Where would they be? What race did I play in StarCraft? I preferred the Terran or the Protoss. Was not a fan of the Zerg. Okay. Dustwallow Marsh seems to be this kind of whole area. But where? Where, oh where, will the Withervine beasts be? This is where you guys can help me. This is where you guys can absolutely offer me some advice. The reason I'm going for the Withervine beasts is because it is a combat way of getting the life tap route. So we'll see kind of what we've got. They look like Solomon Grundy, the dude who was born on a Monday. Right, you're just a ghost. Is it true that the silence after ending a stream is deafening? No, I just scream for a while. So, you know, it nicely fills it up. It all connects together. If I were a Withervine beast, where would I be? Right, guys, you can actually help me now. This is like taking ages. Gained from the Withervine Beasts of Dust Wallow Marsh. Right. Where the hell is Dust Wallow Marsh? I assume that's literally where I am right now. What do I scream about? I just kind of into the void. Really? Just generally into the void. I'm going to keep walking around, see what I can find. I'm also hoping that the beasts aren't too high above level 37. Because I'm going to need quite a few of these things, aren't I? I mean, it might even be like around here, this area. They'll appear on the map when I can find them. How many of these do I need? Right, let's just have a look. Blood life 8. 8 life roots. Okay. I'm just oh, well that's the marsh. Right, we're in the marsh. Now let's keep an eye out for whatever it is we're looking. I mean the whole area seems pretty marshy. There we go, that's Solomon Grundy. Hey, Withervine Mire Beast. Fantastic. Come here, you cheeky little chap. Yeah, pay attention to me. Do it. Or, you know, don't. We'll start off with a spin to win straight away. Right, chance of getting a life root. Right. That's a Withervine Ravager. Is that dropping the thing I need it to drop? Hang on. Because it says... Right, Withervine Beasts, not Ravager. I'm going to keep killing these things and see what happens. Because it might be, like, the wrong thing. The flaming spin does look cool. Oh yeah, without a doubt. Definitely feels good from what I'm doing with it. I'm just going to kill everything that looks like these guys. Yeah, if it looks like these guys, it's dying. All of them drop it. Okay, cool. In that case, we are hunting for a while now. The Whirlwind quest is just warrior daycare, where they can go and punch things, which is their favourite activity. Yeah, sounds great. I'm more than happy to do that. If it's a chance for me to just go and punch stuff in the swamp, this is lovely. This is great. You know why it's great? Because there's no one around here. This is lovely because it's just so chill. You should get an Elden Ring DLC, or no, considering I feel the base game was a lot. You know what? You know what, Valley? I actually prefer the DLC over the base game with Elden Ring. I think that the DLC was shorter, slightly more focused on the areas and the bosses, and if I had to replay either the base game or the DLC, I would choose to replay the DLC. Now, I'm not saying it's good, it's not the best, there's a lot going on, but yeah, I think I actually prefer Shadow of the Erd Tree over the base game. What about Night Rain? Night Rain I enjoyed, actually. Zizaran and I still occasionally hop on Night Rain. Have a little battle between us, see what's going on. I did enjoy Night Rain. This is going to be a case of... I'm going to be here for a while, aren't I? Could somebody do me a favour? Could somebody look up the drop rate of... Is it life root? Yeah, the drop rate of life root from the Dust Wallow Marsh creatures. Hope Gray says about... So some of you are saying 10 to 20%, and some of you are saying 3. 3 to 7% according to WoW Head. 6%, 5%. The random plant mobs have an abysmal drop rate. Yep, well, we are here now. So, it might be a case of doing this. 3 would be like 250 kills to get 8. Okay. Okay. In that case, I have a new possible idea. What if, and bear with me here, can't he just buy it, or am I mistaking items? Yes, Gottswold, I could if you hate adventure. How about this? I will be willing to consider walking to a place where I could simply harvest it. However, a harvester must walk with me the whole way. I think you can love adventure and still want to buy it. Nope. Nope, I'm going to make this somebody else's problem. You could also just learn herbalism. Okay, look. I'm a warrior. Herbalism makes no sense to me. Plants are just things that grow on the ground. That's it. Have I picked up any professions yet? Nope. Remote, it's not lazy, man, because I've got to work with you guys. I want to go on the adventure with you. But I want to get at least 1 drop. Just to see if I can get 1 drop. The medicine men back in Stranglethorn Vale have a higher drop chance. Do they? What is the medicine man drop chance of... Because as much as I don't want to go back to Stranglethorn Vale... Yes, I can see Lunarshot has written to me. But I want to try and get at least 1 from an enemy here somewhere. Chat does hate me not min-maxing. It's weird that everyone says, oh, play however you want, but as soon as you do that, oh, that's a problem. Do you not think it manly and warrior-like to stop and rip out the ground? It is manly and warrior to support your friends and family, and to make sure people feel valued and invested in. Wowhead lists them at 10%. The Baron's chat will never be the same after today. Nope, Chuck Norris has indeed passed away. Unfortunately. Death decided, after his training regime, he was finally able to take on the Chuck. 1.8 thousand people are going to have a lot of opinions. Unfortunately, yes. What I don't understand is how people can disagree with me when I'm literally always right. Yeah, sorry to bring you that news if you are unaware. The actor and martial arts superstar Chuck Norris has passed away about half an hour ago. Yep, sorry to be the bearer of that bad news. He's off to roundhouse kick God in the face. In true Chuck Norris style, he signed his own death certificate. What if he comes back in 3 days, roundhouse kicks the boulder out the way? He told death it was time. Oh, Fade Leaf. That's not a life route. For some reason, an infiltrator. Krilly's killing that one. I fear that we may need to start some kind of crusade. Now, what did it say? It say you can gain from the This may be gathered from the wilderness. Right, where does one find life root? Maybe the herbal crusade must begin now. It's not a herbal crusade, it's not a burning crusade. Arathi and Stranglethorn Vale. Where you are, the water's edge, in the wild. Okay. Stranglethorn Vale is a good location, you say. Okay, how about this? I will meet with a group of herbalists. We will travel... Glaz, buy it in the auction house. Spot on, Glaz. I absolutely understand exactly why you're doing that. Glaz, let me ask you a question. Why do you hate fun? What made you wake up and lose your sense of whimsy? When did you decide to give up, Glass? Right. New plan. First of all, if you can find life root in Stranglethorn Vale, as much as I hate this, thought you were looking to obtain it ASAP. No, Glass, I'm looking to make obtaining it an adventure. We are going, because then I could just buy everything from the auction house, couldn't I? We are going to return to Stranglethorn Vale. And then we are going to journey together. In fact, you know what? This isn't even... I should defer to the advice of the botanists. Here. Who messaged me? Herbalist here, happy to help. Lewis shot. Let me invite you. Okay, Luna. Where, as a herbalist, would you look for life root? It grows along rivers in all the mid-range marshy zones. Okay. Sadly, Stranglethorn Vale. Then it shall be. So it shall be. Meet me there. We shall adventure together. Luna's shot or Luna's hot? Little of column A, little of column B. We must return to Stranglethorn Vale. And then teaming up with a max level botanist and herbalist, we will find life root. And I will purchase it from them, but only if I have seen them pluck it from the ground. Run to Ratchet and take the boat. You know what? Is that... how close are we? No. I would say we run down south to this area, whatever it's called. Run south to Theramore, and then get the flight path to Ratchet, and then take the boat. South to Theramore. I know that Ratchet goes that way, but this way is closer for me to get to right now. So... because that way we're over there. South to Theramore, catch the flight path up to Ratchet, Ratchet boat to Booty Bay. Don't want to run through Murloc Alley? Decided not to. Decided not to. You like this solution because it makes us interact with players. Yes, it does. We are becoming social. You think it's more these drop rates were designed to waste time, not send you on an adventure. Well, the whole thing is designed to waste time. It's frustrating, but the comments are coming from a desire to save you the frustration they felt while playing. Joe, why do you think people are so bothered about making sure I don't have the experience they had while playing and instead have a better one? It's not going to be a better one, it's going to be a different one. Maybe I'm frustrated that nobody in the chat was also having their experience with 1,500 people watching. But I'm not saying that their experience is lesser than mine. I'm not saying they have to, alleviate the frustration they had at not having dungeon groups by just, becoming a streamer and getting groups formed around you. People want to make sure they are offering advice, but their advice is often formed through the process of making me change my gameplay. Sometimes it's nice to have no idea what I'm doing, and while I get that advice and teaching comes from the best possible place, people wanting me to have a good time, it's also reducing the game down to a mechanically correct series of choices. I don't want to have a mechanically correct series of choices. I want to go on an adventure in a big digital world that I don't know with people that I'm slowly meeting. Not be told by those people. Puddle's a dwarf's mortal enemy. Yeah, I don't want to think, oh guys, you've already had all the mistakes, so don't worry, you can optimize it. As impressive as I am that you've built an elevator to take me all the way to the top of Mount Everest, climbing it was kind of the point. People find it very difficult to watch someone experience something in a different way that they did. And I think the reason for this is that those people love that thing. And they want me to love that thing. And if they see me doing something that they think will result in me not loving that thing, they want to help. They want to stop. They want to... You know what, Atros, at the end of the day, people want to feel involved in your journey. Maybe the way you respond to these things is kind of the issue. You know what, Atros, it absolutely is. Or Atros, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. It absolutely is. But at what point is it no longer my journey? They want to feel a certain way, appreciate their input, don't criticize it. Atros, unrequested feedback is criticism. By being told that I need to do this, or should do this, or should do that, or should do that, it is constant criticism of the way that I am journeying, instead of people just saying, do whatever you want. People want to feel that I'm loving their journey the same way that I loved it. Advice is fine. I agree with you. I just mean I think they feel encouraged by your response to continue. I am trying, or at least hoping, to cultivate a group of people who would rather go on the adventure and let me make mistakes and let me fail. I didn't know you didn't want to auction house. I felt like I did something wrong as asking why no hardcore. The problem is, Gotswold, every single time I try and do anything that can be in any way shortcutted, the vast majority of people do ask, why aren't you shortcutting this? Why are you engaging with the game in this way when you could engage with it in that way? Why are you not doing this efficient thing when you could be doing this efficient thing? Why are you not playing hardcore when you could be playing hardcore? People find it very difficult to accept that I'm just doing this. I'm going to fly to Ratchet, take the boat to Booty Bay, then fly from Booty Bay to the refuge point, then meet up with the thingy. Why don't you ask... Yeah, just why you can't long cut it. You can shortcut anything you want as long as it's not live wires. That's true. The problem is that even if I explain this to everyone now and every single person in this chat completely understands and completely agrees, within half an hour, new people will join that will ask the same question again. To loop back to what I was saying earlier, people want me to love this game the same way that they love that game. And if they see me doing something else, or they see me struggling, or they see me coming up against hardship, they want to alleviate that struggle and that hardship so I can get back to the part that they love, without understanding that the overcoming of that hardship, the achievement of the adventure, the feeling of pride of actually, pushing through something difficult is going to give me a closer connection to this game than shortcutting things ever would. I won't care what Stranglethorn Vale is or what the life route means if I don't have to go and get it. If I go and get it, I will understand the world. If I just buy it at the auction house, I simply understand that money alleviates all the problems. The people that complain that MMORPGs have become less social also seem to be the people encouraging you to do the least social thing. Your favourite thing about these discussions is that you need to play like this has been the same people telling us how to play since 2004. Yeah, pretty much. If you're going to complain that MMORPGs aren't social and then your solution to things is don't do it the social way, you kind of only have yourself to blame at that point. You, fly me to... Let's go... Where are we currently? Oh, no, we need the boat, don't we? We're taking the boat back to Stranglethorn. The boat from here takes us to Stranglethorn. Oh, no, missed it. Oh, well, that's fine. As an old-time WoW player, you appreciated it when you had to interact with people to create raids and groups. Yeah, I get that. Don't worry. We've missed it, but it shall return. Farewell, boat. Now we just stand here and wait for a bit. As soon as you started being efficient in video games, your enjoyment went... As soon as you started being efficient, went to the roof. Do you mean you enjoyed it more? Because that's fine. Oh, I see. Less. Gotcha. Started being less efficient. The point of a game is the experience through it. Should I have put the flaming enchantment onto the Ravager axe? Well, in the long term, probably not. It's going to cost me some gold. It's going to delay how long it takes me to get a mount. It's not going to be the best possible upgrade. But you know what I wanted? I wanted a flaming axe. And I've got one. There we go. I don't care if it's not meta. I don't care if it's not the right thing to do. I don't care if absolutely... What happened to the Whirlwind axe farming? That's what we're doing. This is it. This is it. We're going to get the life route. So I'm going to get a flaming axe, and I've got one, and it's cool. You'll hear so much about rushing to 70. Yeah, I will. Yeah, like imagine playing a puzzle game and people tell you how to solve the puzzle. In fact, that has happened. One of my favourite YouTube channels, a channel called Cracking the Cryptic, where they do Sudoku puzzles on YouTube. They had a live Twitch playthrough of the Blueprints puzzle game, and everyone in the viewer base just kept telling them how to solve the puzzles. And they were like, look, we want to play the game, but we can't do this if you guys are going to be constantly telling us what to do. You can scout for the root of life. Yeah, sure, why not? Get involved. Cracking the Cryptic is great. Oh, Simon, what a Sudoku genius. I'm not going to farm life route by myself. I'm going to have friends and guild members do it with me, but I want to feel like it's an adventure we're going on together, not something that I'm just skipping. The goal is to find it on the ground, yes? Yes. We jump into the old party group. You think I should re-roll the new character, start as a herbalist, and just give it to my own warrior? I could do that. I still owe you 5 gold after you loaned me 5 gold for a mount. Wasn't a loan, it was a gift. Don't loan money, I'll happily gift it out. Don't expect it back. Boise, welcome to the stream. Good to see you. And Ross, the quest to get the paladin weapon around level 20 is fun. Ran across multiple zones with a random stranger. Cool. Love that stuff. Kiri, are you joining us? I assume you are joining us. And Half Moon, Kiri, Luna. Alright, cool. That's our little life route group. Have any of you guys ever min-maxed a game or learnt something about it, such as an information hazard, and once you've done that, you actually regretted it? Have any of you ever struggled to go back and play a game for fun again because you instantly fall into the same way of doing things? You min-maxed and burnt yourself out. Some of you did, some of you don't. Didn't help, yeah. Bethesda. You're a stealth archer. You play Skyrim, you're a stealth archer straight away. It's what you have to be. You learned something in Roller Coaster Tycoon that ruined the game. Did you watch that dude's videos on Roller Coaster Tycoon? What was the guy that always makes them? He makes some great videos about the amount of money that you can make and stuff. The fact that if you just put a no entry sign facing into the park on the entrance, people can never leave. Marcel Voss, that was the one. Voss makes fantastic videos on Roller Coaster Tycoon. Information hazard, man. Once you learn that, you can never go back. Okay. Let me take a moment. Since you went so far with Meta Strife, how's my impression of metagaming in the warrior class overall? I don't know. I have a big flaming axe. It's cool. Okay. Right, I'm going to go AFK for 5 minutes, grab myself another cup of tea, pop to the bathroom, and when we come back, we are farming. The plan will then be find life root 8 times. Right, I'll see you in 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Or do. I'm not your dad. Alright, I'm back. The best not being nearly naked dwarf dancing. Oh my goodness. You can't leave for more than 5 minutes, can you? You can't do it. I cannot leave any of you guys. You cannot behave. None of you are trusted. I don't understand why you are the way you are. Right. Focus, everyone. Let's go. Okay. Life root. Where it be, though? So, Luna, first of all, you have a really cool staff. What's that staff you are using? River up north, let's have a look. You are using the Staff of Beasts. Cool. Right. The river up north. Oh, do you mean Lake Ferretti? I mean, we could travel there, but let's just run through. Let's do this. I think I've worked out why sometimes these conversations get to me. Imagine that you are having a conversation with a child, and they ask lots of questions, and you explain why, and you answer all their questions. And then that child understands. And then another child comes in and asks the same questions. Now, in your mind, you've already had that conversation. But the new child, hasn't. They haven't asked those questions yet. They are new questions to them. So, you answer the questions again, because you know it's okay. This child hasn't asked yet. And then, after answering them a second time, a third child enters. And then they ask the same questions again, and you're thinking, this is the third time I'm going to have had this conversation. However, it's the first time that this new child has had the conversation. And you end up in a situation where you answer again and again and again and again and again. And you've had the conversation 100 times, but every person, when they come in and they ask the question, it's the first time they've ever asked it. And it's the first time they've had the conversation. So sometimes I have to occasionally remember when someone asks the question, why aren't you playing hardcore? Why aren't you just buying it on the auction house? Why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing that? In their mind, that is the first time anyone has ever asked that question. Or it's the first time I've had the conversation with them about the question they genuinely have. So even though it's irritating for me to answer it again and again and again, Is doing the same thing over and over again part of your brand? No, Matt, that's just part of Twitch. Because I'm just answering the questions that people ask again and again and again. Maybe you could have some chat commands for common questions. Potentially. But we do talk a lot in this. Someone else also said up there, protecting your peace is more important than placating chat. While that is true, entertaining and engaging with chat is kind of the focus of what we're doing here. It's a new loop, but it's a lot bigger. Now, we are currently harvesting life root. We are doing it the difficult way. Somewhere within Stranglethorn Vale is life root. This area is so cool. Love this whole place. In fact, I'm going to turn the volume up slightly so you guys can hear the rain. Somewhere within Stranglethorn Vale, life root exists. I, however, am going to be unable to pick it. And so, Lunarshot has offered to pick it. Lunarshot, being a, I assume, competent druid? Yes. Is going to find some life root, and we're going to all pick it together. Josh, am I big into reading, and what is my favourite selected works? I really enjoy the instruction manual to the old PlayStation 1 game Death Trap Dungeon. I think that's got some real value to it that more people should experience. Life root is water sources like rivers and lakes. You can even find it in the Scarlet Monastery Cathedral water fountain. Oh, cool! So we could have just done that again and again and again. I've probably seen it somewhere before. Like, I've probably... Yeah, I will have experienced it. If we get into battle, do you want me to just watch? If I can kill it, sure. If not, no, please help. Watched your video on that, made me want to get my fighting fantasy books out again. Oh, do it. Do it, do it, do it. Finally got the Whirlwind axe. No, we didn't. We got the Ravager, which is the axe from the Scarlet Monastery Armory. What we are doing now, however, is the process of attempting to get the Whirlwind axe. My Whirlwind axe quest, I've already got 30 blood scalp tusks. I now need 8 life roots and then 1 essence of the exile. But I cannot get the life roots myself. So, I have very kindly been assisted by Lunarshot. And the help that Lunarshot is giving me will effectively be finding the life root for me. Just let me take care of this Shadowmoor Panther, which I think is one of the quests I've actually got to do, which is great. There we go. I have you on the big screen while my son is watching. I guess you could dare say, teaching your son how to speak English. The Emperor protects. Can you say, the Emperor protects? Very good. Kill the alien, the mutant, the heretic. Can you say, kill the alien, the mutant, and the heretic? Very good. Perfect. I'm glad I've had a positive impact. Right. Lunarshot's all the way over there. Do I want a sharpening stone? No, thank you. I'm glad that I'm helping your child to learn to speak English. Child, are your parents sometimes a little bit weird? Make sure to report them to your nearest Inquisitor. Can you say Inquisitor? Very good. Right, where are we going? It apparently grows in a cluster in the village. Right. So we're going north. And apparently some jungle men drop it. So we're going to find this. Doing a shot. We're scout. Okay, so Half Moon is scouting for it. It's a bit like, yeah, misbehaving teenagers. Straight up. That's what it is. We are currently trying. I've discovered Lake Nazfratiti. Just kill this crocodile. Now we require life. Convert to raid, happy to help. Sweet, okay. Convert to raid. Virolith, get invited. We are attempting to discover life root. Spread out. Search all around. We must discover life root. I will continue to fight. I love the vibes of this place. Vibes are off the charts. So how do you get life root? Well, you form a raid and then start, roaming Stranglethorn Vale in general. That's what you do. Right. If I was life root. It looks like a... Hang on. It looks like a green root. Are you being serious? Like it's straight up just a green root. Does it sparkle? I really goddamn hope it sparkles. Because if it does not sparkle... Virolith says come to me. Virolith, on my way. Have you found one? Got one! Yes! Alright, Virolith has found one of them. Let's see what we've got. And I think I've been attacked by something... Oh my god, is that what it looks like? Are you taking the piss? It looks like... that. That's life root. Oh, good lord, this is going to take forever. It doesn't even sparkle. Oh, this is bad. Right, we've got one. You know what? I've got 17 gold. Everyone that finds one gets 1 gold. 1. Go. This stuff blends. We're dangerously close to buying it from the auction house. Nope. You must actually pick it here. You must pick it in Stranglethorn Vale. And if I find it, I'm not paying you the gold. They can track it on the minimap. We're finding it. That's fine. That's okay. I don't mind if they want to track it. I'm going to look and find some. I'm going to find one bit of life root somewhere. We're journey maxing. We're journey maxing and graphic mogging at this point. It's got to be around here somewhere. If someone spots one, shout up. The hunt's on, guys. Gang pick other herbs too. It shares a spawn point. Oh, this is going to take so long. Ooh, okay. Come on, guys. Found one. Half Moon Lock has got one. Right, where's Half Moon Lock? On my way, Half Moon Lock. Welcome to Professions. Oh, hang on. Ravasaur Scale Boots just dropped. 3 strength, 11 stamina, 5 spirit. This is a straight up good pair of boots that just dropped there. God damn. Alright, I'm needing those. That's just a good pair of boots. Is that a big drop? How do they look? Oh, they look pretty cool. Right, 161 armor, so more spirit, more stamina. Who needs spirit and stamina? They've got less strength, so I don't care. Luna Shot says you've got some as well.
Alright, so... Can you guys all pick this? Half Moon, can you pick? I want to make sure that everyone's being rewarded fairly. You need someone to pick it. Okay, cool. Never mind, Troll just took it. Damn. Okay. Payment goes to who finds it, not picks it. That's fair. So, remember, like... Remember who found it. I'm going to pay who found it, not who picked it. Because otherwise all the money goes to Luna, which isn't fair. We're scouting to find... Damn it! Alright, we're being taken again. The Horde is messing with us. The Horde is hurting us. Can we just keep going north, even further north? This is the true PvP. At least, oh, it's definitely here. So far we have one. The problem is I don't have herbalism, so nothing sparkles for me. So I'm straight up looking for like a tiny root. Josh, can you make everyone a raid assistant? So we can send a raid warning. That sounds like an awful thing to do, but yeah, sure, why not? How do I do that? Assistant. Alright, cool. You're all assistants. Good luck. It would sparkle even if you had... I don't know. Like, if you find one, just stand on it. Yeah. Oh, good. I'm glad that Hope Grey can use the raid warning to say keck to everyone. Change sides. The route might appear south of the river. Do you mean with Benny? And all the horses. Right. Look for life route. And even if not life route, look for any herb. Didn't someone say life route also appears in the Scarlet Monastery? We could just do endless runs of the Scarlet Monastery. It also spawns at the fountains where the trolls are. Oh, okay, hang on. I can go and have a look at them. Like, I can fight my way through trolls. Got some. Says Lunar Shot. Lunar Shot can actually pick it up, so that's fine. One more. Cool. Oh, Half Moon, you're going back over to the troll fountains, are you? This is turning into a crime drama.
And then the life route was stolen by a horde troll. A druid pacing through Stranglethorn Vale, stealing as they go. Stupid horde druids coming over here and stealing our life route. In a world of Warcraft.
This is the real battle for Azeroth. Just constantly trying to find life route. Right, the troll... You said it was by the troll place, didn't you? Which would have been this way? We are going to collectively... Josh, would you like some volatile rum? Half Moon, use the raid warnings responsibly. But yes. I promote people to raid assistant and the first thing they do is like, would you like to get drunk? You might as well get drunk if you're not searching for life route. I am searching for life route. I'm going to where the trolls are. Troll fountain place thing. Which I thought was over here.
You know what? Actually, good idea. I could go and kill these guys. I can kill the medicine men. Because if the medicine men have a chance of dropping it, I can just kill them while you guys... I am a pal says my herbalist skills will be useful in assisting you with life root harvesting. Get invited! It's a raid! This is beautiful. This is just an entire raid group trying to find one specific herb in Stranglethorn Vale. I hate this place. I hate everything about it. Right, I'm going to go and try and kill the medicine men because they have an actual potential drop. If only Bob was here as well. Oh, he'd complete this place. This is such a silly thing for everyone to do. This is better than buying it on the auction house. We are going to absolutely clean this place up of any potential herbs. Oh, Big Nose Bob, he was a gem. I mean, Shep, I agree. I'm locked in as well. I'm fully focused. I am invested right now in trying to find these herbs, wherever they may be. But if you tell me that there is a potential drop from the medicine men in the village, I'm going to go farm the medicine men. Because chance of me spotting anything in this forest is basically zero. Like, it's low. I don't think. Right, let's go and try and find some medicine men. I'm going to beat up some herb nerds. I hope you're having a blast. What is the reason behind the name? What, my name or the name of my character? Right, medicine men. Right, let's do this. Give me your herb, you nerd. Damn it. Both? I mean, Strife was always because Cloud Strife was one of my favourite characters. Are we on free-for-all loot? We might be. I'll have to double-check. Ah, yes, hang on. Free-for-all. Good point. Loot. Free-for-all. Right. You got 4 so far. No way. I've got 1, which means we're on 5. And if we only need 3 more. We need 3 more of these things. Yes, you get wrecked, nerd. Stand there in my whirlwind of death. Haha! Nerd. Thank you for my 405 crit. Indeed, we are getting slowly better, aren't we? Damn it. Jungle remedy. That's like a lame life route. Beating people up for their lunch money and possibly their weed. Yeah, I was a cool kid. I did the drug when I was cool. That's a lie. I didn't. Right. Oh, nice. Also, how would you get up there to that row where the barrels are? You wouldn't. There's no way you'd be able to get up there. This is a poorly laid out house. And I'm not going over there, there's too many of them. Lots of tigers and stuff. A cave? What's going on in a cave? Love me a good cave. Been seeing a lot of your clips on YouTube and this is my first stream. How many characters do you have? Enough. Enough to make sure that I never have to think about, you know, what character I'm going to play next. There's always enough characters Found one. My location. Luna, yes. Go for it. Come here, Commando. Give me one of your cool herbs. Damn it. One day. One day, maybe. Right, so Luna has already found one. Luna's found 5 now. I've got 1. I've not found 1 life root. I feel like I'm the most useless member of my own team. And that might be because I am. You got 2 from that one? No way. How many of you? You got 6? I've got 1. We need 1 more. 1 more. All we need. When we have the 6th and final... Well, the 8th and final life root. It's because you can't detect the plants. Yes. To be fair, this is hilarious, and we would have never done it without a certain stubbornness. It's not stubbornness. It's a drive for adventure. Wyroleth has found one. Excellent. I'm looking kind of cool now, aren't I? I've got the shoulder, I've got the axe, I've got the helmet. I think. Done. Nope, Half Moon I think has had it stolen. I assume stolen because of all the expletives. Ayame Pal's got 1. Then we are good. Right, who found what? I'll be paying based on who found what. No, the guards... Oh, no, the guards got to you. Oh, damn it, Half Moon. We thought you would survive. Alas, you did not. Question is, where now? Well, I'd say we recon. We should recon at the rebel camp. Hang on, in raid. No. /raid. Meet at rebel camp. Vyroleth, you found 1 life root. Have 1 gold. Right, 2 out of 8. Who else found more of what? I don't know if you know, but as you're in a raid group, you won't earn any XP from mobs. Oh, thank you for reminding me. I always do forget about that rule. Half Moon Lock, you had 1. Okay. Well, I can... When I meet you at the camp and we trade over, I will be trading gold directly for what you have.
Need more rage.
Luna should get the gold, though. They did the herbing. It goes to who found it. Goes to the finder. Not the digger.
I don't have a target.
Hope Grey, you've got 1. Here's a gold. And thank you very much. Right. To the finder the spoils indeed. I am a kind and generous leader. And if you've put your time and energy and effort into doing this, you will be rewarded. Maybe not handsomely, but you will be rewarded. You just found a cluster of it. Pick it and sell it. Luna Shot, how many are yours? Luna, how many did you find? I will pay you based on that. All, but I don't need the gold. You're having 1. Shut up. You're having 1 gold and you will deal with this. That is very kind of you.
How generous.
Life roots sell for 5 silver in the auction house, but I assume this high payment is more the fee for them escorting. Pretty much. Pretty much. Right. That is all the life roots. Now it's Essence of the Exile. Right. I think we're done. Thank you, gang.
Hail to the night.
I think it's actually called a stream of life roots when you put them all together. That's the collective term for them. Greetings from Croatia. Hello, Deb. Welcome to the stream. Now, what is the next thing I need to do? Let's have a quick check. We've got all the life roots, and we've got all of the tusks. Essence of the Exile. This is the last thing we need. This essence is gained through the fusion of the 3 charms of the elemental exiles of the Arathi Highlands. Gather thundering, burning, and cresting charms from the elements. Then place 8 of each in the cauldron. And the charms, the essence of the exile, will form. So, Arathi Highlands, and then 3 different things to kill. Let's go. You guys do not need to come with me, but you are welcome to if you want to. But I do think the Arathi Highlands, if I remember correctly, are... Where were the Arathi? There, they're north of where we are now. So, back to the thing. The guy with the flying flappy flap thing. Griffin. And then to the Arathi Highlands. To kill... Well, I was going to say to kill 8 of each of the things. No, to gather 8 of each of the things. All that just to get a weapon inferior to what you currently have. Yes. Because let's be real. The axe isn't the point, is it? This is. I shall leave you. Don't want to make it too easy. Appreciate it. You, my friend. Fly me to the Arathi Highlands. In what I believe is the refuge point. Let's go. Oh yeah, guys, Chuck Norris did in fact pass away today. So, F's in the chat. Turns out that he told death it was time. Experience. That's what we're doing this for. That's what this is all about. And if you guys really want to pay respects, put your worst Chuck Norris joke in the chat. Let's go back to the mid-2000s. Because Chuck Norris doesn't get wet. Water gets Chuck Norris. You know, I heard he once slammed a revolving door. I heard that he performed his own birth. A snake did once bite Chuck Norris. It died. He doesn't do push-ups, he pushes the earth down. Chuck Norris told death it was time. Yeah, also the warlock kind of needs to read the room. Yeah, let's not do that again. Let's not put that kind of stuff on screen. That's a really shitty thing to do. So let's just demote you from being able to do that. What was it? Incredibly socially unaware message on the screen that some people need to kind of really understand that you've got to read the room with stuff. I think people can make edgy jokes with their own friend groups whenever they want. That's totally fine. But when you're with a larger group of online people, you kind of have to possibly tone down what might be super edgy for you. Because other people are going to look and go, this is just really awkward, please don't do that again. I was a big fan of your MMO videos. Happy to see you finding your own adventure. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that. It's good fun. Oh yeah, also, if we go back to a party, we can get experience from kills. Hey Josh, are you more of a chocolate or banana pudding kind of guy? Definitely chocolate. I'll take chocolate any day. There we go. So my plan now is to go and kill Essence of the Exile. So what we need to do is... Right, the Arathi Highlands is up here. Ah, there we go. Burning, cresting, and thundering. Thundering. Burning. Cresting. And that's all of them. Right, so I'll go and effectively farm each of them. How about strawberry? Chocolate covered strawberries are peak. They're great. Chuck Norris today he started playing Earth Classic. That's what he's playing now. Am I maining warrior? I don't know. Nice try. Kafra asks, Neverwinter, when did they remove the very cool player scenario creation part of the game and why? That was the... I want to say the Forge? They had a player-created section within Neverwinter, and I think it was also in Star Trek Online. Was it called the Forge? It was called the something. And they removed it because players were able to create incredibly efficient experience or money or charm farms within the player-created things. You know who could have collected all those life roots without herbalism? Chuck Norris. The Foundry. That's what it was called, the Foundry. Yeah, it was a really cool player-created aspect where you could make your own levels, make your own dungeons, make your own scenarios, and other people could play through them. It was super fun. Unfortunately, it was hugely abused to just become the most efficient way to play the game. Maybe the life root spawned where he walked. Chuck Norris did buy a boost, but he still leveled 1 to 58 purely out of principle. My goodness, Omega, thank you very much for the gifted subs. That is very kind of you. That is 5 beautiful ad blockers gifted out to the community, so people do not need to be advertised at anymore. A few of you still will be, but it's beautiful to know not everyone will be. I love the Arathi Highlands. This is so nice. This is definitely one of my favorite places. You know what I want to do? I want to get a group together as soon as I'm the right level and go and kill one of those wandering dragons in the world. That's going to make me happy. We're going to kill a wandering dragon, and I'm going to feel like I am part of this world of Warcraft. Right. So, do I have anything that's broken? You know what? It's always worth fixing things anyway, just in case. Right, who fixes stuff? You!
What can I do for you?
Fix my gear, thank you very much. Let me sell you some things.
See you later.
We need to go and collect many charms. The charms are to the east for the thundering charms. Let's go. The elementals roam at henges dotted within the highlands. Well, let's go and slap them with an axe. See what happens. Let's see what Red is saying. Right, elementals, where are you? Ah. One of them is dead, it seems. Okay, they're level 39. This is slightly higher than I expected them to be honest. Now, free-for-all loot, they spawn here. The problem with this is... Oh good, the Union has observed me again. Now, do we... That's a nice axe he's got there. Oh good, thank you Red for not bringing me stuff from the auction house. That is appreciated. The Whirlwind axe will be ours soon. Can we just go over here to these things? Are you going full best in slot? Yeah, every single level. Don't move on till I get it. Like, surely we just go all the way over here. They've got everything. Ah, there you are. Come hither. Give me your essence, child. No. God damn it. Right, so we could be here a while, couldn't we? Nope. Nope, there we are. I do indeed need 3 types. I need the thundering... Hang on. Thundering, cresting, and burning. And the reason I need thundering, cresting, and burning, I'm going to guess, is air, water, and fire. I understand that saying "give me your essence, child" is indeed a very Twitch streamer / YouTuber thing to say, but I was in reference to the fact that I want to get a literal essence. We can still steal the loot as they aren't quest items, they are tradables. Yeah, that's fine, I don't care about that. As long as we get the essences, I'm fine. I can't believe that I am involved in this fight and I'm doing the grand amount of damage of miss. You. Nope, nope. That orc got it. You know what I might do? I might go and see what's going on over here. To the east. What's happening in the east? Because there's all the different types of elements over there. So let's go and have a look. You guys can come with me if you want to. I want to see what's happening in the east.
Need more range.
A 438 spec, that's not bad. And I like the fact that I'm finally seeing the fire damage do something too. That's always good. In the east is a random spawning of elementals. Let's go see what's going on then. Am I enjoying Warrior more than Rogue? Yeah, it's like a Rogue, but with life. a plains creeper. Let's kill you, my friend, shall we? You, come here. You look like a bag of experience. The damage is getting better. It's not perfect, but it's definitely getting better. 256 plus the 40 from the flaming enchantment is good. And I love the fact that we are slowly but surely getting everything else. We are not going to Salida del Sol. Mags, you're having product for lunch? What kind of product are you having? Is it the best product? Level 40 will feel good because I will be able to build into a second spec. Are you spec'd arms? Nope. Entirely spec'd into Fury. Like every single point that I've got is in Fury. It's in using 2 weapons. It's in cleaving. It's in dual wielding. It's in sweeping strikes to hit other things. Like I am wearing exactly the wrong thing for what I've spec'd into. But I'm having a good time. So that's all that matters, really. And if you guys want to have a good time, you should purchase some gamer subs using code JOSH to get 10% off. The meta is entirely, effectively, about doing whatever you find fun. 435 hits, that's what we want more of. Beautiful. Wow. That is a lot of weird gooey spider stuff. Okay, so, from what I've been told, elementals spawn randomly over here in the mountainous regions. So let us descend into the mountainous regions of the Arathi Highlands. You like in retail, they separate PvE from PvP. Yeah, pretty much. And if that's what you like, great. As long as it works for you, it's all good. Let's go this way. Right, so we should in Hammerfall. Finally, the Elder Scrolls 6 is here. Now we need to just look for elementals. Oh, look, these guys. There we go. Wait, no. That's a dry whisker kobold. Right. So, elementals spawn randomly around here? Yeah, not sure how much faith you've got in Questy on this one. Right, okay, gotcha. So Questy says that all of the Cyclonians spawn around here. However, I am also aware that... Oh, okay, yeah, there is absolutely no reason we should be here. The reason that Questy says this is the right thing to do is apparently the dry whisker kobolds have 0.5% chance of dropping one of the crests. Literally 0.5% of a chance. So instead, we should go to where the actual elementals spawn. It did not tell me that. Oh, that's a bad idea. Let's... You know what? That's all Horde. Let's not go that way at all. So let's not try and do a 0.5% chance. Unless, you know... Unless it does drop one right now, in which case, great. Let's find out. Nope. Okay, in that case, let's go around the Horde. Around the Horde base. And to one of these places. Where Half Moon Lock currently is. We're going slightly northwest. God, I wish I could afford a mount. Why don't I have any gold? It's probably because I keep spending it on stuff. The fiery enchant was an investment in my future. An emblazoned belt. 7 strength, 3 stamina. You know what? Don't need it. Come here, my friend. 471. Let me slap you. And now let us go and find wherever these things... Welcome to the WoW experience, scrambling for money. I see the fun to efficiency tension come up in the kids D&D club I run. They're learning and testing the limits, and there's some kids who know the rules super well. They get confused when the other kids who are newer make choices that aren't perfect. Yeah. 3 cresting charms already, and some rum. Well, thank you very much. Let me get drunk. Let's do this. Okay. Tipsiness has happened. Right, let's go kill some stuff. Now, there's an old copy pasta kind of thing where it explains how a dungeon master can deal with a player who wants to metagame, and that's just to let them do everything with no challenge whatsoever. Like, if a player says, I want to play the game this way, this way, this way, this way, and this way, and they're, you know, metagaming the power out of it, just let them do it. And then when you give them a boss to fight, just have them kill it in one go. And then give them absolutely no challenge whatsoever. And then when they're like, this is kind of boring, I'm like, yeah, because you're trying too hard to not give yourself any limitations. Good characters and good metagaming often give your character limitations. If you don't have limitations for them, then you're not going to discover interesting character flaws, interesting traits. You can bore people into compliance. There are so many people who just like that experience, though. They won't when they realize that it's actually really dull. There you are.
Not enough rage.
Now, I am aware that you guys are making farming for these cresting things way easier than it should be. So don't be making it too easy for me. Don't want to feel the Whirlwind axe hasn't been earned. How do you efficiently roleplay a really dumb character or a really smart one if you are neither? There are interesting ways to do both of those things. Also, when you say this is a really smart character, in what way? Because not... There, I made it harder. Not every character is smart in the same way. A character who is intelligent in one aspect might be a complete idiot in another. So you have to work out what element they are smart within. What area are they clever within. Someone did say the troll tusks were the hard part, but I do not believe them. Someone do me a favor, let me at least pick up one cresting charm. Like, we've had them traded, which is lovely, but I've not actually seen one on the floor yet. I don't want to feel that I've just brought an overpowered group of 4 people with me to do all the farming stuff for me. This is not meant to be a lazy man idea. It was your kill. Yes, but I didn't get the charm. I haven't picked it up. Somebody else picked it up and gave it to me. I'm taking this raptor egg. This raptor egg's mine. The loot should be on... There we go. It's free for all loot now. You. Come hither. There we go. You kinda did. I wanted people's help in Stranglethorn Vale because I physically can't get the herbs. I want the Whirlwind axe to be It's a bit of a challenge for me at some point. Damn it. I mean, I don't mind just grinding for hours to get something, that's fine. Lazy Man was fun in RuneScape because I know RuneScape. I don't want it to be fun. I don't want it to be in World of Warcraft because I don't yet know World of Warcraft. I still want to experience the vibes, the world of Warcraft. Which axe am I using right now? I'm using the Ravager, which dropped from the Scarlet Monastery Armory. You are fighting somebody else? Nope, they're not. They are available. Does being in a party disperse the drops? So if no one else is on the quest, you can solo it to guarantee drops. I don't know. You guys will have to tell me. One day I will see a cresting thing drop. One day. They have a 33% chance of dropping. Oh. The drops are not tied to the quest. Oh, cool. So you can just keep doing it again and again and again. Those items are not quest items. They have a 33% chance of dropping from any of the actual things. Gotcha.
Not enough rage.
Classic warrior aesthetic right here. The fact that I'm finally able to equip the massive axe and the helmet and the cool shoulder pads. One day. One day, I will see a drop. Right, cresting charms. Still need. Oh, banishes a burning exile. Oh, cool, okay. So, they actually have a use beyond the quest. That's clever. Your look is genuinely iconic mid-WoW. We've got the right helmet. I've not got the cool chest plate yet, but I've definitely got an amount of stuff. You have noticed significant quest item drop rate increase when loot is set to free-for-all. Oh, really? Maybe it rolls it more. Yes! I've got one! I'm so good at this game. Like a low poly Warhammer guy. It isn't like a Chaos Warrior, like an old fantasy Chaos Warrior kind of thing. It's the helmet. That's what the vibes are. It's the old Chaos Warrior helmet vibes. You loved crafting your mid-30s gear on the Blacksmith Warrior. It's just, you're going to end up with these iconic looks. It's like in old school RuneScape. You've got the iconic granite body, dragon plate legs, dragon medium helm, obsidian cape, dragon longsword, and what shield will go with that? Probably the anti-fire shield, or the rune defender. Why is this tagged a fitness stream? Because it's about fitting all these drops in. Because I used to be able to do fitness on stream when I was doing Dark Souls stuff, or the Dark Souls videos. I do not yet have enough. I require 2 more charms.
Yes.
Dark Souls was fun. I enjoyed it. I had a good time with it. One more.
I don't have a target.
Enchanted water. That was... Who wanted the enchanted water? Someone said you wanted the water. Half Moonlock. Yep, you can have the water. That is fine. There you go. And I think I need... I don't think I have enough yet. I need one more Cresting Charm, because you need 8 of each. You don't need 4, you need 8 of each. Kiri is saying 4 of each. That's what I thought. Hang on. Place 8 of each in the cauldron. 8 of each. 8 of each needed. I need one more Cresting Charm. You elemental water. That's not mine. Hey, right. Okay, got 8. So now we want to head to the Thundering Charm, which is southwest. Southwest to the Thundering Elemental guy. Remember, guys, to pour one out for good old Chucky Norris. For those of you who aren't aware, Chuck Norris has passed today. Hey Josh, what does Autoglass do? Matt, you know as well as I do that Autoglass repair, and if you are lucky, which I guarantee you will be, Autoglass also replace. We're going to go and get the lightning elemental stuff now. How did the Botany Expedition done? Botany Expedition has completed it. We've got all the blood scalp tusks. We gathered all the life root we needed as well. That is there. And now we only need 8 more. We need 8 of the Thundering Charms from over here. And then 8 of the Fiery Charms from over there. So Thundering and Burning. And then we'll be good. Also, what's next on the list? Don't know. Right, there's one. You. Give me a Thundering Charm. Let's see if I can take you down by myself. Nope, nope, that's fine. Forget that. Of course that won't happen. Because Red Lemonade's here as well, who's level 62. Who, of course, is going to do a ton of damage. Damn it. You. Do I think PvP culture has evolved as new systems and genres have come out? I am not an expert in PvP culture, so wouldn't want to talk with any kind of authority on it. But I think that people have definitely... I think that trying to turn every video game into an e-sport has led us to a general culture where people are approaching PvP video games as competitive, professional encounters instead of just fun games to play. Oh, thank you, Hope. Thank you, Hope. I wouldn't say they always have been, because you and your mates can jump on and play Unreal Tournament many, many years ago without thinking, oh my god, I'm going to go pro at Unreal Tournament. While there have always been, you know, video game challenges and whatnot, I think that recently we have started to see, within the last, 10 to 15 years, maybe even 5 to 10 years, we have seen a shift toward games and gamers want to approach competitive things as a profession more than a hobby. I love competition. I love the competitive spirit. But when you are making... When you design a video game to only have value when it's played competitively and professionally, You are vastly limiting the amount of people that want to engage with it. When you show a new generation of gamers that the most important thing you can do is not only be good at a video game, but be so good that you can play it professionally and win at it professionally, you are making them approach the hobby of video gaming as something that you can be bad at and fail at. And it's kind of okay to suck at your hobby. That's fine. If anything, it's sometimes better if you do. WeaselTech says, as a fighting game player, I think we realize we can study stuff instead of throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks. Studying is efficient. Yes, it is. And it obviously changes the nature of how you want to play that game and how you approach it. And there's nothing wrong with this, if that's how you want to play the game. I think the problem is that people think that if you approach the game in another way, you are playing it in an inefficient way. You are playing it wrong.
I don't drink anymore. Of course I don't drink any less either.
There will be a pressure within the world to play the game in a certain way. It's the hustle culture. That's a great way of putting it.
Anywhere to get my nails.
Swamp Bear, it's a great way of pushing it. It's a hustle culture. It is the monetization of everything. You do not need to have everything monetized. I mean, so many people want to play League of Legends as a fun, enjoyable game. Yeah, cool, do that. Play League of Legends as a fun, enjoyable game. And then you get the people that want to take it really seriously. Even if they aren't making a living off it, they want to play it seriously. And that's okay. If you want to play a game seriously, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I think the problem is gaming, taking things seriously, and being toxic have for some reason all become linked together and normalized. It's this idea that if you want to be highly competitive at a video game, you have to also be toxic to do it. It's been so normalized in the gaming culture that, engaging with a game in a non-toxic way and trying to be competitive is seen as something weird. Now, well, Yelene's got that one. I mean, if you want to play a normal game, just queue up in a normal game. If you want to play ranked, queue up in ranked. But has anyone in the chat ever queued up to play a game in the normal queue, but then been treated by people in the game as if you are playing ranked? What are we talking about today? Man, hopefully work was good. Welcome in. We're talking about the changing of gaming culture. We're talking about, and I think, and this is where I'm kind of focusing on it from, I think that a lot of kids are being indoctrinated into the idea that games have to be competitive. And if you do not treat them in a competitive way, you are playing them wrong. You have to be good at them. You have to try really hard. Even if you queue up to play a game that you shouldn't necessarily be tryharding at, you have to try hard at it. I've seen friends of mine say, hey, they're going to play League of Legends for a bit and then come away angrier after playing the game. And I'm like, hey man, did you enjoy that? They're like, nah, my teammates were fucking shit. I'm like, okay, are you playing ranked? They're like, yeah man, I'm trying to push my rank up. I'm like, are you having fun? They're like, yeah. And then they can't answer that. They don't know. They really don't know if they're actually having fun anymore. I think people are playing games out of the habit of playing games without truly stopping to ask themselves, am I enjoying the process of this? That crept into Warhammer. Any game, any level of competition between A and B will eventually devolve into people who really want to win at all costs. And I've got no problem with friendly competition. Hang on. Heavy leather ball. Throw the ball to a friendly player. If they have room in their pack, they will catch it. Can I... Do you trade or just right-click and attack? Yeah. How did you get that? That's weird. I don't know. It was just there. I assume you gave it to me. Oh, right-click and target. I just traded it. There we go. I didn't realize you had to target someone and then right-click it. Video games should be fun. And there is nothing wrong with wanting to play it. Okay, so is that person... Do they... Okay, they don't have room in their pack? Oh, yeah, you do. There is nothing wrong with wanting to play a game competitively. But if you start acting like that is the only way to play the game, that's when you become a bit of a douchebag. Like, I love competitive games. I just don't think that they have to be treated competitively, especially with toxicity. That's the thing. It's totally okay to be competitive without being toxic. Right, 2 more Thundering Charms are needed. How many are we on? 6. Now, Void, the way you overcame the getting angry part in ranked games when you switched from you want to rank up, do you want to play as good as you can? The vast majority of people are never going to go pro at any game anyway. And yet, people seem to enjoy the toxicity as if they are. BTD, Josh, I love competitive game. Also, Josh, I will never play in a PvP in WoW. Yeah, BTD, because... I'm talking to children. It's okay. Player versus player in World of Warcraft is not about a fair, balanced layer of competition. Having fun, come on. BTD, the problem is, if you pretend to be an idiot on the internet, you will just match up with all of the other idiots on the internet. We are who we pretend to be. And I don't know if you're having fun or just genuinely an idiot, when the actions of both are the same. If a culture gets its laughs from pretending to be idiots, eventually it will be joined by actual idiots thinking they're in good company. That's the problem. You may just be having a laugh, but there will be 50, 100, 200 people who do message me being like, you say that you like competition, but you don't want to do PvP, so you clearly don't like competition. Aha. You. This might be your 4th time through the loop. Indeed. Indeed. More than one thing can be true. Yes. But difficult to understand. Ugh. I don't think I'll ever understand what's funny about saying something you don't believe, but I can kind of... Yeah, it's... Different people have different levels of comedy with that. Does common sense have a 33% drop rate? No, that's apparently a feat that people just don't spec into. Right, we're on 7 currently. Yes. Need 1 more. Just watch the OSRS team. Jagex has good and caring developers. They do, Kenrick. They really do. Got a lot of good things to say about Jagex. I think the issue is that tone doesn't carry very well. Hey, Kerry, thank you. Right, that is 8. So, onward to...
The burning charm. Right, let's go to the burning. This way. Online humor is always a little bit difficult to do because you can't read tone, and sometimes someone can say something that in their mind comes across as quite sarcastic and quite funny, that when you read just comes across as a bit idiotic. Thank you for not following the Crimson Desert trend. I didn't follow or not follow it, I just wanted to play WoW. I don't really... I know that it's happening now, but I'll look into that in the future. Let's kill these dinosaurs while we go past them. I understand that to some degree streaming is just following what is popular, because that's where the views are going to be, but sometimes it's just nice to run around the open world, play what I want. Josh, you did not say goodbye to the gnome. He'll be fine. Thing is, I then have to call out messages that I think are either, silly or funny or serious or not serious. But if someone says something ironically funny and then someone else says the same thing but genuinely means it, how am I to know which one of those is ironic and which one is funny and who genuinely means it? Because common sense is nowhere near as common as people think it is. And sometimes people write stuff as an ironic joke, and sometimes people read the mood of the chat. Yeah, BTD, there's 2,000 people every day here, and some of them are absolute idiots. So when you pop in and say something like, Josh says he doesn't like PvP, but then refuses to PvP in WoW, someone will genuinely think that. I'm trying to be generous by saying some. So I do not know who is saying stuff genuinely and who is saying stuff from a comedy point of view. If I have offended you by assuming things that you did not mean, then I apologize. I'm not going to, figure that with a but this happened and but that happened. If I have upset you, then I am sorry for that. The reason I replied the way I did was because I cannot read your tone of voice, and I do not know what you consider a joke and what you were making fun of and what you were being serious with. If I have upset you, I am sorry.
Need more rage.
There are times when I have to read the words as written and assume that the words as written are what is meant. Text in general... Right, got a burning charm, got one. Text in general is a pretty bad communication method. You feel like a lot of these people are Schrodinger's arsehole. They push back. They were both joking and not joking, depending on your response to it. That's the way to do it. Thank you, my phone case is practical. That's not even a joke, that's just true. You need to read the subtext of the text. I know writers that use subtext and they're all cowards. Right, the problem with having the burning enchantment is that it doesn't do anything to these guys. I once told a streamer, you can't read sarcasm, and they told me to shut up because they can, it's obvious. That annoyed me. I mean, sometimes the streamers are just annoyed because you're telling them things. Fighting fire with fire never works. That is true. That is why my granddad did get fired from the fire department. Yes, I found some coal as well. Fantastic. Good stuff, me.
You never thought MMOs were for you. You found your awesome and chill videos and tried it. Might try WoW Classic. Enjoy FF14, it's a good game. Hope has found another burning charm. Thank you very much. You enjoy watching, but it's not a game for you. That's fine. Hey, you're playing Dungeons & Dragons Online. Great game. I love the reincarnation system of that game. Definitely one of my favourite things that's been done in a game for a while. The reincarnation system was a really clever thing to do. Loved that. Right, what don't I need? I probably don't need cheese. In fact, you know what I could do, because we're not using the... Yeah, that's a good idea. I can use the whetstones, because we are not using... We're not using Wind Fury totems right now. So I can use the sharpened whetstones to do some more damage. Josh, what MMO are you thinking of playing next? I'm level 37. Give me time. I don't know. I might just play this for a while. What editing software do I use? DaVinci Resolve. I like it because it's free. Currently in the game we are farming for 5 more burning charms, and after achieving 5 burning charms we will be able to progress the Whirlwind Axe quest. Whirlwind Axe being... Want a cathedral? Cool, if not, I could look into cathedraling later on, potentially. Not right now. I'm going to try and get this axe. But I will see if I can cathedral later. I heard you need a Wind Fury totem. No, I don't. I just put sharp onto my axe. That's not going to do anything. Your summed character level is like 200. No, I'd say it's lower than that. It's probably about 198-ish. Highest level character is level 40 rogue. But I am playing lots of different things. So, I'm just trying to get a feel for everything, you know? Seeing what's going on, feeling what's out there. Seeing how things are doing. I love seeing that you can see people fly over you. That's so cool. The world does feel alive. What did you end up speccing into in rogue? Swords. I did a sword rogue and it was quite fun. How many mugs do I have? Too many. Which one is my favourite? They're all my children. I love them all equally. Right, 4 more needed. And then we are done. And I'm halfway to level 38, god damn. After playing so with many classes, do you have a favourite features of them? I still think my favourite class is probably the Demon Hunter from retail. Because I like tanking. But I don't like just standing there and getting hit. To me, that's boring. So, actively tanking, a tank that needs you to actually do stuff, pay attention, move around, grab the healing orbs. Engaged tanking. That makes me happy. Any kind of engaging class. That makes me happy. Josh, do you have any interest in continuing the worst MMO ever series? Yes, of course I do. Absolutely. I just want to be able to play some MMOs for a bit. The problem is it's hard to both Twitch stream and make YouTube videos. You have to kind of choose which one you are doing, especially if the YouTube videos you are making are scripted, researched, edited, curated, that kind of stuff. Like, it could be easy to just re-upload Twitch streams. But we've already got a channel doing that. So I would like at some point there to be time to be able to make more worst MMO ever episodes. Yes, spin. When. Damn it. Let's get rid of this burning pitch. I don't need that anymore. Right. That was... Still need 4. Still need 4 stupid things.
I can't do that yet. Ah!
You found me with those and you haven't seen me upload one in a while. Yeah, because I'm busy doing some other stuff. I'm busy streaming. If you want me to also be able to make a load of other stuff, I'm gonna need some free time. Right. Let's just see what's going on around here. Right, we need 2 more fire charms. But I need a quick bathroom break. So AFK 5 mins. And then when we come back, we will kill some more of the flaming burning exile things. Right, cool, guys. Take 5. I will see you beautiful people in 5 minutes' time. Let me stick a timer on the screen for you. There we go. Right, don't go anywhere. Or do. I'm not your dad. Right, I'm nearly done. If I come back to the screen and there is a nearly naked human dancing the Macarena in front of me, I am going to end the stream, just so you're all aware. Right, well, I am back. Let's see what's going on. Well,